Hey everybody, welcome back. We got day 2 Brawlhalla going on here for the trial of Ymir. Today, we've got Europe happening, and I'm very excited to be bringing that to you with my co-casting partner, Dara. Dara, how are we doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Yesterday, Skip and I had the pleasure of bringing to you top 6 of Southeast Asia. And today we're going to be kicking off the side stream for Europe. That is, I hope you've all been having a beautiful morning today. If not, well, it's about to get better because we have some Brawlhalla coming up ahead of us. We have a pretty exciting match to open off the day. We have the one, the only Godly going up against Aquino. I'm pretty excited to see how it goes. And also, hey, I know a lot of people are now just tuning in to watch Europe, to watch SA, to watch NA. I'm pretty excited for the start of the new Brawlhalla year. I'm excited for 2024. This is the first event of the year.
Yeah, and what a set to be starting off on here. Like you just kind of brought up, we're going to be getting Godly on here. Everybody knows who Godly is. Aquino, not trying to downplay. Obviously, Aquino is a very great player, PR24 in Europe. But Godly's Godly. We know that. So it's definitely going to be a good one. I'm excited. You're excited. I hope anybody who's watching is excited. And if you're not, well, you're probably going to get your energy levels in a little bit because we got some of that nice Brawlhalla action coming at you in just a little bit itself. So, but yeah, man, it's Saturday. It's Saturday. It's the weekend. And thank God for that.
Yeah, this was desperately needed. So, everybody, let's talk about the upcoming match that we have. We have Godly, who, listen, Godly is somebody that needs no introduction, right? This was third at BCX this year, second at, the Autumn Royale as well. This is Godly, currently number 1 in EU. We have Aquino, who is number 24 in EU, representing Belgium. And these two, they have played together twice in the past, but not in particularly recent history. The last time was back all the way in 2022, and that was Godly favored, right? So there is quite a bit of a PR differential between these two. There is, a very loose historical set record in Godly's favor. For all intents and purposes, this is a set that, according to the statistics, should go towards Godly. But of course, we are in a bracket setting. Anything can happen at this point. Aquino, if I am also not mistaken, has played a good bit of Olgrim before, and then also has played some Asuri before. And Godly, I don't actually know who he's going to be opening off with. Last year, we saw mostly Wushang. Then we also saw a little bit of Rayman and Telos as well. And I'm already seeing him locked into the Telos, so he might not be even opening off with the gauntlets today.
Yeah, which is definitely a little bit weird considering, Godly's playstyle. But I'm excited for this. I mean, it looks like we're getting Teros versus Olgrim, which means we're going to be getting some of that hard-hitting action. And I love it when two strong characters start wailing at each other because that means stocks go flying quickly. And there's just nothing better than a nice strong hit from a good strong character in a platform or even just a fighting game in general. Let's be real.
Yeah, we have Olgrim and we have Teros on the screen. So basically, these are going to be two characters that hit hard, and then sometimes, they live pretty hard too, right? They have quite a bit of survivability. It's going to be interesting. I'm excited to see how it goes for today. And also, you guys can't see it, but Aquino's Olgrim skin, pretty tight. That's the pretty good. So we're gonna cut
Dara coded.
Soon. Look, it's red and black.
Yeah,
right? Those are my
right.
colors. That's everything that I do.
Yeah, that is a lot of you.
We are seeing a basic return to form. I think there is a very cyclical relationship with Brawlhalla and Axe and Hammer, where it's just there's times where it's just people are complaining about it, and then it just sort of falls back into form. We saw quite a bit of it in Southeast Asia yesterday. The weapons that we were seeing a lot of, I mean, honestly, we saw a good amount of diversity across the board, at least in the top 6. We saw some orb, we saw some I believe boots just once, we saw quite a bit of axe, we saw sword, we saw great sword. The only thing that are currently missing at the moment, for me at least, is I haven't seen a whole lot of blasters. But everybody also, for those of you that would like a little bracket update on Start GG, top 32 is beginning to fill out. Godly and Aquino, the winner of this is going to go up against Delta, who took it over in Linox. And as far as the rest of the qualifying matches, you got Acno, you have Knees, you have Big Cucumber Cutter 7, so I don't know who that is. I wonder if that's somebody with a tag change, but they're also sitting in a qualifying match. But everybody, that being said, we have our characters, we have our players locked in. They're about to get started with game number 1. This is to get into the qualifiers for top 8.
Yep. All right, so here we go. Going to be on Apocalypse here. And as we can see, Aquino getting that first weapon drop into an axe, but Godly following up with an axe of their own. Yeah, these two already wailing on each other, racking up some nice damage.
Okay, waiting a little bit. Just trying to get in there with the D-Light, looking to just catch these jumps from Aquino. Coming back in with the down air, not able to convert it into the D-Light. Aquino missing out on a little bit of damage. And both of them are swinging. Godly just going to be opting for the hammer, mixing it up a little bit now. Okay, Aquino juggling Godly quite a bit, getting a couple of big hits in, but then Godly backs off, baits a hit, and then uses that as an opening to get that D-Light.
I'm surprised Godly did not take advantage of that dodge there. I mean, whoa! Does not matter, though. Going to be able to find a way to convert to take that first stock. I mean, you got a little bit of damage on you already, but, like, that's just kind of the name of the game when you got these two characters on the screen. And was trying to keep some good offensive pressure to keep Aquino from grabbing that weapon, but they end up getting it anyway and tossing the weapon of their own.
Gets that end light. Godly now just backing off a little bit, looking for the D-Light, looking to potentially convert it into a sail or even like a recovery down air. Aquino knocking Godly off stage, gets that weapon toss as well, and Godly just not wasting any time at all, knows that he has no way of getting back onto the stage.
And this is the first time that you and I are seeing Rocket Lance just this weekend in general. So kind of interesting too, because I feel like Rocket Lance is something that we're always seeing. So either way, as much as a problem this weapon can be, it is a good sight to see it back. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, me too. I love Lance. I'm a historical Lance lover. So we'll see what happens. Aquino right now looking for the neutral, looking for the down air, gets the D-Light, not able to get a lot of conversions, but just really keeping Godly under a lot of pressure at the moment. Gets that D-Light, jumps out there, gets that side air, and now Godly waiting a second, goes out there, and oh my goodness, that recovery is active. Aquino was sweating. I don't even know if he would have made it back onto the stage, but Godly cleaned that up.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Godly being Godly. There's no other way to put that. But as we can see, Aquino getting that Rocket Lance in hand, starting to put down some pretty strong pressure here. Granted, you are behind by quite a bit. You're going to have to find a way to just put the pedal to the metal just a little bit more. And I like this, just take your time. You recognize who you're up against. You're going to have to slow it down in some moments, but you do have to find a way to start getting those hits racked up.
Gets that decent, but that's not enough to take out that weapon toss, just continuing to push Godly off stage. D-Light an immediate dodge. That was a late dodge, last possible second GC D-Light to try and maybe mix Aquino up. That was a really interesting defensive option. It did not connect, but still Godly has this lead, and Aquino has been struggling to take the stock out.
Oh, wow. Aquino just kind of asleep at the wheel there. Just was not ready for Godly to just basically leapfrog them to get right back on the stage. They were able to take the stock, which thank goodness, because I love to see people stay in the game here. But Godly's movement, look at this, man, just short hopping all over the place, just moving wherever they want. But right now, Aquino is putting down some pretty strong hits. Godly's gonna have to be a little bit careful here.
I love how patient Godly is. Even when Aquino is jumping in front of his face, he's not like initiating, because Aquino is always backing off immediately after Aquino is trying to bait Godly into pressing a button. Goes for the recovery dodge read. Godly instead dodges through it, able to get that neutral and holding down game one. But Aquino almost made that comeback at the end. He almost had that dodge read with the recovery.
Yep, it was just barely off, but we're gonna actually see a character switch jumping right off the Algrim into the Black Knight. So we're gonna be swapping out the axe for the spear. So it should be a little bit quicker, probably allow you to, fight against Taros just a little bit easier, especially because of how heavy and like slow some of Taros's moves can be. So the spear gives you a little bit of option.
Gives you a little bit of option, but I also feel like last game the axe didn't really do that much for Aquino, so we'll see what Spirit is going to allow for. Right now Aquino though stuck off stage. Godly just getting back into the good jump call out with that neutral air. Not able to get the neutral air into the down air, and Aquino just still stuck off stage.
All right, wow, okay, the movement so far is much better, it seems. So, hey, I guess just a character switch, sometimes it just puts you in that different mentality to play a little bit smoother. But you're still behind by a little bit. Whoa, and Godly is reminding you that it does not matter who you play, you are indeed mortal.
Yeah, he's really just showing off how devastating Hammer is off stage. He is just really just getting in their faces. He's waiting for that defensive option, and then he's connecting the recovery and then spiking them into nothingness. Hammer in hand again, jumping in there. Oh, and there it is. That's the guy on D-Sig. You gotta know it and maybe not love it because that thing is fast and it is active, and then when it hits you, you're like, wow, did I just get KO'd by that? And the answer is yes. Yes, you did.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's part of the reason why they switched over here, is just having access to that faster SIG to be able to get those burst options. Because I feel like there's a couple situations where, like, it was a very close first game, right? It was pretty close. Never really, like, drifted too far.
It's just such a good button.
It's a good button. It just allows you to probably close out some of these stocks a little bit easier that maybe you might have struggled with last time.
Right now, Godly just looking to patrol the ground, and oh my goodness, the call out? That was incredible. Godly just able to get in there, able to get the scoop up with the downer, and able to take it over the top. Once again, Godly has his 2-1 stock lead. Axe on hand. Aquino finally able to fight his way back down onto the ground, but it seems like Godly is consistently winning the first interactions over and over again.
Oh! That combo, like, it wasn't anything super flashy, but it was just crisp and clean the whole way through. Just weapon toss, grabbing it again, getting a couple solid hits, and then just like kind of wash, rinse, repeat. That was just beautifully played. And now you put yourself in a really tough position. Goodness, thank goodness for Aquino, but Godly kind of slipped up there just a little bit and slipped up once more to lose that second stock. Getting into a last stock scenario here. I mean, Black Knight is sitting pretty, right? Like, you got a weapon in hand, but you almost lost that stock. You got to remember, you are fighting Taros, and life or death is just a swing away.
That was so funny. Godly's just pressing nothing. He just pressed nothing. He sat there, he looked at his opponent, he was like, okay, look, I've been moving around. I'm just not going to do anything. I'm just going to wait for you to maybe mess up, maybe fall into me. The first time it didn't work out, and then Aquino tried to get back onto stage again. You know, I feel like in a lot of fighting games, we would like call that like a tempo mix-up, right? Where all of a sudden, like, you just stop moving. You're moving, dashing in, dashing out, throwing things at your opponent, and then all of a sudden you stop. People freak out. They just start basically jumping into you at that point, and that's exactly what happened. So Godly, first time around, he wasn't able to get the punish because Aquino dodged through him, and then second time around when he put Aquino back off stage, he was able to get the confirm and the KO. So really good stuff to Godly. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Even if it is still going to the last stock for him, it feels like he is still comfortably in control of the pace the whole time. 100%,
yeah. All right, but here we go. Going to be getting into our next match, and it looks like Aquino's kind of running it back, playing Macho Man, but it's still Ulgrim for the most part. So yeah, we'll see if this works out any better. I mean, we're going to be going right back to Apocalypse here, so I don't know. We'll see. Maybe you're just feeling a little more comfortable. Maybe you realize what, mistakes you were making before, and you're able to make those adjustments now.
At the moment, Godly, now a bit of an accident happening here. D-Light tries to go for the chase dodge and into the neutral. That was the right idea, but Aquino just up a little bit too high. Oh my goodness. The downer into the GCD sig, that was incredible. That was so smart. I've never seen like the lower hitbox of it connect. I've never seen that angle on that move.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge opening for you too. I mean, you dropped game 1, game 2. And granted, in competitive matches, but being able to show, hey, I'm still in this. I'm awake. I'm taking the first stock game 3 and really setting the tone too. That's definitely huge for Aquino, and I'd like to see them keep that up.
Lance in hand now. Okay, gonna be looking just to initiate here. Gets that jump call out and the platform combo. Getting the neutral, landing on the platform and converting. Aquino is just making the most out of this stage right now. And that is something that I love to see. I don't know what happened between, last game and this game, but Aquino is just going for a lot of really creative follow-ups.
I mean, that's kind of what you need to do. You need to start pulling out some stuff. Any tricks you have in the bag, because again, you're looking at going to the elimination bracket here, right? So this is kind of do or die for you. Start getting all your tricks, start throwing them out there, see if you can get something going. I mean, right now you're still looking good. You got a nice little lead here in damage, but you just need to close out this stock to really feel good. And look at that sick, closing that out. And man, they are keeping this lead nice.
Yeah, I can't believe that D-Light didn't connect. Godly was whiffing D-Light quite a few times in neutral when the two of them were so close together. Aquino just so happened to be behind Godly at that point, and then he was able to get the best possible punish that time around. Aquino is the one that is currently in the driver's seat. This is the one that can take this game, baited out the dodge, no immediate punish neutral, no punish on that dodge either, but wow, he is just winning a lot of these interactions over and over again. He is dealing so much damage to Godly.
Godly, you can still see the patience in a lot of their play too. There's been a couple times like they get a guaranteed setup into the Sair, and they're just kind of waiting to see what Aquino's going to do so they can try to react to it. It looks like you're going to be going for the tried and true at this point. Close this out maybe?
Being nice and patient, coming back on. Really good spacing on the neutral. Not even Godly thought that would connect. Godly did not think that Aquino would go through that option. Aquino going for the biggest ground pound of his career. It did not connect. Trying to pick up another weapon, looking for the GC D-Light as well. Getting a little bit too, a little bit too excited. The Godly just able to get in the dash and find a D-Light side. But look at the damage that is dealt to Godly. Aquino gets that N-Light just to get Godly off of him. Oh, this could be huge, Skiff.
I mean, hey, you definitely want to get that win. You want to get that momentum into your corner here as best as you can. So I'm going to need to see Aquino try to close this out. But as you can see, Godly starting to play pretty strong here, but is not able to find a way to turn around as Aquino takes game 3. And we're going to see a game 4 here, Dara.
Yeah, that was crazy. Aquino is playing exceptionally well right now. Aquino is actually also playing fairly creatively, especially in the first stock, and on like the stock where he got like that platform combo. I am just seeing things that I don't feel like I typically see. Also, something that I really like about Aquino, he was able to make it back onto stage a few times. Why? He had a very good idea of the distance that Godly could punish his recovery. In Brawlhalla or in any game, if you're like off stage and you press your recovery, like when they're at that mid-range where they can basically react to you and then punish you in your end lag, he was just far enough away from Godly each time that Godly wasn't able to punish the end lag of his recovery. Also, something that I do like that Godly is doing, Godly, more than anybody, or at least more than anybody yesterday, he has been consistently just using the last possible frames of his dodge to cancel it into a gravity cancel, right? He's just getting the most out of his invulnerability frames and then still getting a GC, and those are like really, really tricky defensive options that I feel like have started to work against Aquino. So currently it is 2-1 in Godly's favor. Aquino is off stage, no weapon, has to find a way to get back on, and Godly is back on this Wushang.
You know, it's definitely got to be a little bit of like a comfortable feeling knowing that you're forcing Godly to go play the Wushang. Like they were playing the Taros, and granted that Taros is strong, do not get me wrong here, but you kind of, you're like, hey, listen, I took my game off you. You better start turning it up or I'm going to start taking another. And Godly maybe felt a little bit threatened. I mean, now got these gauntlets in play too, and they're going to be putting down a lot of damage here. So going to be interesting to see how Aquino tries to adapt their gameplay style to the Wushang.
Oh, look at Godly's movement. Look at Godly's movement. He just backed off after getting a hit on Aquino, came back in, backed off again, and then got another hit. Aquino was not able to get off of him, but that's going to be the KO. Aquino now evening up the stock count, but has quite a bit of damage to make up. Aquino is starting to speed up their movement as well, dashing around, keeping up with Godly's pace.
Okay, there we go. Gets the Nair to try to put down some solid damage just to kind of get something started. Also just to create some space for them as they get back onto the stage. And yeah, now it's a lot of onesies, twosies right now, but that's kind of like Godly's game plan here as well. They recognize that the Rocket Lance can lead to a very troublesome position here if they're not careful. But going right into the gauntlets as well, this is where they are definitely very comfortable here. They're going to try looking for a way to try to close out the second stock. I mean, we do see that Aquino is in that red.
Aquino is pressing a lot of really exploitable buttons, like that end light. All of that was because he whiffed that unarmed end light and then got punished for it. Godly just took that as an opening, he took that as an opportunity, and he took it all away. Aquino now potentially on the last stock of winner's side. I would say that this game is doable, but right now Godly is making that just seem impossible.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit rough here. Ooh, okay, a little bit of an awkward recovery angle there. I'm not sure if that was intended or if it was just trying to call out potentially what Godly was going to be going for. But we haven't seen a lot of offstage shenanigans from Godly. He's pretty comfortable staying grounded on the stage and just kind of winning neutral over and over again and just allowing you to get back until they close out the stock.
Coming back in, that's going to be the D-Light into the side. That angle is nasty. That is basically a Sheik side. Aquino, no way to make it back onto the stage. Too much horizontal distance on it. Wasn't able to get the wall touch at the end of the day. And that is going to be Godly taking the set over Aquino. He switched over to the Wushang, and man, it is so difficult to keep up with Godly on gauntlets.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a little bit tough. I mean, I gotta hand it to Aquino though, able to take a game from one of the best players in the world. I mean, that's still something you're doing pretty well. Obviously, Aquino would like to have a better result, maybe taking a second game or even the set, but you can't always have that when you're going against the best of the best. But still, pretty solid, pretty respectable showing so far. I mean, you're going to be going to the elimination side of bracket, but your run's definitely not over.
Definitely not over at all. And Aquino, listen, that third game, Aquino was turning up. I really liked a lot of what I was seeing. So I'm just excited to see what the elimination gun from Akina is going to look like a little bit. But now, everybody, we're going to be jumping into another top 32 match. This is going to be another match to just get into the qualifiers, just the winners quarters, of course, of the pool. And we are going to be seeing Bamia go up against the full tag, Shadra Baguette Senpai. That's the full tag as listed. I don't know what's going on with Brawlhalla and tags lately, but it's becoming an issue. So this is number 27 and number 39 on the PR respectively. These two have not played with one another. They have not played against one another, excuse me, beforehand. So yeah, this is just going to be a new matchup.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting tag. I'm still kind of catching up on that. But yeah, it's always fun to see two players, from what we know, play against each other for the first time. So hopefully we get a nice, exciting matchup. You know, it's definitely first game's probably going to be a bit of feeling each other out. I mean, I'm sure they're probably familiar with each other from seeing each other play at some point or another. But there's always a difference between watching someone play and then finally getting into like a match with them and starting to see exactly how they want to apply their pressure and play their game against you in particular, because that just becomes a completely different scenario, a different ball game altogether. But we'll see how these guys play it out.
Indeed, we will. So it is my understanding that Bamia plays Zol, and we're going to be seeing the Mirage pick immediately from Shadra. So this is going to be interesting. This is the first time that all weekend that we're actually seeing a little bit of cannon representation. Cannon is like one of those weapons where it's just like very like on and off. You get that one dodge read, and then you're just able to carry people side to side. That weapon can be devastating. You know, D-lights, side out, combo, side out, side lights. I mean, Cannon can just take you from side to side if you are really not careful with your dodges. Whereas with Mirage, you have Scythe, you have Spear. You know, Spear a little bit more consistent of a combo weapon. Scythe always has the potential to get some like really early edge guards on you. Can be so tricky coming back onto the stage. I'm just excited to see how this match goes. I
just love Zol. Cannon in general is just sick. And again, this is just a character, one of the hardest hitting characters in the game. So that's like a happy place for me. I love big, strong characters, man. They're just fun. They're just so fun. So hopefully we get some good cannon combos. I'd love to see that. Obviously, Axe is going to be a strong option here as well, especially if Shadra is just a little too aggressive in some aspects. They're definitely going to be getting a strong punish here. However, having that Scythe, they're going to be able to kind of dictate how Zol is approaching. And when they do approach and they're able to kind of, you know, get that counter hit or counteract on them, they're going to be able to kind of dictate where they are on the stage. And that could be a really big problem.
I will say, sometimes Zol players are just like animals. They will side sig you like across the stage just to see like, hey, you know how scary this move is. You know how much force you know my ability to just KO you at any given point. They sometimes just like press buttons just to press them. So they have a lot of fear, right? You have a lot of force, you have a lot of pressure on the stage at all given points in time. But they're getting into their stage bans now. Everybody, game number 1, once again, we're in top 32 winning side. Whoever wins this match is going to go into winning quarters, and that match is then going to define who's going to find their way into top 8. The winner of this is going to be fighting against Big Cucumber Cutter 7. So quite a tough foe that they have.
I am intimidated and shaking in my boots, that is for sure. I have a lot of fear for these two players. But as we get started here on Demon Island, we're going to see who can kind of get that early advantage here. A lot of scrapping so far, some hits being traded back and forth. We got our first weapon toss, so.
Okay, Bandman just waiting a little bit. Shadra just backing off after connecting that sidelight. Backing on in there. Oh, getting that down, really dangerous, but then backs off, makes sure not to get hit by the weapon toss. Gets back onto the stage. The Sido does connect. Shadra is just trying to start an edge guard.
Okay, and this is kind of one of the issues with Zol, though, too, especially because they got rid of some of their agility to put it more towards their defense. So their attacks are going to be a little bit slower. So if they're not careful and they're just pressing buttons, there's a lot of openings there for a potential like counter attack that could leave them very vulnerable. So they're going to have to be a little bit careful in how they actually decide to approach and, you know, get offensive.
At the moment, looking for the recovery. Nice whip punish though. Using that side, the D-light does connect, but it's not going to actually. Oh no, never mind. It will result in the KO. That free stock off of Bamia gone. Now it's 2-2. But listen, you're at this point in terms of damage. Just about anything from Zol can result in a KO. This is where it starts to get really, really scary. Such a good dodge though. Wow, that was perfect.
Yeah, it's definitely really solid. Oh! Okay, going way up high there. Not going to be enough to take the stock. Well, I mean, you're definitely a little bit closer. That is for sure. Ooh. And I like that. Shadrock just getting really aggressive with the scythe, which is exactly what you should be doing here, especially when Zal's off stage. But you also got to give them just a little bit of respect. You got to respect exactly what this character's got going, because all of a sudden, like you said just a little while ago, a stock can just disappear against Zal.
Okay, really good stuff. Able to get the recovery afterwards. Now it's left sweating. Do you have any way to get back down? That's going to be another recovery. But then committing to the downer and putting yourself off stage, that is a risky play. You eat one D-Light, luckily nothing else. But that could have gone a lot worse for Shadra.
Okay, there we go. Puts him right off stage. Let's see the edge guard option. Not going to be able to find anything. They were getting a little aggressive, which I like to see. And they do find a way to take the stock here. Going to be going for these weapon juggles here. Just try to keep Bamia unarmed as best as possible.
Picking up the spear now, looking for the end light. Doesn't actually connect though. Okay. Gets a cannon, gets one downer, and then really overcommit to that side light, but really good punish from Shadru. I just recognize, hey, this is my opening. I'm gonna get my D-light combo now. Really good stuff. Ooh, whiffing another side light there. What's gonna happen?
Oh, I mean, right there, he got a little bit of a cannon combo to get things just a little bit started. Oh, no, getting pineappled. You don't like to see it. It definitely sucks to see, but you know what? When you're Bamia, you'll definitely take that W no matter what.
Yeah, Bamia was getting a lot of openings, specifically with Cannon D-Light and Cannon Cider. I feel like he was able to quite comfortably initiate against Shadra. I would have liked to take like a better, closer look of like, hey, what is it about, Bamia's button pressing? What is it about, Shadra's movement that is actively getting punished here? You do not want to go blow for blow with a character like Zal. And I feel like we haven't really seen any too long extended strings, from Mirage, from Shadra, so not really able to match that kind of damage. Going into game 2 now, already another such aggressive opening, really good with punish there once again on that side light. Whiffing that D-Light, Shadra able to get a couple of hits for it, recognizing that there is no dodge and able to get that D-Light. Really good stuff.
Yeah, wow, they're definitely coming right out of the gates here hot. Definitely trying to put down as much damage as possible. See if they can get a nice early start here, because we already know, we've seen it a few times now, that Zal is very capable of taking stocks early, and I like that. Getting that first stock there in a very quick amount of time, too. Definitely letting Bamia know, hey, you gotta, you still gotta play against me. You can't be taking it easy because I'm about to light you up.
He taketh and he giveth away. Picking up the spear again. Really nice combo there into, the neutral heavy there. And now Shadra picking up the spear again, pressing D-Light in the wrong direction, and just giving Bamia ample time to be able to get that punish and closing it out with another end light. Yeah, I don't know what Shadra was doing pressing D-Light in the wrong direction like that, but that is the kind of a move that if you whiff it, you give your opponent such a huge window to punish. So I feel like Shadra does have a couple of unsafe commitments, especially like on the ground. And also, Bamia, especially with cannon in hand, has been getting a lot of jump callouts with cannon down. Axe on hand now. Let's see what's going to happen.
Right, there we go. Trying to get a lot of that pressure. Keep them off stage here. Goes for one aggressive option. I thought they gave up stage control entirely, and they did for a little bit until Shadra decided to get aggressive off stage as well to try to get some sort of counterplay. But now we're just in a little bit of neutral here. Both of them kind of jockeying for position back and forth. Nothing super solid yet.
Shadra is swinging. Shadra is swinging way too much. I just saw Shadra gets punished like 3-4 times in a row by just jumping in and then pressing a different option each time. And then Bamia has consistently called out every single one of these jumps, being with a sider or just backing off and catching the landing with something like an axe D-Light. Ooh, Shadra, I just want to see a little bit less aggressive play.
All right. Oh, okay. Big hit on that. Trying to get things started here on that second stock, but you get a little too aggressive, and yeah, I think you're kind of right. I feel like Shadra is just pressing a little too many buttons, and I get it. You got off to a hot start. You're trying to get a game back, but you do have to dial things back a little bit as well. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. Great way to even up the game, though.
Yeah, good catch on the timing specifically. Bamia thought that he was safe, and guess what? He was not safe at all. Shadra just slowed that down and was able to get that final hit. Okay, picking up the cannon now, looking for the neutral, but then still so little and like able to get that side and then trying to finish it off with a recovery to boot as well. Looking for the slide off and saying, oh man, he is so aggressive right now, and Shadra is just trying to desperately get him off of him.
And here we go, potential, well, not potential, this is the last stock situation here. And Mirage in a very tough spot as we see the cannon close it out. Game 2 in the books for Bamia. They just need one more to keep it going here. I don't know what Chandra's going to do to, you know, switch things up, but we'll see. I don't know.
Chandra is sometimes on the ground and then swinging in the opposite direction of Bamia and then is getting liquid punished over and over. Like, you saw that first and light with, I believe they were back on the ground. They tried to press like a light, I think it was, with the scythe. And then Bambi was just able to say, hey, you pressed a button that you shouldn't have, and I'm able to get this KO. We saw this with the Spear D-Light as well. I just feel like Shadra is getting whiff punished a lot. And that is just giving Bamia a lot of openings.
Mm-hmm. Well, here we go. Game 3. This is Shadra's last chance to try and get a game in this set. Well, not last chance. I mean, you can do it again. But you are facing elimination here. So we'll see what happens. I mean, you're playing the same character, but not at the same time. So we'll definitely see how this plays out.
Coming back in with the side, love the extension using the weapon toss, able to get a bit more damage out. Shadru just waiting, being nice and patient here, and then still just gets back onto the stage. He does have excellent defensive options sometimes.
All right. Great movement so far from Zal. And Bamia just trying. Okay, almost lost the stock there. Oh! Wow, go way up high, but Chandra's is not able to clean it up. Goes for the weapon toss there. Man, Zal just, those heavy defenses just coming in play. Just keeping him alive a little bit longer.
That GCD light a little bit too high, but I love the idea from Bamia, but unfortunately just did not connect. Good weapon toss. I don't think you have any way to make it back onto the stage at this point. Oh, wait. Okay. For a second there, I thought there might have been a bit of hope, but Shadru did a really good job catching that drift and connecting that final down, and now Shadru has a lead. Is this a good lead? Especially against Zal? Not really. But you gotta get some extra credit now.
Bamia saw a golden opportunity there, and I think just got a little too excited, so they weren't able to close out the stock. And I get it. Sometimes, like, it just seems like something's just a little too easy, and then your fingers just get really excited, and you start pressing buttons a little too wrong, and, you know, things happen. You do find a way to clean up that stock one way or another, though. You take a little bit of damage in the process, but really, you're still in a good position. Like, there's nothing wrong with what's going on right now.
Shadru is jumping and just constantly trying to initiate, maybe now being a little bit less aggressive with it and just trying to overshoot, mix up the movement, and get behind Bamia.
All right, as they kind of dance around the platforms here. Ooh, that axe combo. Beautiful stuff from Bamia. Trying to maintain a way to get this lead back in their favor. I mean, at this point, even with if they had a little more damage, I feel like the lead's, you know, in their favor just because of how Zal hurts. But ooh, great offensive option off stage, closing out that stock a little bit early, and that's exactly what Shadra needed.
Okay, Shadru has now started to do this thing where Shadru is jumping in front of Bamia's face and now just dodging a lot more often instead of just jumping and pressing a button. So I want to see how Bamia actually responds to that. I want to see, hey, did they actually just change up, you know, do they understand how Shadru has changed the way that they're approaching? But right now, you're stuck off stage. You have to find a way to be able to get back on. Again, the jump and a dodge immediately in Bamia's face. Still able to hold down the positioning and still able to close it down with the neutral.
All right. Last stock scenario here in this game 3. Again, Shadra doing really well so far, is taking every stock first in this game. That's already a good sign. And some strong edge guarding here. Not able to keep it up, but you got a nice little chunk of damage out of that, so that was beautiful.
Oh, and almost getting that into the D-Light as well. Shadra is playing amazing right now. Just dealt so much damage out to Bamia, but it is Zal. So one good D-Light, one good down air. But look at the catch on that dodge. That's that one bad dodge. You do not dodge against cannon like that. And Bamia almost taught Shadra why.
Oh, can we get back? Okay, we do get that wall touch there. Gonna be able to stay alive just a little bit longer. I'd like to see you get back on stage. What are you doing? Shadra, that was so dangerous. You could have lost the stock. Oh my.
Oh, the recovery doesn't do it. Zal just enough defense to be able to survive that. Wait, what? You fell off with the D-Light and you weren't able to get the recovery. It does not matter. Shadra keeping themselves afloat, keeping themselves alive in this game, in this set, and taking a game over Bamia.
Yeah, that was definitely a game, and I like to see that too. Shadra's starting to come alive here. You know, showcasing, hey, look, first 2 games were a little bit rough, but, you know, I'm here. I got my Donatello now. This was the problem, right? You're playing Mirage earlier. Now you're playing Donatello, a clearly different character. So it's all working out for you. But I think also having access to those platforms definitely allowed them to, give them a little bit more escape options, be able to kind of disengage, and also just extend some of these combos a little bit as well. But now we're going right back to Demon Island, and this is where Bamia got their W. So you're gonna have to be careful if your name is Shadra.
Shadra, so something that I just saw happening, Shadra is mixing up the way that they're jumping in. Before, they were just jumping in front of Bamia's face and then immediately pressing a button, especially things like Spearsider. And the thing that started happening was they started jumping in front of Bamia's face, preemptively dodging, waiting for Bamia to press a button, and then able to get a whip punish off of it. I saw that interaction play out a few times. I want to see how it happens now. That doesn't matter. Bamia's off stage, able to get a couple of big hits. You saw that sidelight. He was trying to go for the same lead that he did last game, which is to try and catch Shadra dodging out.
And there we go, getting that first stock. And this is exactly what I wanted to see from Bambi after dropping a game. Just kind of, hey, look, you got your W, that's fine. I got the first two. I'm going to try and close this out as fast as I can. And when you're playing a character like Zal, it can be as fast as you can sometimes. Oh, that was just barely off the mark. Wait, counterplay here?
Uh-oh. No. That ground pound was no good. That ground pound was no good, and Shadra is bleeding for it, and dare I say sweating. Still makes it back on, though. Still is able to live another day, but dashing on in there, that doesn't KO. Wow, that has a lot less knockback than I thought it would, but that's going to be the D-Light into the side. You have nowhere to go, but Shadra, the recovery down a little bit too low. Still not able to close the stock against Zal.
Oh, man. All right, see, this is what I see pretty often too. When you come in as the player who's expected to win a match, right? Sometimes there's that pressure as the lower seeded player to be like, hey, I need to get this more than you need to get this, right? And then they take a game, they start to get that confidence, and then this other player's just all of a sudden like, all right, I need to wake this up a little bit more. I can't be, just kind of going through the motions. I need to start stepping my game up. And as we can see, taking a nice 2-stock lead there before losing that stock again. Yeah, you're looking good, man. I would say Bamia's in a very comfortable position, but I wouldn't rest quite yet.
He gets that neutralizer just to get off me tool. Cannon on hand again, and now Shadra is left weaponless. D-Light into the down air, just getting Shadra off stage. That side light is just saying, hey, back off. I'm picking up my scythe now. Good catch on that dodge. Able to get that end light as well. Looking for the recovery, and Bamia just barely able to dodge past it. Oh no! That end light should have connected. Oh, that was so close. Shadra's spacing is just a few pixels off. You have to have perfect spacing with Scythe.
Okay, there we go. That's a lot of big damage to get started. We're getting to the axe. Oh, tried looking for a way to close out that stock there. Oh, wait, are you going to find your way back? Woo, wait, wow. Okay, the TC. Oh, my God. Oh. Utilizing literally all of your resources to get back to the stage there and stay alive. Oh
yeah. Shadra now able to get the recovery, the ground pound, excuse me. Oh, complete opposite. Able just to get the back hitbox of it. Really good stuff. Closes out that stock. Shadra has a lot of work to make up for, and Bamia just needs one hit. The recovery, even with no weapon, just dealt so much knockback. It dealt good damage. Tried to get the reverse neutralizer, but it ultimately ended up getting punished. Too big of a commitment. Bamia able to close it out, able to take the game, able to subsequently take the set as well, and knocking Shadra down to elimination side.
Definitely a bit of a rough one, but that was a fantastic match and a great showcase of some strong Cannon gameplay. So I'm already biased as it is. I love Cannon. I think Cannon's the coolest weapon in the game. So, I mean, I'm all for it. But yeah, just great stuff from Bamia. Shadra put up a really, really good fight, being able to take a game back. And then, despite a rough start in that game 4, going down 2 stocks, you took it to a last stock scenario. You put some strong damage down, just wasn't able to get it closer than maybe you'd probably prefer, but hey, it is what it is. You tried, you played well, and you got to go to the elimination side of bracket. But like I said earlier, your run's not done. You just got to keep it going.
That's right. So everybody, the next match that we have coming up is going to be Mev versus Fazal. I think that should be correct. Okay. Yeah, so this match, I believe now, in the elimination side. Yes, this is elimination round 2 of top 32. Fazal took it over a player that I'm not particularly familiar with, but now we are going to be seeing indeed Lil Mev going up against Fazal. What is, if there is a set history between the two? I would love to know what that is.
Yeah, actually, let's take a look here.
Okay, they played 2 times in the past. The last time it was a community event in the middle of 2023, and then once before it was all the way in the Brawlhalla Winter Champs of 2021. So we don't really have to worry about those matches too much. The PR differential is 55 versus... oh no, wait, excuse me. That was between Fazaru and Shadra. I just gave you guys the wrong information. I apologize. Okay, yes, they did play once in the past before. It is a PR 55 versus a PR 14 differential here.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like matches are 1-1 so far. And granted, it's 1-1, but if you look at the games, right, I see 4-3 in Fazaru's favor. So, like, technically it's even, but technically it's not, because one player has one more game. So
that's right. Okay.
All right.
So I wonder what we will be seeing character-wise out of either of these. So for Zaru, I'm actually quite excited. We may be expecting the Yumiko. Yeah, Yumiko has been a character that was like discussed a little bit lately because of some tech that was found, but then also Yumiko is just interesting. Yumiko has some of the most unique signatures in this game. And I'm just curious to see how Fazaru is going to just be able to showcase those and effectively essentially zone and trap little Mev and just to be able to like manipulate the movement. That is what Yumiko does super well. Puts out projectiles, puts them out onto the stage, and then gauges, hey, do you know how to move around these things?
Yep. And then also just kind of a unique, weapon set as well. I mean, having bow and hammer, I feel like there isn't very many. I can't think of another one off the top of my head at the moment, but it's just something you don't see. You usually see people playing bow in another weapon or hammer in another weapon, but these two together, not too often.
We'll just have to see how it goes. Right now, though, okay, able to get that, that GCD light into the little follow-up thing. Fazaru, hammer on hand now, looking for the neutral, just looking to get something started, able to get that D-light into the sider and getting Mev off stage and dealing quite a few hits there. Okay, Mev just slipping under the projectiles that time, and now Mev is starting to jump over them. So the entire point of Yumiko's projectiles is you put them out there and then you see what your opponent does. Do they start jumping? Do they want to run through it? Do they just want to stay on their side of the stage? You basically check them. You ask them, what is your response? And can you mix up your responses to these things?
Mm-hmm. And despite what seems to be Mev kind of controlling the pace of the game here, it is actually really even in terms of damage. And very precarious spot off stage. All right, I like that, using the GC Sig to be able to get that wall touch, to be able to keep this stock alive just a little bit longer. Yeah, this is actually really even.
Really even, but the D-light into the recovery does not fully connect there. Looking for the neutral, the neutral, excuse me, does not connect, and Mev is just able to take the stock off the top. Gonna be opting to go for the gauntlets to open off on this fresh stock here. Backing off a little bit, gets that end light. What's gonna be the, whoa, ooh, that is creative.
That was sick. I am with that. I love it when players get a little spicy. So great start right here. I mean, despite the combo you had going, you are gonna be able to drop that stock to your opponent. So Fazaru getting on the board here finally. And we'll see if they're kind of able to, one player just kind of get something into their favor. But right now, it's been entirely even across the board. Nobody's had a very strong lead one way or another.
Just looking for all these different D-lights, able to press that end light as well here, trying to back off stage because Mev has been consistently not jumping into this projectiles, has just been opting to wait. And now Fazaru is just trying to punish Mev going under them. But how do you make it back onto the stage if you're sweating? The dodge coming in clutch at the last possible second. Mev not able to close that one out, gets that side light in again. Wow, Mev is pressing so many different signatures and they're all connecting out of different moves.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Trying to get back down to the stage here. You're in the air for so long, but finally getting down. You got a sword in hand. Can you find a way to open up another stock? And you do. Beautiful combo to close that one out and maintain a nice, decent lead here. However, I would like to see a little bit of damage on the board before you lose this one, because I would not be surprised if this stock disappears soon for you.
Get that side light as a get off me option. Mev just going to be going for the recovery there. Oh, slightly over-committing and just putting himself off stage, but luckily not getting too punished for it. Just down in the wrong direction, finds himself getting hit for it. Now the question is, can Fez close out the stock? Yes, they can. Really good stuff. Okay, again, you put out the projectile weapon, and then you're just getting under all of it. You have so many different hitboxes to look out for that there's just no place safe to go. Oh,
that was
relax. What? What?
All right. What I'm assuming happened is we saw Fizaru start to get very comfortable here with how Mev is playing, right? And like we saw that first edge guard, which by the way was nuts. Like you mentioned, the weapon toss, the projectiles, and then just kind of covering the lower option and closing out that stock. And then we saw them go off stage for that final stock there, and really just eliminating any possible choice that Mev took. Like you had a strong punish for it and were able to clean up that stock very quickly. So Mev, I need to see you play a little bit angry here because you kind of got sauced up.
Okay, I love that Fez just backing off. Oh, whoa.
Oh. All right, and that's what I like.
Guys, there's a little, dare I say, a little bit of spaghetti today. It happens to the best of us. We are in Europe after all. So let's see what's going to happen in this next game, or this next talk rather. You just have to go into this with a clean slate, right? At this point, you just have to be able to shake that off. Mev, with the gauntlets on hand right now, just looking to get that next big opening, looking for that next big neutral. Fez has been struggling to just get back onto the stage the whole time. Fez has been struggling to just get anything going after what happened that first stock. This game, you just want to be able to lose this one, and then just be like, okay, game 3.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can see with Fizaru just kind of doing here is just kind of continuing to gather data. All right,
no.
No more data for you.
Guys.
Oh my!
We don't talk about game 2. We do not talk about what happened in game 2. There is nothing to analyze. There is nothing to analyze. You just have to look at what happened to you and be like, okay, great. That didn't happen, but now all of a sudden the set count is 1-1. What happened, Skip? I feel like I just woke up.
I don't know. I'm hot. I'm hot. It's too warm in here. I gotta take this sweater off. What the heck? Hang on a sec. I gotta take my headphones off. I gotta take this hoodie off. It is too warm in here all of a sudden. All right, I'm back.
I'm sick. Okay.
I'm sick.
Game 3. You guys didn't see what happened game 2.
No, this is game 2. What are you talking about?
This is game 2. I think something with the scoreboard. I don't know, guys. I don't know if we can get moderated on this, but on Sunny GG it says it's 1-1. Game number 3. Fizaru is going to be now looking for any way to get back onto the stage here. What happened last game was that Fizaru was just not able to get back on. Every single time they were off stage, something bad happened, and Mev just got an edge guard over and over again.
I mean, it's like I literally just said, Mev, I need to see you play with a little bit of anger here, and they sure channeled Akuma for one solid game. Like that was the most Akuma thing I've seen in a hot minute. And they're just keeping it going here too. Great edge guarding play so far, getting a lot of strong hits, keeping them off stage, making them utilize these resources. They do find a way on stage for just a little bit. I do not think this stock is going to be long-lived.
Right now, Fizaru is making, just finding some space for himself, finding a couple of hits for themselves as well. Looking for some of these end lights. Oh, that's not going to be able to take it off the top quite yet. Picking up the bow yet again, looking for the end light as an anti-air, but it does not matter because Mev got on top and was able to get that weapon toss and then was able to get that finisher. As Fizaru was just end lighting and missing. You have to be sure that that move is going to just end up connecting. Goes off stage, going to be looking for the down air. That one is still not enough to be able to do it. Oh no. Fizaru just needs this KO right now so desperately.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Oh, this could be bad news. Okay, that was a bit of a scramble and ended up working it out in your favor. So I got to hand it up to Fizaru, but you got to be feeling nervous after that. You almost flubbed an entire edge guard and lost another stock.
Landing back onto the ground here, able to get that neutral. Really nice conversion though into the GC neutral light as well. Just able to get so much damage. Nice dodge out. Fizaru going to be successfully avoiding that side. Now, how is Mev going to find this next opening? Just instead jumps into whatever Fizaru was setting up. It does not matter. Taking that stock off the side. Mev has a massive lead at this point.
Oh, man. I'm still trying to recover from last game, but right now Mev is continuing to put in this work with these gauntlets here, just doing a fantastic job of kind of rushing down, not even worrying about these projectiles that Kumiko can kind of put out, but I don't know what's happening here. This is so terrifying. I'm so nervous.
Mev is just backing up a little bit, looking for that jump call out with the neutral. He doesn't actually find it. Oh, I don't know what Fizaru was pressing, but oh wait, that's supposed to be the follow-up. That's supposed to be the combo. The combo, excuse me. How did Fizaru drop that?
Oh, wow. Getting right into that weapon pickup and going right into the gauntlets and getting a combo immediately. That was just some great reaction.
Ooh.
Recognizing the situation that you're in. And you won the game for Mev. That was a sick edge guard.
Let's get this clue. That was a sick edge guard. Yeah, let's get that credit. You know, that side out to the down out, like that spacing was really tight. That was really nice. You didn't have enough resources to justify that. You needed a one-way jump. You needed to just be able to get back onto the stage. You overcommitted off stage. You put yourself at that point. Look at that. Look how cool it is. And then Fazalu, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. The recovery just ended up pineappling them. They were stuck in so much end lag. They sunk down so low. And then because of the angle of the bow recovery, you ended up putting yourself onto the stage. That's tough, buddy. Yeah, that's tough. I don't know what else to say to that.
That's just one of the situations when you're making a highlight reel for yourself. You add that clip, but you make sure you cut it off before you end up losing the game and showing that. But hey, you're gonna be switching up the Yumiko costume here, and getting into the Mishima Dojo. Oh, I love it.
Zaru on hammer at this point. Mev gonna be looking for the recovery into the neutral. Sidelight, neutral, not able to get the second pickup again. But putting Fazalu into the blender, dealing so much damage, catching all of these different dodges. Fazalu, how do you make it back onto the stage? How do you get some space for yourself? But you overextend, and then you eat that down, and you're so deep into the red. This isn't looking good.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit tough. A little reminiscent of Game 2 here, the game that doesn't exist. But you are able to find your way back to stage, and I was about to say, you know, you're extending the stock a little bit, but yeah, that was definitely a little bit rough.
Yeah, finally getting that sidelight recovery, just able to get Fazalu's, the punish on the jump there. Now Mev sitting on these gauntlets yet again. Getting a bit of a whip punish, but then once again you overcommit and you put yourself off stage. Mev isn't just... I feel like Fazalu is just never far away enough to actually properly set up with some of these projectiles, and Mev has now just been consistently slipping in there and punishing Fazalu for it.
Okay.
Like, that's the distance that you want to be. You want to be at that mid-range, right, so that you can successfully call out those kinds of jumps. Finally closing out that stock and keeping it as even as possible before they took too much damage.
And I like that too. Like, now you technically have a lead here, right? You got a little bit more damage onto Mev than you do. So after what is a pretty rough start, you're battling back very well. I'd like to see this confidence. Oh, I like to see the strong game playing just barely off on the recovery, which would have been a huge stock there potentially and a great lead moving forward. Oh my god.
Huge. And almost able to get that neutral juggle as well. Mev finally gets that end light and is finally able to pick up a weapon again. But Fazalu not able to get the follow-up once again. He has now been given enough space that he can successfully set up with these projectiles. You have to be constantly on top of Yumiko just to make sure that she never has the space or time to do so. But look at that spacing. Why the recovery? Why the recovery, not the ground pounder? Anything else?
Probably just, it could have been nerves. It could have just been one of those situations you go with the option that's more comfortable. Okay. Because I've definitely been a victim of that sometimes. Where you just like, okay, I'm in this position. There's me off stage and also them below me. I'm just going to press a button that I think is just more comfortable here and then just try to close out as best I can. And unfortunately, it didn't close out the stock. They ended up getting the stock anyway, so it's really not too much of a hassle.
Gets that weapon toss, tries to come in there with that neutral once again. Oh, and Mev is getting a little bit desperate to find some of these sidelights. No dodge off stage for a short amount of time. But Fazalu just not going to be able to capitalize on it quite yet. How does Mev close here? Overcommits to that side sig. Oh no.
Okay. There we go. Some strong hits. The recovery not going to be able to close out that stock. Looking for another one. And man, you are taking a lot of damage here in this final stock here. Mev, you got to dial in because it is looking a little rough in this game 4.
Nice and patient coming back on. Is that going to be the KO? Yes, it will be. Mev keeping themselves afloat this game. Still, 2-1 in terms of game count. You just need to be able to make this comeback on the stock. And we have seen the kind of damage output that Mev is capable of. You get that one dodge read with the gauntlets, and then you're just able to put Fazalu into this neutral hell.
Okay. Ooh. Great dodge. Using the bow to kind of rack up this damage here, and now okay, I was about to say they're both unarmed, but I keep forgetting that the gauntlets on Akuma just looked like that. But yeah, huge hit right there, closing out that game 4. We're getting a game 5 scenario, and I'm actually pretty excited because both these players have done some excellent combos, have done some eliminating some beautiful stocks. I love it, man. It's been a great game so far.
It has been, yeah. This is going into game 5, which is kind of surprising if you looked at the way that game 2 kind of went through. If you looked at the way that game 3 went, I thought that this would be very firmly in Mev's lead. But it's turning out to not be the case. Going into game number 5 now. This is now in elimination side, by the way, as a heads up. So whoever loses the set is completely knocked out of the tournament for good. So there is a lot on the line.
So there's like two things that come out of this depending on who wins, right? There's a scenario where Fazaru wins, and then that edge guard they had, you know, hey, you lost it, but that was sick, right? And you end up winning the set, so it doesn't matter that you lost that one game. And then the other side is Mev going absolutely berserk in that game 2 to justify, like, hey, listen, I know I lost game 1, I'm about to light you up, right? So it's one player is going to justify a play that they made at some point. It's just a matter of who can win this set.
Hammer on hand, Mev able to get that opening, not able to get the sidelight afterwards, and just getting all these jumps called out. This is a bad position to be in, but still just enough to get up and above. Fazaru doesn't find that edge guard and instead finds themselves off stage here.
Okay, able to get that weapon back in hand. It looks like it's the bow this time. Ooh, okay, that was a beautiful attempt on a call out. You weren't able to get it. You end up punished by Mev, who's gonna be able to take that first stock, but that was a nice attempt. I really like what they were looking for.
Waiting, being a little bit patient here, looking for... Okay, just get the recovery afterwards, gets that end light. What's it gonna be the follow-up? What's gonna be the punish? Man, Mev is just going through so many, like, early damage, like, signatures. This is the most that we've seen, like, all day thus far. Just not going through, like, the super traditional gauntlet follow-ups, just putting them out there because you know the potential reward that they may have.
Oh, all right, there we go. Putting some strong damage. Oh, okay, I was hoping that they were going to stay aggressive off stage, kind of reminiscent of what we saw in game 2, but you know what, maybe just go for the safe damage, especially the fact that this is a game 5, and the smallest mistakes could lead to the set being lost. So they're going to lose the stock here. They got a decent lead in terms of damage, but you need to get a weapon in hand. This could be it. Yep, nice, the gauntlets.
No, doesn't get that sidelight into the neutral loop, has just able to dodge out of it. Both of them are just swinging. Both of them are just going to be looking for the opening kill. Mev has been connecting a lot of sidelights, but very few of them have actually now been following up into anything. Oh, and as soon as I say it, finally, that's a sidelight into the neutral. Doesn't really go into much else, though. I feel like Mev has only been getting, like, 1 or 2 piece hits so far.
Oh, there we go. Great combo to close out that second stock. And now 1 stock away from taking the set. Fazaru's got to be feeling the pressure here, and I'm sure they are. So we're going to see what they're made of. Do they have the metal to turn this around and close this out? Or will Mev just continue to dominate and keep this lead?
That was the good idea. Fazaru got in there, baited that sidelight, didn't get a huge punish for it, but oh, there you go. That's going to be a huge punish. Yeah, you can't press that. You can't whiff that, Mev. Again, all of these GC sidelights, just such an active hitbox. Over and over again, they are connecting, and Fazaru is suffering.
Oh, that's going to be it? It is. Wow, man. You know what an end to a fantastic set. These players showcase some beautiful combos, great weapon work all around. And, you know, there was definitely some flubs. We mentioned some spaghetti a little bit earlier, but you know what? At the end of the day, these two played some fantastic Brawlhalla, and I'm just excited just to be here to be able to cast it.
Yeah, at the end, Mev pressed sidelight maybe like 6-7 times that last stock, and almost every single one of them connected. It was a lot of like GC sidelights like at that mid-range, and Fazaru was just kind of like consistently unprepared for it. They were getting like whip punished over and over. It was game 5, right? That was your last tournament stock at that point. The pressure is on, but it's that last stock I feel like can really just be boiled down to, hey, everything that Mev was going for ended up connecting every single last one of those hits, and then at some point that lead was just too big to actually come back for him. So really good stuff to Mev. That means Mev is going to be moving on throughout the tournament. And Fazaru is now officially knocked out. Mev is going to be waiting on the winner of Blaze and Rain, so probably going to be fighting Blaze, and that is going to be a really brutal opponent to have to go up against.
I would say, yeah, like Blaze being on this side of the bracket is always a danger. It's always terrifying. So while Mev put on a show, and I am a fan, that's a tough one. Yeah, you said it. That is going to be a tough one. But it looks like we got Pierre Cha taking on Akane coming up next here. This should be an interesting game as well. We got PR 43 versus 61. Looks like no matches played between the two, so this is going to be another first meeting for us.
Yeah, I am not actually particularly familiar with Pircha. We have seen Akane a few times. Before going to be starting off, I believe with the Onyx, but Pircha, if we look at like some of the players they've played or the characters they've played historically, excuse me, I see an Olgrim, I see a Telos as well. So I don't know who they're going to pick and swap in for today. But right now, Telos has just been looking good. We already saw an Olgrim in the beginning of in the beginning of the show today. So yeah, we're just waiting and seeing who it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, they were on Taros earlier. They were hovering over it. Granted, it was Roman Reigns, but that's just Taros. So who knows? They're not sitting on anybody right now. And then on the other side, Akane is sitting on Tai Lung. So we'll see. We'll see what this is going to be coming down to. Either way, again, this far in the bracket, we're due for some really good Brawlhalla in general. And I'm just excited to see what we get in front of us.
Yeah, this is PO number 43 up against 61, so, a substantial difference, and I think this is actually Piocha's first time making it into top 32, so that is pretty big. I don't think they've actually made top 32 at an event of this size before. So already this is their best bracket run so far. I'm curious to see who did they beat to get up until this point. It seems like they took it, or rather they got knocked down from winner's side, getting knocked down by... I'm trying to find the information. Getting knocked down by knees. Okay, yeah, that was a 3-0 set. Piocha got knocked down by knees. That is a brutal match to have to go up against. But Akane gonna be on the Mordex, Piocha on the Teros. Let's see what we got.
Yep. All right. Roman Reigns coming in, the big dog, to see what they can bring down here. By the way, reigning champion for like almost 1,200 days in WWE. So, huge.
Yeah, I've been saying this. Yeah. I know nothing about WWE.
I figured. But anyway, as we get back into this game here, it looks like we got our first weapons in hand. We do have the axe for Pierre, and now we're getting that scythe in for Akane. Let's see what these players can kind of get going. Right now, we do see Akane with a slight lead. See if they can kind of find a way to extend
the real trick to Scythe is, you have to figure out how to get like your spacing really, really precise. You have to be able to get like one really good dodge read, and then you can kill your opponents off stage at basically any amount of damage whatsoever. But you just need that first initial opening. So at that point, right, you get that sidelight, and you follow through with it so it doesn't pop them up. And now the question is, what do you do from here on out? Akane now just swapping over to the gauntlets instead. You're looking for that D-light, or sometimes you're just looking for that recovery, taking off that first stock, and not that much damage on the board.
Ooh, that movement to get started here on the second stock, that was crisp. And yeah, these gauntlets are putting in a lot of work right now. We do see Pierre try to create a little bit of space for himself to try to get back on that stage, but Pierre right back on the offensive.
Oh, good catch on that dodge. You have no dodge, but then, oh no, I thought we were gonna maybe see like a double recovery, maybe, like a, gravity cancel into anything, but instead, Pierre just able to get that punish with the down air, just has enough distance. That was the best possible distance for Hammer to be at. Gauntlets couldn't do anything else to cover that space directly above that quickly, but that was the best possible place for down air to follow through. So that's why you have to be careful about over-committing like that, especially below Hammer. But, as I was saying, all of that, Piocha just ended up cleaning Akane's second stock up. My bad.
The first half of this game, I was like, all right, Akane is on fire. They're looking really good here. And then they lost that stock, first stock. I'm like, okay, it's bound to happen. And then Pierre just went off for 2. that was tight. That was super clean. But now we're in the last stock scenario on this game 1. Nobody having a very strong lead. Akane does hold it at the moment, though. Look at these gauntlets, man. The work they're putting in.
Dodging, looking for that neutral air, just weaving in and around, just looking for anything against Pierre, but able to get that down air. Okay, doesn't actually connect that side light, that neutral light, excuse me. Gets that D light, and just continuing to juggle, dealing so much damage. Wow.
Oh, okay. Definitely looking a little bit tough here. Both of them whipping some moves, which could be hard punished. It's just neither of them are really converting on that right now. Maybe there's some nerves going on here already in game 1, which can lead to some pretty exciting scenarios, but some pretty spaghetti moments as well. And right now, we do have the gauntlets looking for a way to close out this final stock, but we do see Pierre pick up the hammer. And we know how Taros hurts. It could be a stock gone very quickly, but going off stage here is Akane, trying to find a way to close it out. They do get it with the recovery, and they take game 1.
That is the beauty of having such, you know, a KO option that covers that amount of space like Gauntlet Recovery. Because the goal is, hey, I just need to be under this opponent. That is my win condition. I need to be under them. As long as I am under them, I can then, you know, just sort of figure out and telegraph when are they going to touch the side of the stage. I just have to position myself under them that one time. It's okay if there's like a little bit of vertical distance between us. I can connect this recovery as long as they touch that stage first. And that's exactly what happened. Akane able to clean that up really, really nicely, able to close out that game. But that game was incredibly back and forth.
And it looks like we're going to be getting a little bit of a switch up coming into this next game. Pierre going to be sticking with Roman Reigns. Which by all means, listen, it was looking good. There's a couple flub moments, but like if you're so comfortable in this, definitely stay with it. But Akane looks like they're going to be taking Petra here, and Petra also a hard hitting champ with the gauntlets and the orb, and their orb is just it's definitely terrifying. Like the amount of power that comes out of that, the signatures, it's dangerous. It's just so crazy.
Okay, they're going to be going on over to game number 2. I don't think there were any character switch-ups. Oh, actually, no, I completely lied. Akane is going to be switching on over to the Petra. Yeah, wow, a little bit of orb action here. I'm trying to figure out what the reasoning is, especially because they won the first game. And so if somebody's like switching off, it's like, okay, you know what? The scythe didn't do a lot. I just looked at that damage and I was like, oh yeah, the scythe definitely paled in comparison to the gauntlets. So we'll just have to see how game number 2 goes.
I mean, there's also the fact that Petra just delivers like some harder hits as well. Like they have some of the highest power in the game. So that could be part of it too. They just want to capitalize more on the damage that they're getting, especially when dealing with, you know, Roman Reigns Taros, who can output a lot of damage for themselves. So on top of having the gauntlets, which is already a quicker weapon, you're able to rack up damage that much faster.
Looking for the jump call out after the Neutralite by using the Sider. It didn't connect. Gets one Sider, gets Pierre off stage here. Now what's going to happen? Pierre just looking through this opening, not swinging, and then just getting in there. That was perfect. Pierre didn't press anything. Just waited through the guide opening, and then called out Akane's movement.
Yeah, you know, this might be a situation where, hey, like, I understand the idea. In practice, it's great, but in theory right now, or in theory, it's great. In practice, it's not working out. I had totally mixed that up. But either way, you're able to take a stock back here. The recovery, just not enough resources to get back to the stage. And now both players armed and ready to go. And we see Pierre racking up some nice damage, trying to find a way to close out this stock as fast as possible. And again, Taros does that damage to make it happen.
You've got no dodge. You got no dodge. And finally, Pierre was able to get it back and finally able to just escape that blender. But Akane took full advantage of that position. Yeah, the execution was excellent on those gauntlet combos.
All right, gets the recovery. Not going to be able to close out the stock there. Whoa!
Whoa!
They certainly tried that time. That was really close. They might be able to close out one. Yep.
To get hit for whiffing that. Pierre really wanted to, and then Akane said, nope, I still have time to press Sider. I'm still going to make this my turn. Yeah, a little bit tragic for Pierre, because typically when somebody commits like that and they miss, you have to punish them.
All right. Ooh, okay. Interesting try to get that counter hit in there. Just was not fast enough. I do like the attempt, though. All right, gets the Sair to close out that second stock. And a bit of damage difference. And this could be a problem moving forward. Again, like, both characters do a lot of damage, so, like, it can easily be caught up to. But I was about to say, oh, that is huge. That is dangerous. I can't. No!
Oh,
okay.
What? What happened?
All right, I was like, cool. Akane's got this game. They don't need, you know, they got the hit. They don't need to go back out there. And then they went down for like a secure moment.
I need to see that last stock. Oh, yeah. I need to see the replay on that last stock like ASAP. Please, replays come in clutch. Okay. Right. Akane off stage, goes through that down air, and then Pierre gets that hit. That should the chase dodge up. But was it a trade? Oh, I still missed like that last moment. What was that last? Typically, you get that hit, and then you're able to get that chase dodge up, and then you're able to make it back onto the stage. It's typically what happens, but Akane was still able to close it out from that low.
I think he's just out of resources, so he just was not able to get to it and just maybe didn't react in time. So one way or the other, I mean, it is what it is. And getting into our next game, we'll see how this plays out. Game 3, Akane has taken both games so far, looking very strong. It looks like the switch to Petra has definitely helped out a little bit.
Okay, Akane, once again, just going to be looking for some of these side lights, able to get that neutral and then into the recovery as well. Pierre is getting some big hits in. Akane initiating, whipping that D-light, and just giving an opening to be punished.
Okay. Offstage. Woo! Huge ground pound to get things started here in this game 3. A strong lead as well. Now, granted, you got to make sure that you keep the pressure up. You want to keep this lead going as much as possible because this is Taros you're fighting.
Okay, getting into it with the Sato, just getting him off stage yet again. Arcane just holding on to the stage and almost getting that dodge punished too. But now look at the position that you are in off stage. Oh, gets that sidelight, gets that recovery as well.
Ooh.
Really good dodge, really good punish. Pierre had no dodge that whole time. Wow.
All right, well, hey, I think this might be a wrap. Unless Pierre has something in the gas tank to kind of, you got to go full throttle. It's full speed ahead. Put all the fuel in. I need to see what you're made of, Pierre, because right now you're facing elimination. All right, there we go. Gets the orb.
Just getting that jump.
Okay. As these two dance around, both of them not wanting to take the opening shot because punishes are huge right now. And as you can see, Arcane definitely respects their opponent and does not want to give any opening they don't need to. They got a strong lead. You want to maintain that as much as possible because momentum can swift very, very easily.
Goes through the GC side light, not able to find it, comes back in with the side. Okay, this is Pierre's edge going through. How do you go about this? You're looking to punish the end of the recovery, but you're up a little bit too high. You miscalculated the distance that it would travel, and now as a result, Arcane made it back onto the stage, and Arcane, okay, really good stuff. The end of that dodge getting punished. Pierre just able to catch that landing.
Now Pierre is showing us what they're made of right now. But you still got a little bit more to go and almost losing the stock in that recovery. That would have been super dangerous. Oh, you committed way too hard and that might be it for you. No, Arcane wasn't able to clutch it out. That's so unfortunate.
Just looking for that side light. You need that D light. You need that side light just to at least put them into that 50-50. And Arcane is just looking for the jump call out. Okay, that time Pierre dodge didn't actually just jump into the recovery. Arcane, orb in hand. Now you want a side light. You have to stay away, or in that case, you don't even need a side light. You can just connect that side. Arcane closing out that game, closing out that set, and taking it 3-0.
Yeah, that was a little too close for comfort at the end there, but you got to hand it to Arcane, clutching out, maintaining their composure, and going the distance on this one. That was a little too close for me, though. I would definitely be a little shaky going into my next match. I would need to take a breather, get a small water break before I start playing. Stretch out your hands, get loose, because, man, I would be way too tense to get into my next match.
Absolutely. So really, really good stuff too, Arcane. Yeah, that set was closed out with confidence. It just felt like they were able to punish and read a lot of Pierre's dodges, especially like after connecting a side light. They connected so many different side lights with Gauntlet. If you're getting hit like that often, then you just know that, hey, your movement, there is something about your gameplay that is actively being called out at that point.
All right. Who are we getting coming up next here?
It seems like we will be getting Heartbleed up against Marku. So,
okay.
Again, not two players that I am like very, very experienced. Okay. So Marku is actually 34 in EU. Got the stats on that. Got the confirmation on that. Heartbleed is number 44 in EU. They played against each other once in the past, and that was back at a community event all the way in the middle of 2023. So not too significant of a set record between the two. And then also the PR differential between these two isn't that good either. I feel like the set can go either way. To get up until this point, Heartbleed took it over Aquino. And, okay, and we got to see a little bit of Aquino today. We thought Aquino was, like, playing pretty well. And Marku took it over Linox.
All right. Well, we'll see how these two players kind of, figure each other out. Again, they do have a little bit of set history in Heartbleed's favor, but that doesn't matter too much all the time, because this, what was the last time they played?
The last time it was all the way in the middle of 2023. So
yeah, so there's definitely been a lot of adaptations, probably different characters being played.
Yeah, so at the moment we see Marku locked into the Chun-Li, and we're seeing Heartbleed locked into the Val. So that's interesting. I thought that maybe we would be seeing the boots, specifically the Tesca. We haven't seen a Tesca all day today yet. But nope, yeah, we're just sticking with the gauntlets. Everybody's playing gauntlets right now in EU. We're seeing so many gauntlets. We're seeing so much spear, of course, sword for the consistency. This is in many ways going to be a very classic game of Brawlhalla.
Yeah, I feel like gauntlets in general is just like, it's just such a solid weapon. Like, even if it got like some nerfs or anything like that, like it's just the combo potential is just so strong. It just racks up damage well, even if you're not playing a heavy damage character. And just the way it can control like the pace of the game, control the stage, just moving your opponent which way or wherever. It's just always going to be a solid option. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing a lot of gauntlets.
All right, and we're about to get into it. So this is in top 32 elimination side. The winner of this match gets into the qualifying elimination side for the top 8. They will be going up against, I believe, the loser of Knees and Skeldra. So the winner of this, they have a huge match ahead of them nonetheless. That being said, everybody, we're starting with game number 1. Harpoon already picking up the sword, Marker with the gauntlets. Let's get it. Yeah,
that is definitely going to be a scary match coming up here. So they are playing a very difficult match to play a more difficult match. So, but either way, yeah, let's get into this right now. Demon Island is going to be the starting stage. Both players with gauntlets in hand. Let's see these fists fly.
Okay, gets that neutral, gets another one, and then sliding off with that D-Sig. Yeah, that D-Sig is insane. It has so much space coverage. It's really nice just to slide off stage with it. Heartbleed, though, really surprised that Marco didn't opt for the pogo. It felt like the timing on when they would actually touch the stage was a little telegraphed, but okay, getting really risky off stage. Wow.
I mean, it's definitely one of those scenarios where you could get aggressive now, right? But it's probably something just hold in the pocket just to see how your opponent wants to recover. What's their more comfortable way? And unfortunately, by not going for it, it seems like you've kind of given them the stock lead. But again, it's game 1. You got to figure a lot about each other. Like, whatever game you had before kind of means nothing. Because like you mentioned, it was way back in the middle of 2022, and that's like a year and a half ago.
Hopefully back it off a little bit. Oh, that was huge. I thought that was going to be the follow-up, but not quite yet. Waiting. Okay, no dodge. How do you get back down? Marku just able to get up and around. There you go. That's the punish, catching the dodge down, but then no huge follow-up after the neutral. It does not matter because Heartbleed has a really nice lead at the moment.
And Heartbleed just continues to push this lead in their favor. Ooh, they were looking for a way to close that one out and just barely missed. Now got the sword in hand. Okay, they're going to lose their stock. They're going to come back to stage, but I mean, while Marker can feel a little more comfortable in this situation, they are already deep into the red, and it doesn't take much to take the stock out of the way, and a game 1 going into Heartbleed's favor. So let's see if Marker can find a way to step up the pace here.
Looking for that jump call out. Yeah, you got to be careful whiffing like Spear Delight. You have so much reward off of Spear Delight, but you know, you just press it in neutral like that and you'll be eating a huge punish, especially up against gauntlets. Now Heartbleed backing off a little bit. Okay, just trying to keep Marku off stage here, going off stage for the downer as well. Doesn't get the neutral. Marku makes it back on, but then immediately puts themselves off stage again.
Here you go, some strong hits to kind of get something going here, but not enough to really make a dent, I would feel like. And Heartbleed now have stage control, but not for long, as we do see Marker find a way back on. Jeez, dude, Heartbleed's just going kind of insane here. But off stage now, ran out of resources. That's unfortunate. And honestly, that's great for Marker, because now what seemed like a game where you're just fighting uphill the entire time, that hill doesn't seem so steep anymore.
Picking up the gauntlets yet again, looking for some of these sidelights. Okay, man, Spirit players, they love whiffing D-Light. That move is so exploitable. Gauntlet, sidelight is like the best possible move to punish it, right? Because it just like sweeps up and catches opponents in the air at that distance. And Marku has taken a beating for it. Yet again, stuck off stage, gets that D-Light, popped up there. How do you actually land back down? You still have no dodge. Marku has played half of this game off stage.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tough one. Oh, okay, not quite gonna lose that stock yet, but you will there. As game 1 goes into Heartbleed's favor, I would say in a fairly dominant fashion. It was definitely strongly in their favor, but it's not. I'm not 100% sold. I feel like Marker just needs to make a few solid adaptations, and they can definitely turn this one around.
Marker played the majority of this game off stage. That's what happened here. They were just stuck off stage. They were not able to find a nice way to get back on. And then in neutral, they whiffed a lot of D-Lights. A couple of other buttons, and Heartbleed was able to get some of those whiff punishes. And then, after those moves were actually whiffed, I gotta say, I love his advantage. I love the advantage state. Just like always able to just stay on the ground, always able to get that reset. Every single time that I saw Heartbleed connect like a sidelight, every single time we saw a neutral, they weren't in isolation. We always at least saw one more hit afterwards, if not two, if not three hits. So the advantage state, the combo game, and in terms of stage control, Heartbleed took out that game one with confidence.
3, 2, and you know what? I like what we're seeing here too, bringing out the platforms as is going to give Marker some additional spots to be able to retreat or recover to without being stuck off stage, I think, quite as much. So I think this is definitely a smarter option, a better spot to go to. And also bringing out the Rayman, who's just always been like a consistent, strong character.
The moving around each other. Okay, that is 3 times that I have seen Heartbleed go for a sidelight with sword, and all 3 of them have been punished. You have to overshoot if you want to catch an opponent that's playing that far back. You got to either dash in, dash out, and do it. You have to mix something else up about it, because if you keep whiffing like that, you will get punished. Sword is no longer on the stage. It's no longer in play. Oh, so much knockback. Okay, but can you still make it back on? You cannot. Heartbleed getting knocked down. Marker taking out that first stock. Such a different opening to the last game.
Okay. Now we're dancing around here. Marker off to that good start. And again, like, even though I feel like they're whiffing a lot of moves here, it was definitely a good opening. So definitely having that nice switch. I think having these platforms and also just switching up the weapons a little bit too has definitely been a huge boon so far.
Gets that neutral, extends with the side and then puts himself off stage. Gotta gently find a way to make it back on. Wanted to go through the double side light. Didn't connect. It was unsuccessful. End light does connect though. Whiffing that D light, and that just gives Heartbleed that opening.
All right, what's the option here? You're just gonna let him onto stage? I mean, not let him. They definitely tried to get a punish, but just a little too slow on the draw. And that's definitely going to be a little bit costly, because now you allow Marker to extend this stock just a little bit longer and potentially get a few more hits in here. And as we can see, these hits are coming through. Great dodge. Okay, not going to follow up into anything after that one hit.
Tossing out that weapon. Really nice weapon spawn, picking up the sword. No dodge, but then sword is such a difficult weapon to actually get back onto the stage against. Yeah, ooh, indeed. That was a lovely weapon toss. But Heartbleed just spaced out Marker and made it really difficult for him to get any footing.
All right, well, now we're going straight fisticuffs here to see what player can get a nice opening to get started. I mean, right now it's looking... Oh, they were definitely looking for a way to close that one out, potentially off the top. But getting that dare just kind of disrupt the combo game.
Oh. That side of the angle is so nasty. Yeah, Heartbleed at that point, no way to make it back onto the stage. And now once again, Marker securing that lead. A lot more consistent at closing stocks than the last game, I have to say.
Yeah, and again, just looking more comfortable in general, too. And like I said, like I think it does happen to do with the platforms, you know, having that additional space as well. It's definitely been a huge help. Ooh.
Okay, the GC sidelight able to get a bit of a follow-up. Gets the sidelight and then into the ground pound as well. Wanted to go for another one. Heartbleed is being so aggressive off stage. Both of them luckily make it back on safely.
All right. Some good strong hits. Just trying to create a little bit of space and get back on stage, and Heartbleed certainly does. Whoa!
Oh, Heartbleed had that. That was the right idea, but then held on to the ground pound a little bit too long. And then the neutral does connect. You make it back on thanks to the chase dodge. You're holding it down. You get that ground pound. That is a gauntlet ditto off stage. That is what happens when there are 2 gauntlets off stage. Anybody can get KO'd at any given moment. You get that one neutral, you scoop them up, and then you immediately flip that position. Nobody is safe when gauntlets are off stage.
Oh, man. It's not even just that. Like, you were doing so well, and then you just made one misplay. And now it's a relatively even game. Yes, the damage percentages are a little bit different here, but for the most part, Heartbleed is within shooting distance to really find a way to just close this one out. And of course, I said something, and Marker closes it out for themselves. Hey, my bad, Heartbleed.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool game. I loved all the gauntlet ditto action that we were getting between these two, with both of them on the screen. So what happened? Why did Marker end up winning? It felt like when it came to edgeguarding, they were significantly more consistent than Heartbleed were that game around. But then also in neutral, I just feel like at the beginning of the game, that was not a good opening for Heartbleed. Like when they picked up the sword and they just like kept trying to initiate over and over, they got punished a lot. And it took a lot of damage for it. I really liked the sword towards like the end where we started to see them successfully like space out Marker. I just don't feel like the sword did that much that game.
Yeah. I'm trying to see exactly like what the weapon damage numbers are. We should be seeing that pop up here in just a little bit, but yeah, it's definitely just that axe. That's what I was thinking too. Is just the axe just played that much more of a part here. While you still kind of had access to the gauntlets, but just having that stronger weapon, just access whenever you needed it to be able to close out stocks. I mean, that was definitely just huge. So, I mean, well played from Marker to, kind of answer back, especially after that game one where Heartbleed just felt really in control. I like it. And now we're going back here. Yep.
We got the JU now. A little bit of greatsword action is about to be afoot. So it's going to be pretty interesting. But right now, just the regular plain old sword for now. Heartbleed. Sword in hand, gets that end light, backs off a little bit, looking for the second one, but then ends up misspacing it. Setting up a juggle, and you already know how devastating sword juggles can be. Neutral recovery, you can just hunt them down.
Yep. Here we go. Yeah, the sword definitely bringing in some strong damage so far. Just trying to get things racked up a little bit early here so you can bring out that greatsword later on and potentially close out some stocks. I mean, Jae-yoon already hits really hard, and then greatsword in general is just so strong itself.
Sidelight, D-light, but then the issue is at that point, the stage greatsword doesn't have a lot of great follow-ups because you carry the opponent off stage. I feel like greatsword is the kind of a weapon where you want big stages with a lot of room on the ground because you hit that sidelight, D-light, and then your follow-ups get so inconsistent. But right now, Marco cleaning up that first stock.
Okay, now we're just getting dancing around here as Marker tries to keep Heartbleed from getting that weapon, but they still find a way to get it regardless. And now it's an offstage game.
Patient. That was a really nice, patient, gentle way to get back onto the stage, but that's the recovery to close. Yep, that's a classic sword B&Bs. That's what you do exceptionally well. And now Heartbleed is looking to initiate with some of these side lights, whiffing quite a bit, but does get that reverse neutral light after the D-light bridge. That's exactly what you're looking for. That's one downer, gets that sider, and gets another downer, but then, Heartbleed, you've overcommitted off stage. Look what you've done. You are your own undoing. Oh no.
It's already tough to switching to a character like this in literally the middle of the set after 2 games, right? Because you gotta, especially because it's just such a different playstyle at that point than what you were playing. And now you're in a spot where you just gave up a free stock. Granted, you could even things up here relatively soon. And yep, as we do get it. So, okay, not as bad now, but at the time, it looked a little grim, so I am happy to see that stock gets taken. But now I need to see this damage racked up. I need to see you work hard. You gotta work extra hard, actually, to try and find a way to get this game.
Right now, looking for the recovery, looking for the neutral, just looking to get anything started, but now that's Gauntlets off stage, that's Rayman off stage, and that is Greatsword off stage. Greatsword can sometimes really struggle to get back on because that recovery, I mean, it's a nice horizontal hitbox and it's a nice active button, but you don't have moves that are fast enough that lets you basically say, hey, get off of me and stop edge guarding. The best that you have is, again, the horizontal hitbox of recovery and then maybe neutral sometimes. But that's Gauntlets off stage. That's that ground pound. Those are some menacing buttons. Yeah, Heartbleed just could not get back onto the stage that game.
Yeah, it looks like we are returning to... Oh, wait, no. Was Marker playing Chun-Li earlier? Or was it Heartbleed?
Maybe? Question mark? I don't know.
Because I feel like Marker was playing the same Chun-Li, and then they switched to Rayman. I don't know. I'm all over the place now. Maybe I'm misremembering things, but I could have sworn that they were playing this exact Chun-Li, but yeah, whatever. Either way, Demon Island here for Game 4 as we got Marker up 2-1. So we really need to see Heartbleed make some or make some plays here.
Yeah, look, the biggest issue that's coming out is that, man, they are struggling to get back onto the stage. Heartbleed has been consistently getting edge-guarded over and over again, and so it's going to take quite a few adaptations to actually, come back against that. Looking for the sidelight, gets that end-light punish, really good stuff. Gauntlets on hand yet again, looking for the GC sidelight that almost connected. I love the idea. That's one down. Heartbleed backing off, whipping that end-light, and look at the edge-guarded sequence again. It is happening. It is coming into play, but Heartbleed barely making it back on. Wow.
Yep. And not going to take that stock quite yet. Goes for the weapon toss to try and secure it. And they aren't able to do that, but they do get that one right there. And that's a nice little lead. Marker definitely sitting pretty right now. Only needs 2 more stocks to close out the set.
Gets that side light, gets that recovery, and just jumping up doesn't commit to anything else on the way back down. Whipping that end light does give Marku to just get one hit in. Side light, neutral, really good damage. Oh, Heartbleed needs to close ASAP. You need a D-light, you need that side light, you need that jump call out with recovery, you need something. Looking for that GC D-light, but that was the wrong direction. Finally, there it is. One bad recovery from Marku, good punish from Heartbleed.
And now, got these weapon juggles going on here. Got the spear in hand, getting a couple pokes, put up a little bit of damage, and right now doing a great job of just controlling the stage in a combo. Beautiful stuff. Oh, wait. Oh, all that beautiful work for nothing.
Man, that angle on Gauntlet Side, I have just seen it devastate opponents over and over again because it puts you down and diagonally down. So you're just not making it back. You just not. Right? There's no other way to put it. Marku has a massive lead at this moment. Heartbleed is about to have the last Heartbleed.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking like it. That is for sure. Especially with this axe coming out here, putting out some strong damage. But we have life, and that is huge for Heartbleed. Kind of making a statement here with that Sig, trying to close that one out and just saying, hey, look, I'm still alive. You are not going to be able to just walk right over me and take this W. You got to work for it still.
Yeah, you still got to worry about that slide off the Sig. That move is crazy. But, oh, just the... barely missed. That was a really good idea to go for that recovery. That side hitbox can be brutal. That's a side. Now Gauntlet's off stage. You have to touch the wall. But Marku, no punish. Sweating on the way back down. Turning up the heat. Okay, this can go any way. This is anybody's game.
Yeah, but Marker's definitely playing a little bit nervous, trying to play a bit more patient as well, allowing Heartbleed to attempt to, like, you know, get a little aggressive and see if they can find a way to punish it. But right now, Heartbleed standing strong here, but not strong enough. And woo, indeed, as Marker finds a way to clutch out the set. Beautiful.
You know, I saw Heartbleed connect that D-Light with the spear, and I was like, oh, okay, this is it. This is the game, and they got that dodge read. But then Marku landed back down safely, and then was just able to put them in their own blender, in their own situation of the side light recovery with the gauntlets. Man, Marku is kind of crazy and kind of terrifying off stage when it comes to those gauntlets. We have seen the amount of edge guarding attempts over and over again. They are aggressive and they're not afraid to show it.
Yeah, no, and I mean, that's definitely huge, too. Like, we've been seeing a lot of crazy off-stage shenanigans with gauntlets today. Like, just this block alone. And we're not even done for today, too. Like, that's the crazy part. So, I'm definitely excited to see where this bracket goes from here. I mean, we got a lot of players who are scrapping, and they're playing like they're fighting for their lives. It is terrifying, but also very exciting at the same time.
Listen, it's a big event. It's a big day. This is the first event back, the first official event back of 2024. So there is a lot on the line. There is a lot at stake here. Everybody, thank you so much for listening to us. That is going to do it for now for Skiff and I. We will be back on a little bit later if we're good to throw it to the others. By the way, I believe today is Polymonto's birthday, if I'm not mistaken. Great. So we're going to be signing off. We're going to be switching off to Flambeau and Polymonto. Everybody in chat, you better wish Polly a happy birthday. Okay, beloved member of the community, incredible co-caster, and resident Swedish guy. So, I want to see you all saying happy birthday to him. Everybody,
happy birthday, Polly!
Listening. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't say it. Happy birthday to Polly if you're listening. Thank you so much for listening to us. We will be on a little bit later to open off the side stream for South America. Until then, Flambeau and Polly will take care of you, and they'll see you in just a few moments, so don't go anywhere quite yet.
What is up, Brawlhalla, and welcome back to some more action. My name is Polymonto, and I'm joined here by Flambeau. You're watching the trial of Ymir, and we are moving into the second block of the EU games. We're getting deep into the elimination side of the bracket. How are you doing, Flambeau?
I'm doing quite well. A better question is, how are you doing, Polly? Birthday boy, 19 years old. Clearly have successfully passed the trial of Ymir, right? You got the extra digit added to the count there. So, well, not quite. I guess you didn't get an extra digit. You got an extra single one year, 18 to 19. You must be feeling on top of the world.
I don't know if that means I passed Ymir, but I mean, yes, it is indeed my birthday, and I said it on Twitter. I mean, I don't need any birthday gifts or anything from my family because I already have everything I need, baby. We're watching EU gameplay, we're watching SA gameplay. We have everything you need for a really, really good night, and yeah, I'm keeping up to date on the bracket. Have you been seeing what's been going on, Flambeau?
I mean, I'm as informed as a person can be, Polly. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm seeing, I mean, it's been a while, I think, since we've gotten to engage in something like this. I mean, granted, you know, we got a different name this time around, but effectively, in some ways, this would be like kind of like a spiritual equivalent to Winters, if, you know, the way we would do things before, right? And so it's always interesting to see what people perform at what stages of the year, because there are some storylines that kind of end up in that way. And so I'm curious to see what's going on the EU side of things. I do see that like Frost and Jake are in the lobby. Is that probably who we're going to be talking over next? But otherwise, things have been going pretty hot. What did you see in there?
Yeah, so I mean, I think you're spot on. We do indeed have a large generational shift, not only in the EU like right now, but as we mentioned, you know, Winter Championship is always where that happens. Which this isn't really Winter Championship, right? But it is the equivalent. As you mentioned, we have Jakey and Shadra in the lobby, which are going to be starting it off, and we have actually, dude, I've been checking we have so many cool games today. The bracket has been kind of crazy. I mean, I'm looking at this bracket. I see Marker, I see Delta Akani, I see Big Cucumber Cutter 7. I think I have been asked today 25 times, who is Big Cucumber Cutter 7?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a gamer tag you kind of like casually run into, right? Like, you see a tag like that, it's gonna kind of make a mark regardless of what happens because of how bizarre it is. But it seems like you have the inside scoop on that.
Yeah, but we are going to be. I feel like I should wait with that until they are on the screen. As we would say in Swedish, the one who waits for something good can never wait too long. We are going to be seeing that game later, but we do actually have Jakey and Shadra. They're loading in. We're getting ready to start playing, Flambeau.
All right, this should be good. I mean, we do see Jakey, one top 32. Shadra, though, I think a bit more familiar to people with 5 top 32 placements, but never quite breaking into that top 8 is going to be locking in the Mirage, where Jakey is rocking the Asuri, which Asuri, I feel like we haven't seen too much of these days. There was like a big Qatar wave that happened at some point during the year last year, and then they kind of fell off. And so when Qatars fall off, it generally means that we don't see not Hattori, but Asuri as much. But it looks like this time around she's starting to make a splash again.
Yeah, absolutely. Asuri in general has been quite favored as of recently. We're seeing more and more Qatars in not only the ranked queues, but also in the tournaments. And also, we have seen an insane amount of Mirage players today, man. It looks like Shadra is no exception. Shadra, very, very well known for his Mirage pick.
Yes, right, and we've been seeing Godly rocking the Mirage as well. We saw a lot of Sandstorm playing Mirage. It's going to be a double. No, just goes right into the Sayer despite catching the dodge, saying, I don't have enough time to get that second D-Light there. Sometimes it's a little weird when you catch the dodge in with the sidelight on Spear. Ooh, nice wait. Couldn't get the dodge there, but man, Shadra is playing pretty darn good right now. Jakey just trying to maintain stage control.
Jakey trying to search for that grounded option onto Shadra, but Shadra is not allowing him to find it. Going to take that D-Light Sayer to the face. Able to get back up though with some slippery movement. He retakes the stage control with that. Ooh, nice there.
Ooh, okay. Potential edge guard situation here. Shadra gonna go ahead and grab a new weapon. Has that spear. Just goes for the immediate D-light. I don't even think there was a dodge there. Just said, you know what? I'm gonna call you out here, and it works. Shadra getting the first stock of this game.
Oof. And it looks like he just keeps going, finding so many nairs, so many aerial options here, and the damage racks up so quickly onto Jakey as Shadra is just pushing that advantage stage further and further.
Okay, not bad at all. Ends up losing the stock, but not without dealing a whole boatload of damage onto Jakey now. Managing to pick up this spear. Is going to go ahead and try to see if maybe we can get some Ed Lights, some D Lights for the anti-airs, because Jakey has been opting to go to these platforms quite a bit. And so Shadra's like, well, if I can catch you coming down with the D Light, I get a guaranteed combo. Tries again there, but Jakey doing a good job of mixing up the high and the low, but still not able to find these wins in the neutral exchanges. Look at these weapon tosses from Shadra.
Yeah, weapon tosses coming out. Shadra is fortunately going to be able to pick up another weapon. Those weapon throws maybe wasn't the best play in the book, and that D-Sig didn't connect. Jakey able to get a punish in there. Shadra not able to follow up with that side there. Could Jakey still be going out? Shadra tries to go for a commitment. Going over to the spear, but the D-Sig doesn't connect either. Oh, but what a beautiful bounce with that signature.
Man, great stuff, honestly, from Jakey. Despite losing the stock there, was able to bring things relatively back to even. Even managed to bait out a spot dodge from Shadra, but wasn't able to capitalize. I think a Qatar down sig is usually the option that most Asuris will go for in that position. But speak of the devil, it is just a good move on its own. You just throw it out, you'll get the stock, and now we have ourselves a tie game. Jakey trailing a little bit in damage, but not by too much, and Mirage doesn't have a whole lot of defense, so it is doable.
Jakey is gonna have to try find a pretty large damage build-up combo here, but what's that? He miscalculated his options, and that's him going out. The dodge just barely too late, and he's not going to be able to get back up. What an unfortunate ending to that first game.
Yeah, no, that was a little sad. I'm not gonna lie, that was a little sad. It was looking like a close game, and then just a bit of a misplay. Sometimes that happens. You try to drift into the wall and fast fall, and you just don't quite get the wall touch, and then you're like, oh, I'm really low now. You have to spend so many resources to get back to the stage, and luckily for Shadra, was in the right spot. Just threw out that GC down sig, was able to close out the game kind of for free, but hopefully in this game too, a little bit of a change of scenery. We have no platforms at play here. We're on Demon Island.
Yeah, and I think that definitely could have quite a large impact. Not only the Asuri, some of the Asuri neutral signatures are going to be a lot more dangerous when you have walls this thin. Shadra was able to pick up a lot of nice combos with that platforms, which he now doesn't have an opportunity to do anymore.
Okay, let's see. Nice attempt here from Shadra. Tries to go for that ground pound. It's not going to collect. D-Light Sair is the name of the game here. Shadra's trying to recover. Manages to do so. Jakey had no weapon for the moment. Throws away those Qatars as well. Waiting for that sword. It spawns on the left side, which means that Shadra's going to be able to pick it up. And still trying to starve out Jakey, but manages to give up the weapon. And here's a shot for an edge guard.
Oh, and there it is.
It's quick with it.
Jakey was so close to getting an easy lead there into the beginning of the game, but Shadra is just able to sustain that stock despite being damaged. He's just not taking any of these hits that is going to be knocking out. As I say so, Jakey's able to line up a recovery. He's going to even it out a bit further. You have the weapon advantage, you have the Qatars in hand. This, you have all of the right circumstances to build up and even out this damage, which he is able to do.
And it's always interesting. I always like to see what Qatar's players opt to go for when they get the sidelight, right? Because at this point, this patch probably happened like a year ago, where after sidelight, oh my gosh, Pogo, hold on. Got two,
that's the second. Three, weapon throw. Ah, he doesn't even need the fourth. Dude, spear off stage.
Yeah.
What is there to be said? Like, Jakey took one spear there to the face, and it's like, I mean, I guess you chose... I guess you chose death.
On a stage like Demon Island 2, where the walls are so short, it's so much easier to line up those pogos because you know that they're looking for that wall touch. And Shadra completely capitalizing. Jakey kind of falling behind here, goes for the side sig this time around. And that one packs quite a bit more force. It looks very similar to the down sig. You know, the untrained eye may not recognize the difference because Asuri be swiping, but it do hit quite a bit harder.
Throws out that nair, tries to go for some of that aerial play that he found great success on earlier. Jakey, he gets a good opening. He's not able to find that, you know, final blow that you need on Katars.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, he punished that with a D-Light and then kept going? That's insane by Jakey.
Yeah, great spacing there, right? Was able to line up, because you know that Qatar D-Light goes a little bit diagonal with the hitbox, and so was able to stand a little bit off to the side and hit the direct middle of a spear ground pound to anti-air it. Line it up perfect, you can stuff it out, but you have to have the spacing proper.
Oh, that was, it was so even, but Jakey did such a good job at taking back all of that damage, but Shadra, he had that lead for so long, just looking for a single hit. He's able to finally get it, I think, the nair into the recovery, and that's going to be game. We're 2-0 on the board now.
Okay, and Shadra making it kind of easy toward the end there, right? Says, I got all this damage racked up, I'm gonna hit you with a sidelight, and then if you just go for jump recovery after that sidelight, you cover quite a bit of dodge reads, right? Anything that's kind of a bit on the higher end, you're dodging up and away, you're dodging to the side, you can catch with that jump recovery, and so really just kind of picked a safe option to find the KO and was able to lock it in.
I do gotta say, there's like 2 things you need to know about Shadra. He is quite literally the highest experience Mirage in the entire game, in the world.
Wow.
On top of that, I tuned into his stream earlier today, and he's listening to Speedcore. I feel like that explains so much of his playstyle. I mean, look, that double Sair, 8 seconds into the match. He's trying to throw out attacks as fast as the BPM of the song, dude.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
I see what you're talking about. Shadra's out here cooking. Jakey's trying to answer back here. The weapon throw into the NSIG to force the jump. That's going to make things a little bit difficult. Shadra clearly feeling himself. We'll see if Jakey can bring himself back into this one. But right now, it's the name of the game is Mirage. Jakey tries to pop off. It's not going to be enough. Shadra tries to get the retaliation, but the side sig's not going to hit. They're trading blows, but Jakey's behind. He needs clear W's.
Jakey has been even against Shadra so many times in terms of neutral, and right now he's actually completely dominating that neutral space. I don't think after Shadra got those 2 biggest rings, I don't think Shadra hit Jakey a single time.
Oh man, things are heating up. Shadra, they're playing off stage now. Jakey gets the recovery, but it's not going to be enough. Shadra turns it around with the ground pound. Is going to go for another, and that's going to be the stock. Jakey is out of there, and now Shadra ahead by a stock yet again, sitting at is set point, already up 2-0. Jakey needs to turn things around. He needs to win this game to keep the dreams alive here.
This is a roller coaster of emotions, man. Shadra doing so well on the offstage against Jakey, only for Jakey to again pop off in literally every single neutral interaction. Shadra isn't able to break his mobile right now. They're kind of going blow for blow, which is good for Shadra since he was in that damage lead. But as they're loading in to their final stocks here, this is still any man's game.
Hey, Jakey starts off with a couple nairs, getting those quick juggles, but Shadra's answering back. You can see the aggressive chase dodges, looking for a dodge out of Jakey. This time reads high, Jakey goes low, doing a great job of mixing up his options, but he keeps losing out in the neutral game. Has an opportunity to get a lot of damage on Shadra. He's too slow for the punish, and Shadra tries to capitalize. A ground pound, hold on, can Jakey close it out here?
Finds the sidelight, tries to go for the dare, doesn't connect. He gets a true combo though with the weapon throw. He's looking for a signature. No, he's looking for the Sair. Shadra finds the punish though, and that could be it. He's disarmed. Jakey looking for the offstage option.
He's too slow for the punish.
Oh, and that's a GC!
Shadra gets the double D-Light Sair. Jakey had it. He had it, but he just didn't
so
believe
close.
hard enough. He didn't believe hard enough. We saw Shadra sitting with the exclamation points in the sweat beads, trying to figure out how to land, and Jakey had to have the confidence to dash up and just D-Light the landing, and he didn't pull the trigger.
Such a close set all throughout. It really was a roller coaster of emotions. 1 second it looked like Shadra was absolutely owning the game, and then Jakey would just come back with equal precision. That GC D-Light, man, that's where it all fell apart in the end there.
Oh man, that's tough. That is tough. Jakey putting out a great performance in that game 3. You can even go ahead and take a look at the stats here. pretty much as even as it goes. I mean, 54 light attacks to 53 light attacks. They were swinging as often as they could on each other, but Shadra was finding more consistency on the blows.
Absolutely. I mean, what is it we always say? We say that this tournament, if anything, it is about, you know, seeing what have all of these players been up to during the off season. And I mean, Jakey, I don't know about you, but I've heard the name Jakey a lot of times, as in like, yo, Jakey is really improving. Jakey is an upcoming player. Jakey is about to get some placement soon. This dude was, I didn't see it, PR 53, I believe. I think, doesn't this mean he finished 13th? Like, that's still crazy. That is really, really crazy.
No, that's awesome, right? Like, it's the first big tournament of the year. People are looking to make a name for themselves. I mean, Jake, you were looking at before, had like what, like one top 32 or something like that, but clearly didn't have a whole lot of experience kind of being this high up in the bracket. And so that's a great way to start the year. You're already making a name for yourself. You're already proving that you have so much that you can do. But on the other side of things, Shadra had, I think, 5 or so different top 32s, clearly looking to make it a little bit further in the bracket, and has already secured one of the next steps in making that a reality.
Yeah. No top 8s on the side of Shadra, but they are going to be advancing to the next round, and we are going to be able to follow them on their journey later. But we do have the next players in the lobby, and Flambo, we were talking about it earlier. I said the one who waits for something good can never wait too long. Well, we've waited until now. He's on our screen. It's Big Cucumber Cutter 7, the name that is literally on everyone's minds.
Big Cucumber Cutter 7, PR 82, going up against Rain, PR number 71. Both of these guys, it looks like, have never made it this far in the bracket, is what I'm seeing here. So this is actually going to be real fun to watch. You know anything about Rain?
So Rain, as far as I am aware, it plays both Val and Wushang, and is a little bit of a Gauntlet fanatic. He started off playing the game in console, and I don't really know exactly when, but he got a PC, and he has really, really been improving as of lately. And it's kind of funny because Big Cucumber Cutter 7 has kind of a similar backstory, where I do also want to mention, I know that this is the previous nickname, but Big Cucumber Cutter 7 is also known as a Sage. If any players, any viewers in the chat are like, oh yeah, I know that guy. But yeah, also been improving super, super fast. So, I mean, we just got upcoming players versus upcoming players in all of our sets right now, and we are getting started, Flambo.
Okay, on the Western Air Temple, no less. And you are right, Rain locking in with a level 100 Val. So clearly has put the hours in, has the chops, has the tenure, is here to try to put Big Cucumber Cutter 7 to shame. But Big Cuke, we'll see what the Satori has to say about it. Level 71, I believe, so clearly no stranger to playing this legend either.
Controlling the air with these gauntlets, trying to look for any options here. Big Cucumber Cutter is going to be able to pick up that sword. And I see now why they say his sword neutral is super strong. He's finding hits left and right. Rain is having a really hard time at breaking his neutral bubble. Ground pound almost hitting Big Cucumber Cutter, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, first it's gonna be Big Cuke getting that first stock. But Rain trying to answer back here, gets that unarmed Enlight, looking to close out the stock, throws out the Val and Sig. It doesn't connect, but here could be a conversion, and I love the extra juice there. Saw the dodge, said, why go for D-Light recovery? I can get their recovery now because you don't have that dodge in your arsenal.
Able to get that 3-piece to close out the stock. Cucumber now on the spear. Last game around, we had a very, very even beginning of the stock, but at this point, you know, a full stock is already passed. This is kind of where you get to see who has been able to make the adjustments the fastest. Kind of looks like it's still quite even. Rain winning a lot more than neutral interactions, but Cucumber is able to bounce back from a lot of them.
Yeah, and I feel like these platforms have been making it trickier for Big Cucumber Cutter to really find a way to hit Rain. Generally, you know, a Gauntlet player whiffs a side light, you're trying to get that D-light as a Spear player, but it's been a lot more awkward because of these platform heights, trying to figure out where Rain's going to end up. Oh, nice
Super
dodge.
good position there. Yeah, super good position there, but a good position won't matter much if you're absolutely insane at getting back onto stage. Very cleanly played, but Rain is still going to be able to get that stock off. It just had a slight delay. And you know, that is a good feeling if you're Rain, right? You kind of messed up on the edge guard, but you're still able to take out that stock without taking basically any extra damage.
Okay. Let's see, recovery 2. Do we see 3 from Big Cuke? We're not going to see it quite yet, but a side sig will seal the deal. Great movement to get tricky and hit Rain on that end. And now we have a final stock game. Both players here looking to make that first lead for themselves in the set, but Big Cucumber is kind of trailing behind a little bit in damage. We see those dash lands onto the platform, onto the base platform, to a dash jump to really get tricky with the openings. Keeps dash landing onto these platforms to try to get tricky on Rain. Can Rain stop him here?
Ground Pound comes out, but Rain is able to get back on pretty safely. And this is the aerial gameplay. This is the aerial gameplay that's been tripping Rain up so much. As soon as Cucumber takes up some of that neutral momentum, he just keeps going. Rain, you were looking so solid at the beginning of the stock. He finds that Seer. Is that enough to tip the tides of the battle? Gets thrown off stage.
Recovery's not quite enough, and Rain is disarmed. Against the end light, that should give an opportunity for a weapon to spawn if he wants to get it. Has the gauntlets, has to go for a D-light recovery. If you want to get the stock, a side air might be enough with an edge guard. The weapon throw forces the dodge, but he needs to find the hit. That side light might be enough. It's not quite, and Rain almost gets the retaliation with the recovery. Rain gets caught on the jump toward the weapon by the exit.
No way! No way! Bro, Cucumber. Big Cucumber just robbed that stock off of Rain, completely dodging all of the options, throwing out a single neutral signature. It was all that was needed, man. And that is game 1 going over to Cucumber. I don't know. I am speechless, Flambo.
Okay. Big Cucumber. Not number 5, not number 6, number 7. 7 iterations of this. This is the newest iPhone on the market. Here to rock with y'all. Brandon, we'll see just how well Big Cucumber is able to hold on, as Rain, I'm sure, is not going to make it easy, especially after narrowly losing that previous game. He's going to try a little bit harder here to make sure that he can go ahead and put one for himself back on the board. But Big Cuke almost stopping it right there, kind of threw that stock away. That's going to be a ground pound. Rain should be able to get the reversal. He's going to go to the other side, dodge up, and it looks like Big Cuke is good.
Clean, very good option there. Rain able to get that sword Seer in. I want to say very quickly, I called these players upcoming. Just to put this into perspective, this game is for top 8. None of these players have placed top 32 ever in the history before this.
What is happening on in the history of Brawlhalla?
Whoever wins this, their first top 32 will be their first top 8.
Wow. Okay. And for Rain, you got to make it pour, bro. When it rains, it pours. That's what it's supposed to be. You got to make sure you get them buckets, because right now, Big Cuke looks like he's pretty poised to get the first stock. The unarmed recovery doesn't have enough juice on it. Needs one more, goes for a gravity cancel, and Rain finally manages to get an N-Sig to connect as a punish to that gravity cancel. He's been throwing out those N-Sigs all set so far, but I believe that to be the first, if not one of the first, to actually connect.
The electric recovery coming out, able to close out that stock quickly. Super, super important to be able to bring this back to an even situation. Rain was looking a little bit dangerous last game around whenever he was able to sustain those leads that he got. Nice weapon starve. Swapping over to that spear. Rain's unarmed is solid, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Is this guy really in disadvantage when he's not holding a weapon?
I mean, we were even talking about this yesterday, how the evolution of the unarmed game really matters now in Brawlhalla. Before, you could get away with not having great unarmed and just kind of running away and trying to grab the weapons, but now people have learned to turn what should feel like a disadvantage into an advantage. Sometimes people choose to play unarmed just because they feel more comfortable with it.
Yeah, sometimes all you need is to throw your weapon away, throw out a quick breakdance to get that knockout, right? But Rain is able to pick up a weapon at last. He has these gauntlets now. Cucumber trying to find the edge guard, and yet again, both of these players, their edge guarding is good, it's fine, but both of the players are so slippery at getting back up.
Uh-oh. Great dodge on the weapon throw there. Big Cucumber keeps going for these gravity cancels and getting punished for it. Trying to do it a little bit above the ground to cover more space, but nice try. Do we have a reversal from Rain? A well-timed dodge saves Big Cuke, but not from this one. It's going to be a D-Light Sayer, and Rain manages to secure the lead here as we head into the final stock of Big Cucumber number 7.
Rain still clinging onto those gauntlets. He's able to pick up that Nair GC End Light. Building up just a little bit of damage. Is Cucumber going to be able to take this stock down already? No, he's not. He takes another End Light to the face, and that's still not enough. He's going to need one more good hit.
Ooh, dodges the recovery. Tries to go for the Ensig again. Another gravity cancel, and
That's
wow,
so
huge
much
punish.
damage. Going for the ground pound combo to get even more damage. Cucumber finally able to get that stock off, but you're in orange now.
Yeah, Rain definitely feeling pretty good here. Gets a D-like ground pound as well. Great damage, pushing Big Cucumber Cutter into the red. And Val has a pretty good amount of defense on her as well. So throw that, force to dodge. You can go for a ground pound or something. Try to go for the D-light. It's not going to work. Great recovery from Big Cucumber. Ooh.
You see Syla coming out, nice signature. Picking up some momentum here, gets the combo, gets that recovery that kind of looked like a read. Going over to the spear, but the D-Light GC Ensig, it's so close, but it's still not enough. Sword Sayer throws him so far away. This should be a knockout, but he's too scared to commit. He's able to pick it up anyway. It's all fine. He's going to be able to even out the set anyway to 1-1.
Okay. So Rain able to kind of do what was needed there. There was a moment that we both witnessed on that final stock where Big Cucumber Cutter 7 really started putting on the pressure. You could feel the momentum. Rain was weapon starved for a while. That last stock ended up being closer than I think most people watching would think it should have been based on how much of a lead Rain was able to get going into it. But when that D-Light gravity cancel unarmed Ensig didn't KO, I was starting to get a little bit scared for Rain. I was like, I don't know if you're going to find another opportunity. But luckily, he was able to find that D-Light off the corner and close that one out.
Right, and we are going to be getting into our next game, which this time around is going to be on Miami Dome. Have we had the same map twice in any of these games? Did we get a Demon Island on our first game?
I don't think so, because what we had Western Air Temple.
Yeah. It's a different map every single time. These guys, they like changing that scenery.
Oh,
that's so unfortunate. That one attack just enough to push him away far enough to where he had no options. That is such a strong beginning from Rain.
Oh, Rain's cooking.
He's kind of taking over. He's kind of taking over.
Rain's
cooking.
cooking.
He's starting to dominate. He finds the read, goes off stage. He's getting into some kind of flow state right now.
Yeah, he can feel it. He's heading into the zone. And Big Cucumber doesn't really know what to do about it. Rain, another side air, going for these edge guards. Gets hit by the poke of the reversal. And that's just going to be it, maybe? The ground pound to seal the deal. He didn't get KO'd from it. It wasn't enough juice. And now Rain's turning it around. A ground pound of his own. And that one has the oomph to seal the deal. Rain making the best out of a bad situation. Big Cucumber, honestly, well played. Tried to swing it, just couldn't make it happen.
Dude, that was good, but Rain, he didn't lose composure. He stayed so calm, doing the best options, even though you're in what seemed like a really bad situation, able to squeeze out any kind of extra damage. Even when you're at your bottom, tries to look for an opportunity to completely reverse the situation, able to do so successfully too. And now he's in a full stock lead here.
All right, let's see. Rain so poised to go ahead and win this game. We'll see if Big Cucumber has the ability to make those turnarounds happen. Once again, waking up with the gravity cancel. That is not what you want to do. Super risky when you're behind, but still manages to find the stock. No, not quite. Couldn't get the gravity cancel. D-Light to the ground pound. Manages to weave his way around. Doesn't get the jump input on the ground pound and just falls all the way down to his demise. Rain taking that one for charity, I guess. Yeah, you know, he got one for free there.
All right, I'm gonna have to watch that last stock. Yeah, that was a little bit interesting. We're gonna have to try and decipher what happened there. All right, so I believe this should be it, right? Oh no, sorry, it's even later. It's here. Weapon throw comes out. D-Light. Weapon throw.
This doesn't get the jump input.
That was a touch. He should have had all options. Unless that wasn't a touch for whatever reason, then he should have been able to recover back up. Either way, I mean, it happens to everyone. It happens to the best
Yeah,
of
I
us.
feel you. No, even then, right? Like even if you
That's,
missed the ground pound, he should have had a recovery in at least 2 jumps. So
That's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. But we're not waiting. We're not waiting at all. Flambo, I know you're excited. Tell us, why are you excited?
because we got Jaeyun, the king, the BCX champion legend, out here in full effect. That means we got the greatest of swords up against Rain's Val, and so far we're seeing if Big Cube can piece him up. I mean, when he was called Big Cucumber Cutter, I figured you would need a larger sword than the one he was using. So makes sense.
Yeah. I think this is what he cuts his cucumbers with. We're gonna have to see what it's worth as Rain. I think that might be one of the first signatures that we've seen Rain use all the game. It's going to be that sword side signature connecting as well, and light coming out. And man, every single first stock, it's always so strong from Rain.
Yeah, this one's tough. Oh, that's going to be a D-Light into the side air, forcing Big Cucumber into the corner. Has to get back onto the stage, manages to chop the regular sword there, but then jumps up right above the area where Rain's going to gravity cancel D-Light, and then fast falls into it and ends up losing the stock for it. So Big Cucumber definitely falling behind a little bit here. Needs to throw out those side lights, going for end lights a lot more often, but that side light comes out 2 frames quicker, and it's going to give you those 50-50s. Was too slow on that end light that we saw thrown out there. Just a little bit not refined enough on some of these punishes right now. I think a little bit nervous. This greatsword might not quite be warmed up.
Rain not only able to get out of those starters coming out from the greatsword. Each time he does so, he finds the appropriate punish as well. And I mean, if that doesn't scream confidence, I don't know what does for Lambo. Rain has completely taken control over this game so far. And I don't know what Big Cucumber Cutter 7 can do to retake it. Throws out, gets an amazing gauntlets string as well, damaging him further and further.
Yeah, this one's starting to look a little bit tough. You can see Big Cucumber going for these huge reads. I get it. You want to bring yourself back into the game. You have to go for these monumental reads. And are we going to keep the greatsword? The answer is yes, but you have to cook. You can bring this back if you cook, but you have to get these reads. You have to get those dodges. You have to win those neutral exchanges, hit those side lights, and force something out. Like right there, you got the side light, but doesn't go for the 50-50 with the end light. You can either do it in front or behind to catch that dodge up. Didn't go for it.
Rain throwing out D-Lights left and right now, trying to confirm this stock. D-Light recovery, it isn't enough just yet. That's why he sticks to the sword. He also has those true combos, but it's not needed. Throwing out that side signature, and that is going to be game Flambo. 3-0 Rain for his first top 32, which is also his first top 8, going in 3-0 fashion. What a player.
Yeah, no, Rain definitely showing up today. Big Cucumber, I mean, gotta give a huge shout out to them as well. I mean, making it extremely far, but not quite able to hang. Rain, on the other hand, making history here and trying to conquer the trial. So we shall see. This Val is looking good. The gauntlets looking insanely strong, and especially after the change to gauntlet down air that we saw in a patch last year, that instead of sending kind of down into the side, starts hitting people a little bit more like straight down and straight up, right? If they bounce off the floor. A lot of people were like, oh, gauntlets are dead on arrival with this change, but clearly not with the way we saw Rain play. The weapon just plays a lot differently now, and he's made the adjustments.
As indeed, but Flambo, we have another game in our lobby. We are not waiting whatsoever today. We got game after game, set after set, and we have a set that I am very, very excited for. We have Akani and Delta on the screen. Delta is probably the player that I am the most excited about seeing for this tournament. I want to see what Delta has been up to over the offseason. Delta is, as of right now, PR9. I think in general, in EU right now, the PR is very, very reflective of the of how I would order the players. Apart from Delta, I think Delta should probably be higher PR. Need I remind you that in DreamHack Valencia, Delta 3-0'd use, for example. Delta is a bit of a tough one because so many amazing things, and yet you know, doesn't really have all of those placements yet to show for it.
Yeah, this one should be interesting, right? Because Delta historically always rocking that Taros more or less, right? Swinging with that axe. Axe has gone up and down in the meta, but still remains a very strong option. But on the other side, we have Akane rocking what looks like is going to be the Tai Lung this time around. So a little bit of Mordex action, but that should be really interesting to see. But we're looking at the comparison here, right? Like clearly at the trial of Ymir, there is something in the waters because we have yet somebody else who only one top 32 placement ever before, only $100 in mammoth coins to Akane's name, yet making it this far in bracket.
Yeah, we have a lot of players here getting further and further into the bracket than they have ever been before. Akane is no exception, but only time will tell if Delta is going to be able to stop his run. We're loading into the game. You already called it out. Delta is on that Teros, and we are getting ready to see what is going down.
All right, business is starting as usual on the Fortress of Lions here, as Akane is going to get stuffed out from getting that first weapon, manages to get the turnaround and life, but doesn't pick this weapon up, finally does, has those gauntlets in hand, not without Delta hitting him at least 4 times beforehand, but now let's see what these gauntlets can cook.
That's like 4-3 hits, make it 5, and that's Akane now in orange, but I mean, props to Akane, he's been able to even out this damage, but Delta, I mean, come on, dude, I mean, come on.
Wow.
There's a reason I'm excited about Delta, man. I don't need to talk. I don't even need to talk. I get memed on for saying that Delta is insane at the game. Like, look at this gameplay, bro. He is insane.
What a way to start the day. That's all I gotta say. My man had breakfast. My man had breakfast. He's looking good, man. He's juiced up, woken up. Kane though, gonna have to go ahead and shrug that one off. I mean, that was. You got clipped on in the first game. Nobody wants to get clipped on in the first game. But with that
First
said,
stock, nonetheless.
it's all right. It's all right. That's what you have to tell yourself anyway.
I mean, put yourself in the shoes of Akane. This is a really, really tough situation. You've never been this deep into the bracket, right? He got 17th in Autumn, which is close, but not really comparable to 9th. You're going up against Delta, PR9. You already know that this is going to be a tough set. First game, first stock, and Delta pulls that off. I mean, you have an upwards battle. You're fighting not only one of the best players, but you're fighting your own mental at this point. But it looks like Akane is keeping composure exceptionally well because he's actually still delivering a very high quality gameplay here.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta ask, right? Like, how often do you get to go up against someone that is very seasoned with Hammer, right? I feel like EU for a while had a whole lot of bow bars, and they were all fine, but they were always more sword players with the side of Hammer. They were never strictly like Hammer players, whereas Delta plays the axe and plays the Hammer, both with amazing proficiency, and despite that, just to get ground pounded by Akane. So we do have a final stock game here, but hopefully Akane can show up a little bit harder. They're definitely the underdog in this set, and for good reason. I mean, Delta is a seasoned veteran.
Yeah, I definitely think, you know, EU has had that hammer era, but nowhere near like at the same skill. I think NA is so much better at hammer, and then Delta came around, and I guess he's just a new goat of hammer, especially at least in EU.
No, I have to agree with you there. I mean, I think Java held the mantle for a while and then kind of swapped off of Bodvar after some changes happened, and so we don't really get to see it that much today. But now we have Delta showing us exactly why the weapon is still perfectly good, closing out that first game with that neutral air, KOing off the top and looking so convincing on that Roman Reigns. But I do want to give a shout out to Akane because that was not a bad first game at all. You got Delta down to the final stock and got a good amount of damage with it as well. That was not a one-sided game by any means.
Swapping over to the Petra now, which actually, I mean, this it could seem a little bit misleading, right? You always think Teros, a lot of damage output. Delta is running Dexa stance, which actually means that now Akane has one more strength stat than Delta.
Okay, and Petra, if we're talking about legends in the game, if there's someone who can punch you and have it hurt, Petra is one of the biggest offenders, and that's after she's been nerfed in the... Oh my, is Delta doing it again? Jeez, I was gonna say.
This is such an explosive beginning. We're like 17 seconds into the game, and we're so close to finding knockouts already. Ground Pound coming out, weapon throw. Won't be enough, but a GCD like Ground Pound will do the job. Akane had such an amazing start, but Delta able to sweep in and throw out his attacks, just make magic happen.
Okay. Oh, swing after swing after swing. Akane gets caught by the recovery. And now we have a swap positioning. Delta can go for an edge guard here. Manages to get yet another hammer recovery. Akane getting stuck. Gets caught on the dodge as well. That's 3 hits there. Oh, geez. This is going to be tough. I mean, that Ensig, the Shoryuken, will be enough. But not after taking so much damage.
Yeah, already all the way down in orange here. Delta on the hammer as well. I mean, hammer, you're not going to have too much of an issue finding that knockout. Quick GCD light. Sair is going to do the job, and Delta, weapon starving Akane here. He is actually going to be left unarmed, but I have a funny feeling that he might not be too uncomfortable with that. Gets that hammer, and the juggling is insane.
You can already tell, like, the defensive options from Delta are so strange. Akane starting to catch on a little bit, manages to scare Delta away from the wall, and Delta not getting the touch, ends up losing the stock. Akane, once again, bringing it down to a final stock scenario, but can you get the dub? Delta has looked so much more convincing when it comes to securing the knockouts, and what a dodge from Akane.
Akane doing really, really well here, actually, in the second game. Both players on the last stock. He just needs to find this knockout, but Delta has seemed a lot more proficient in doing so in these last couple of games, last couple of stocks. Akane still on the gauntlets. Delta is able to pick up the weapon throw, but no follow-up afterwards.
Ooh,
gets that D-Sig. It's not going to be connecting. Akane, great string, but it's not enough. It's so close. Needs one more good hit.
Okay, throwing the orb. Now we have the gauntlets back in hand. We can go for that Ensig again, and there it is! Akane read my mind.
1-1 on the board. Akane is here to play, evening out the set, and Delta is going to have to work a little bit harder.
Okay, we got ourselves a good set here. Akane clearly looking to break into the upper echelon of Brawlhalla, moving so well, so convincingly, so powerfully and masterfully with this Petra up against one of the best players consistently in EU.
The only thing that I'm like kind of worried of here, I don't really know, since as we mentioned, we don't really know exactly the playstyles, how they have evolved for the players over the offseason. The one thing that I'm thinking in my mind is like, what if Delta just starts playing like 25% more parry and then Akane has no chance of winning? But it looks like there's not much of a chance.
I think Delta just trying to say, I'm just the better player my way through this one, and we'll see. I mean, Grandin has been such a great job, and look at the reactions, man. He's able to get hits off of dodges that most hammer players are not, and it's making the difference. I can tell Akane is definitely spooked by it, and that sidelight recovery is going to be guaranteed. We saw that gravity cancel from Delta completely whiff, and that made that conversion a true combo, all things considered, for Akane.
Yeah, Delta, he has that movement and that decision-making that looks incredibly flashy, but Akane, he's hitting these attacks that really, really matter. He's so efficient on it. So even though, I mean, we're hyping up Delta, I mean, Akane, he's playing extremely well right now. He finds himself in a really good lead. Going to be losing that stock there, but Delta is already down in orange. It looks like this Petra pick is working out exceptionally well, Flambo.
Yeah, no, Akane is clearly looking like an amazing player, weaving in and out of these hitboxes from Delta, but Delta still not too scared to press a button, recognizes, hey, if you're a certain degree close to me, Hammer in the stacked zone just has the frame data to beat most weapons. If you want to go for N-Light or D-Light, you're probably going to stuff out whatever your opponent's going to do if they also decide to swing. So Delta, very, very cognizant of that, trying to play around it, but despite it, still trailing behind against Akane. Akane doing such a great job.
And I mean, at this point, I mean, 2 minutes into the game, damage is being applied so quickly onto both of these guys. Full stock behind is such a large deficit. Delta's gonna have to work hard to be able to pull this one back. He can barely take any hits here. He just needs to find this stock. Going super far up, that's super risky, but Akane isn't able to find any potent attacks off of it. Delta with the D-Sig, not going to be connecting. More and more damage being applied. He needs that knockout, and he's able to do so.
Okay, here we go. Delta putting things now in a spot where It's still winnable, but trailing behind as Akane is making it tough. That side light Nair is not going to connect. Had to go for D-light there. It was a little bit too stacked for that one. But Delta's getting the swings in, and this is Taros. You can't be getting stray swings from Taros.
Lots of side lights coming out from Akane, but they're not really leading into anything. The damage is being built up nonetheless. Could start going for Lights at this time.
Dropped!
Going for that Sarah, but to drop, it doesn't even matter. He's able to pick up that ground pound on the recovery on his way out of there. Turns around, throws out that ground pound, and that is going to be Delta going down.
Wow, and honestly, I have to give a whole lot of credit to Akane there because the reaction time was phenomenal. A lot of the times when, like, you know, there's like a weird interaction and something drops, you will see people kind of get flashbanged, right? They'll like stagger for a moment because it's not what they expected to happen. But Akane was able to recognize the situation and adapt accordingly without wasting any time.
But we're loading straight into the next game, man. These guys, they're not waiting around whatsoever. 2-1 on the scoreboard to Akane. I was hyping up Delta. I'm saying Delta is one of the best players in the region, and I still stand by that, but it looks like Akane is challenging that spot right now.
Okay, Delta, what is your answer here? Because Akane has been making it tough. Granted, this time around, slight damage lead for Delta, but we'll see how long you can hold on to that. Akane trying to get these kind of parry shots in whenever Delta whiffs. Ooh, didn't get a touch. It's going to fall here. And that's going to be it. Yeah, beautiful from Akane to manage to get that side air before Delta got to land on the base platform. Didn't even have to get an edge guard, was able to push him far enough away with it. Sheesh.
D-Sig is going to be able to pick up the knockout as we are going into an even stock situation. Delta has the weapon advantage though. He's going to have to try and exploit that vulnerability, but it's not able to. Still able to find. What is that? Oh my god, Delta! What is going on? Dare into the dash jump, dare into the what?
Oh no, you were feeling yourself a little bit too hard. We're gonna run away to the other side though. That's the way to do it. Disengage so you don't get turned around by gauntlets. Delta knew exactly what could have happened to him if he decided to stay on the same side of the stage.
Dash jumps here. Going to be following, covering himself up with an end light there. Dealing massive amounts of damage right now. The Seer knocks him so far away as he swaps over to the hammer. He's so close to finding the knockout. The weapon throw, that's going to be enough. He only had that dodge like 10 frames earlier, but unfortunately he won't. And that is going to be 2 stocks against 1 now as Delta fights for a game 5.
Let's see, Akane trying to answer back here, trying to stop that dream, but has 2 stocks to burn through, and is looking really strong on this orb here. Goes for the ground pound, but Delta gets far enough into the stage. It doesn't matter. Akane still keeping this pressure up. Gonna go ahead and go for a weapon toss, keep this orb here. And what's gonna be the play? Do we go for maybe an end sig, maybe a side sig? We have some options here, but Delta's just swinging back unarmed, and Delta, all right, refresh the orb. He's a side light say or something. You have to hit him. You can't just keep waiting. You have to hit him. You're behind. And Delta's recognizing it. He's saying, you're playing too passive. I'm just going to KO you here. Doesn't get that D-light, but if he did, that ground pound would have secured the game.
Able to pick up that end light though. Getting a quick vengeance knockout. But he is so damaged. As you mentioned, playing a little bit too passive in that stock. Not really fighting back as Delta was just able to find more and more attacks onto him. The damage is showing. Delta tries to go for the recovery. It's not enough. But what is that option? The ground pound almost knocking out Delta. He follows it up with the dare. I was looking for the GCD light, but Delta wants to be a little bit more careful. I mean, you don't need to go for something that crazy. You can just go for the stomps there, and that is game. We're going to game 5, Flambo.
Okay, Akane trying to keep it close. Did a good job of at least bringing it down to the last stock and racking up a good amount of damage on Delta. But the scary thing is that so much of Akane's game plan is being really close to Delta, right? You have to. You're playing Gauntlets. You have to be in the kind of like the stacked-ish zone of your opponent a lot of the time. And so when it gets to those scenarios where you're trying to make a comeback against a player like Delta, if you guess wrong one time, you're going to get hit by a stomp. You're going to get hit by something that's going to lead to a KO that you won't be able to tank. And that's how we saw that last game end. But maybe this time around we'll see something different, but Akane kind of getting beat out unarmed right now. There we go, a couple of swings back in retaliation, but Delta is always able to return it back twofold.
I haven't been able to see Akane play in too many sets to be able to confidently say. Gauntlet is an incredibly strong offstage weapon, right? So if Akane prefers that kind of gameplay, Delta is not a great matchup for him because as we're seeing quite beautifully, Delta's offstage is insane. Akane is not able to get any work done there. It doesn't matter if Delta is on the hammer. Hammer has that recovery. It doesn't matter if Delta is on the unarmed. He's able to pick those up anyway.
And I'm really looking here to see what Akane can do. Keeps getting caught by these neutral layers, keeps getting caught by these stomps, whether they're gravity canceled or not. And that's a beautiful turnaround. Okay, you gotta. He saw one opportunity and he blitzed it, right? So we gotta sack that quarterback right now to have a chance here. And those are the kind of plays you need to make, but still, despite that, still behind by quite a bit. And look at these gravity cancels unarmed from Delta. He's so confident.
No hesitation whatsoever coming out from either of these players. They play so explosively. They see one opportunity and they just commit to it 1000%. Akane, no options. Delta didn't even need to go for that full-on offstage play. The D signature was enough to take Akane stock. Going to be sticking to the axe here. Finds that sidelight Nair. One more attacks and Akane. I mean, I don't know what it is. Delta finds like one sidelight there and then his opponent is just not allowed to play the game.
Oh my gosh, I hit. Yeah, Akane at this point getting pieced up. There's not much else to say here. Delta can just fish for stomps and kind of forcibly throw him out because if he gets one, that's kind of all he needs. And you can see him going for it. Stomp here, it missed. Stomp there, missed. There's a stomp. Oh, missed my conversion, whatever. I'm going to go for it again. It's real simple here. He knows what his win condition is. He has a whole stock to play with. There's no reason not to play sillily. And this weapon throw should close it out. Delta is going to win the set 3-2.
And that is going to be the end indeed. Delta closing out in 3-1 action. 530 damage going up against 215. Delta showed up, man. I mean, Akane, we said it time and time again, super good performance coming out from him. He took Delta to game 5, which is a merit in and of itself, but not going to be enough to take him across the finish line.
Yeah, no, I mean, just couldn't, you know, if sets were best of 3 at this point, Akane might have been able to squeeze one out. But this is the importance of having sets that are best of 5, right? It allows that extra time to adapt, to really figure out what's going on, and then make those changes that are so paramount to being able to find victory. We're trying to figure out who the better player is, not the person who can do the short little sprint. We want to see a little bit more of a marathon.
He had almost the same. He as in Delta had almost the same amount of damage on unarmed as Hammer. That's insane. I said at like what was it, first or second game? I said beware of the entire. I'm just gonna play a little bit more parry, and then I'm gonna change the pace of the game, and I'm just gonna outshine you because I have Teros. I could just chill and hit you with these stomp stairs. But we didn't actually see that. We saw, I think. I don't know if this is confirmation bias. I would want to say that Delta leaned over to that axe more and more for every single game, right? His hammer was absolutely popping off in the first game. Tried to replicate it in the second, and it just kind of not really working out as well. Tries to pick up that axe instead and not really changing the pacing. Playing the same way that he was on hammer, but now instead on axe, and it worked out phenomenally.
Yeah, no, I think I'm inclined to agree. I think the hammer was definitely a bit of a shakeup, and then we saw a bit more of that axe, and some of those conversions we saw on that axe were just like really wild, right? Like I think we're all very used to a sidelight nair, maybe a sidelight nair, gravity cancel D-light, but we would see Delta kind of extend those into 2 more hits, or even a reset into a down air into like a side air or something. It was incredibly weird. But now we have a set of some familiar faces, one we haven't seen on stream yet today, but clearly one of the best in EU. We're going to have S-Grape up to bat against Shadra, who's making their second debut on this stream here today.
S-Grape PR4, man. I'm still kind of in that like stage mentally where I'm like, yo, S-Grape, I know that guy. He's like, he plays his top 32 sometimes, kind of struggles. He's like 14 years old or something. Time has passed, Flambo. It's 2024. 2019, it was 5 years ago. S-Grape is PR number 4, and he's establishing himself as one of the best players in EU.
I mean, I feel the exact same way. I mean, S-Grape You know, before we got him out to one of those Royales, you know, it's kind of, a lot of people didn't really know what Escape was all about. We're like, yeah, plays Orion, plays Rocket Lance, is pretty good, but like, how good is he? And then throughout all of 2023, continued to prove here, there, everywhere that he went, that he was one of the best players in EU, and it's not even close. I mean, you don't get PR4 by being a fluke. This is one of the best in the business, not just in EU, but in Brawlhalla, period.
Absolutely, and it is going to be a tough task for the Mirage Speed Core enthusiast to take him on, but he is going to give it all he has. First stock is going to be going to Escape, as he's going to be leaning into the spear very heavily in the first stock. Sticking to it on into a second as well. Not able to pick up that Sare.
Wow, what a conversion into the D-Light from Escape. And I like that Escape innovates, right? We saw he got a falling, I think, like Sare earlier, and then just immediately went into the down sig, baiting kind of like a dodge in or something like that, but not going to work. Chandra getting cleaned up, though. D-Light recovery not going to be enough, but the exhausted recovery to follow is going to have enough packing of a punch to go ahead and get rid of that stock from Chandra. So Chandra clearly struggling. Escape kind of looking like a different echelon of play right now. I want to see if Chandra can make the proper adjustments to feel a little bit more relevant in this set.
The thing is, I mean, Chandra plays the game.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's going to be it.
Hey.
Surely that's it. Yeah, it's over. It's over. That's
Saved
a,
him.
that's a,
Saved
it's
him.
not over. Chandra gets back.
Yeah, I think he got hit by a recovery there.
All right. It's not over. It's not over until it's over.
Said, hold on, play out the whole song. Told the DJ to play it out, play it out. No, that's my jam, bro. Don't cut it off early.
All right, finds that throw combo. Escape trying to go for the D-Sig.
Probably do it again.
Fighting knockout now. Just needs one good connection.
Got
Go for
it.
the ground pound. I see it. It's a dare instead.
D-Light ground pound here. The weapon throw covers the ability to set that up. Though, so great from Chandra on defense, but still has a lot of work to do here. Escape probably going to start throwing out more D-Sigs, and then once he's conditioned to maybe throw out an N-Sig, but now we have the spear again. So yeah, we can go for the gold ground pound. Just end the game, please, if you want, or a weapon throw into a recovery, because that works as well. Pretty much everything at that point was going to be able to KO. You can see Escape admittedly getting a little bit lazy finding the KO toward the end of that game one, but I don't blame him. You already have so much damage racked up that you're able to just kind of be like, I'm gonna throw out a Hail Mary down sig. How about another Hail Mary down sig? What if I did a recovery, a ground pound? Something's gonna hit eventually. He has to come near me to win. And that's kind of what happened. And so hopefully Chandra can keep it a little bit closer throughout this game too, so that Escape doesn't have that affordance of getting to kind of just do whatever he wants.
And this is the thing, right? As a fan of the Chandra playstyle, there's one thing I fear more than anything else, Flambo. Chandra plays Brawlhalla in a very, very particular way. And he is one of the top players. He's amazing at the way he plays Brawlhalla. But if you figure out how Chandra plays, I mean, you figured out how to beat Chandra. And I fear that Escape knows how to beat Chandra.
No, I feel that, right? There are some players that are like unique in that way, but then once you learn how to beat them, you know, it's like you've mastered beating them, right? It's like the difference between playing someone who just like plays a certain weapon versus playing a super specialist, right? Like you run into like, I don't know, an Adam Cool, or you run into like a, I don't know. There's so many players like that. I'm Llama, for example, on Thatch. Like, yeah, I've played a Thatch in rank before, but haven't played I'm Llama. But once you figure it out, you kind of get an idea of what to do. And so hopefully Chandra can adjust a bit here. S-Grape is filthy, though. Like, why are you doing that, bro? Come on, man. The gravity cancel down sig from deep is going to get the first stock, but Chandra's not trailing behind by a lot. So that down sig equals things up right there, and now we're cooking.
Yeah, and quite interestingly, I did go over onto the stats of these players and their match history against each other. Now, Chandra has been in the competitive scene for a full year longer than Escape, starting to play in tournaments in 2018. He actually has a positive overall win rate going up against Escape in a tournament gameplay. So Escape is able to close this one out. He is going to be able to turn that into a 50-50.
Yeah.
Old numbers, but I mean, you know, I think it was you that said statistics matter, right?
Yes. Yes, statistics matter, but also the recency of them as well, right? Because when you have a history like that against someone, one thing you have to consider is, oof, that was a close one. How recently those losses happened, right? What was that like?
Dude.
Because Escape's a different player now. Round pound it?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. both Escrip and Shadra completely different players now, right? But Shadra gonna have to try and find this knockout very quickly here. But Escrip, he's able to pick up that recovery, goes for the second one. Wanted to read the fast fall with an air, but not able to connect that. Sidelight comes out. I'm seeing
Nice.
despite Escrip doing a really good job in the neutral game with that spear.
Oh, no.
I mean, at least in that stock, we're not seeing as many follow-ups coming out from Escrip. Shadra is connecting those though.
Yeah, Shadra kind of made a pivotal mistake there. Oh, goodbye.
Oh.
Yeah, good night.
Yeah, goodbye. That's it. I said Escrip doesn't hit any follow-ups. He said, hold up, let me just use this neutral signature.
Oof. Yeah, that one's tough because Shadra definitely wanted to weapon starve Escrape going into that final stock. Went extremely high to throw that spear up and then wanted to grab, I think, the site that had spawned and then just missed. And so Escrape was able to come down with full invincibility and get a weapon for free. And that's why he had the spear to hit him with that Ensig later on, right? So, like, small mistakes like that don't seem monumental in the moment, but give your opponent the ability to sauce you like that you can't be making.
Now, speaking of making old Brawlhalla references, Shadra is still in the game. He has activated one of the oldest tricks in the book. The Zapapi tech. Swapped over the skin. If you're only playing on the same legend, you kind of feel like you need to swap legend, but you only play the same one. Just swap over the skin. You get that mental buff, and you're still able to play Scythe and Spear.
Yeah, no, swapping the skin, it really works, especially when you're switching over to some of these
my
crossover
God.
skins. You know, it looks a little bit different. You got to make sure that people still
That's
are on
Ensig,
their
dude.
toes. But yeah, I mean, like, Escrape doesn't really seem to care about any of that, right? He's like, okay, whether you're a Ninja Turtle or you're like Queen of the Sands, it really is no difference to me. I'm just going to destroy you.
Battle super far up on the screen there. Shadra not able to pick up this knockout though. Recovery is going to be connecting, tries to find the landing, but isn't able to do so. And Escrip, he has that double, will be committing to it, gets this here on the end. I smell the dare. I smelled it from 1,000 miles away. It looks like Shadra did too, because he's not going to be falling for it. Do we have a second one coming? No, it's going to be the side light, Ensig and Escrip. The GCD light doesn't hit though.
Okay, opportunity for Shadra to try and get the first stock of Escrape. Still, Escrape can throw out an Ensig if he wants to, goes for a D-Light to keep it safe. And a D-Light will KO here as well. Yeah, enough damage has been done to Shadra that even though the downsig, rather, of Orion doesn't really KO like that, when you rack up damage at this point, it's safe to throw out and can KO. Pogo here could be it. Escrape can't line it up, but whiffs and then just goes for the recovery, and that's all it takes. Escrape still sitting healthy with 3 stocks, potentially on the verge of 3-0ing Shadra here, and looking very poised to do it. It would kind of take a lot from Shadra to come back into this game.
It's going to take a lot, but a ground pounder from the side to take off a stock is definitely a good start. Still an entire stock behind. He has a mountain to climb. Escrape is so close to finishing this off, getting into top 8 in a 3-0 fashion. Is the dream still alive? Escrape is trying to shut it down. Shadra hasn't been able to find a single attack yet, and Escrape, he's just dominating the neutral space. He gets that D-Sig, still hasn't been hit. Shadra all the way down in orange. He gets one Sair in, a clash. It's way too little, way too late.
Yeah, finally swaps over to that site. I was hoping we'd see a little bit of that earlier because the spear is going to be a little bit too honest in terms of the kind of comeback you have to make here. And Escrape's going to look for one more Pogo. No, a gravity cancel down sig. It's not going to be enough. He did get a touch there, but that Pogo should seal the deal. And Escrape 3-0s Shadra.
And that is going to be the end of the set. Escrape has secured himself a position in the top 8 in the trial of Ymir, and the Shadra is going to be going out at 9th. Now, allow me to remind myself, Shadra has already 5 top 32 top 8s. Looks like he's going to have to wait for the next tournament to try and achieve that. Still a great run, but Escrape proved to be just a little bit stronger.
Yeah, no, Escrape definitely, I think, sent Shadra back to the lab with that one. Just looked a little bit too consistently better at too many interactions, right? It would be like the neutral game. I mean, we even saw it on that final game, just the way that Escrape would feel so confident about throwing out those Orion downsigs because he would just go ahead, pull up there, and then just hit it, mash that button, and it would hit pretty much every time. right? Like he was not scared
Yeah.
about throwing out these SIGs. Never felt like he was gonna get punished for them a whole lot. Was just super, super comfortable is really the word for
And
it.
it's interesting because I was having a conversation about basically this before the stream started. What is really, I mean, let's take these numbers for an example. What is the biggest difference between PR4 and PR39? I would argue the biggest difference is movement. S-Grape had magnificently better movement than Shadra in this set. And if you have better movement, you have better positioning, you have better approaches, you have better neutral game, you have better punishes, you're going to have better decision making, right? Because your opponent has to spend so much energy on just keeping up with your movement, whereas you, I mean, you're just kind of chilling, you're zooming around the place, you're able to throw out, you're playing the game freely, and yeah, S-Grape, I feel like that may have been the biggest difference between them, and it is going to be enough to carry S-Grape's run onwards. But Flambo, we have our new players ready into the lobby. It's going to be Knees and Marker.
Okay, Knees. It's been a little bit since I've gotten to see Knees. Knees, of course, one of the younger cats doing it in the game. PR number 2 was also able to make it out to quite a few of those Royales last year. Definitely looking to go ahead and try to make his way all the way through this tournament. 47 grand and counting in earnings. Has so many top 8s, 21, 48 top 32s, has first, second, and third place medals. He's been on every spot of the podium, but you do see as far as the gold goes, it's only been one time. So definitely looking to recreate that success.
He's, of course, a player with a very, very long history. He's been... he was for the longest time, and I mean years, everyone was saying Nice is going to glow up. It's just a matter of time. I said so myself, and Sparky memed on it literally every single pre-show. But he has found a way to stay consistent. He found the way of the champions, and he is PR2 right now, and he's going up against the contender. It's going to be Marker at PR34, and I mean, you said statistics matter. It's not looking too hot for Marker.
Yeah. But we've seen this a lot today, Polly. We've seen this a lot. Now, granted, would I say Marker's going to beat the second best player in EU today? If the odds were like really skewed to like 100-0, and if I put down like $1, I'd win like $1 million or something. But I can't count the guy out. Clearly made it this far. PR34 clearly hasn't been in this spot too many times in the past, but that doesn't mean anything. We've already seen today how many times people that have rarely been in a spot like this, some people who have never been in a spot like this, have made it just shy of top 8. I see no reason why Marker can't also go as far, if not farther. Gonna be rocking the Chun-Li today, so it's gonna be that epic crossover skin for Wushang. And if there's a character that I will always believe in no matter what the meta is, it's gonna be Wushang. The SIGs are just too good. They never get nerfed enough. I mean, they did hit the down SIG last patch. They did hit the gauntlet
They never
down
get
SIG.
nerfed enough, dude. That's so good. You're spot on. They never do get nerfed enough. You're so right.
They're so good.
But yeah, we're getting ready. We're getting into the game. First game of the set. I did want to mention, I was looking at Marker's top 32 placements. I know that there's some people in the Brawlhalla community that are really into statistics. There's a couple of guys on Twitter that are like scientists that are really active in the community. It would be so interesting if someone ran the math for how many times do you need to place 9th before you get into top 8 on average. That would be fun to see. That'd be fun to see. But we are getting into this first game. 30 seconds, kind of even in the neutral so far. I don't know how to feel about this, Flambo. My heart is already racing.
This might be a stock here. Goes for the down SIG, and it has enough juice. Kikosha is going to go ahead and steal the first stock of Knees. Knees got to wake up a little bit. It looks like Marker's here to play. You know, we were talking about Knees is so good, number 2, blah, 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 blah. But Marker's like, hold on. Let me see what this Expo Marker can really do. He's writing on the whiteboard. Knees should not have picked the color white. He should have picked literally any other color because Marker's right on whiteboards.
Yeah, Marker chilling right now on the spear. Going to see if he's able to pick up some extra damage. He's going to find that end light. Tries to pull a little bit of a glassy tech. But Nice is going to be able to find that stock relatively quickly. Sticking it to the scythe here. I think you said earlier, right, when we had the scythe, when we had Shadra on the spear. Sometimes sometimes you need a weapon that isn't like honest enough to where you're able to find some quick stocks, and Besides seems to be the answer.
Yeah, 100% I agree. If there are weapons in the game, Scythe is one of them. Battle Boots is another one. Gauntlets can be one of them. But if you're trying to make like a comeback, I'm not trying to D-Light Sair you 10 times with Spear, right? Like you have to find out where you can explode. And speaking of explosions, look at Marker.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah, I really thought Nice had enough options, but prove me wrong, Marker. Able to find that knockout, sticking to the gauntlets. He's looking so solid right now, going up against these of all players.
This might be Marker's first top 8. You know, we're gonna have to see.
We'll
see.
I would not speak Lambo. I would not speak that. I would not speak that early, especially considering us casters are kind of known to curse people.
Listen, I said might. Might. I didn't say it is gonna be. I said it might be. I make sure that when I speak, I cannot be wrong. Hold on.
Marker picking up that Ensing ground pound coming out as well, and Nice.
Ooh, nice.
The ground pound misses though. Yeah, super good evasive work coming out from Nice there. Picks up that end light, chase dodging all the way over to get that Sair in.
Nice.
One more Sair. He's going for the GCD light instead.
Hey, Knees bringing it back to even. But Marker does have quite a bit of a damage lead here, waiting for the weapon spawn. Comes to the platform, has a spear in hand. You already have a good amount of damage. And it's always been the thing where we always say Wushang's signatures are like, what? That spot dodge was clean as hell, Knees. I gotta give it up. Uh-oh.
Able to pick up that D-Light. Marker now stuck off stage, but it doesn't look like he's too bothered about it.
I'm wondering.
Able to pick up that end light.
It's gonna be the Wushang special. It's gonna be the side light to gravity cancel down sig.
It can be any of the signatures. They, as you said, they don't get nerfed enough. Either one of them will probably knock out at this point if he gets at the right positioning.
Yeah,
he's looking for the recovery instead. Looking for the simple options. If there's one person to not mess up a punish on that, it would be Nice. If you miss a side sig here, you're gone.
Yeah, at this point, it's like, do I risk it and gravity cancel D-Light? What if I miss? But if you hit, that's going to be the game. And Nice has slowly brought this one back. Nickel and diming, and that's what you're going to bet it on, a gravity cancel side sig? A bit ambitious, I think.
Marker doubted way too much towards the end of that stock. He had so many options, was just kind of maneuvering around, looking for the perfect opportunity that never came. So Nice was just able to poke holes in his bubble, get more and more damage up, and eventually Marker, the pressure kind of caught up to him, throws out that GC side sig. I said it earlier, if there's one person that will not mess up a punish from those signatures, it's gonna be Nice.
Just like that, immediately gets scared off the Wushang, swaps right over to the Rayman. I was really surprised we didn't see a gravity cancel D-Light attempt on those gauntlets. Would have led to the same result of potentially getting the KO. It would have been a lot harder for Nice to punish, but despite that, we're going to see if Marker can maybe get something going with this Rayman. Now, granted, has only had the gauntlets at this point, so we haven't seen what that axe can provide in terms of the matchup, but maybe just prefers to lean in to the gauntlets a little bit. We'll see if we see a swap of weapon here in a moment.
Lots of missed attacks here in the neutral so far from both players, but Nice is starting to one-up Marker in terms of precision, finding more and more stray hits, and Marker is just unable to answer any of them.
Okay, let's see what this axe got to say here. Knees, up until now, has been very convincingly winning the neutral. That recovery almost KO and goes for the Ensing. That's not going to be enough. A side air to the other side will be enough to secure the knockout. But Knees is looking a bit like a cut above in this game number 2. And there is a tale I've seen before where there will be a newer player, someone who's not as comfortable at being at this spot in bracket, right? Being so close to the top 8, really trying to make a name for themselves, going up against a seasoned veteran who has been there before and having a really close game 1, and then game 2 starts to look a little bit like this. And I'm hoping that's not what it's going to be, but I've seen it happen so many times.
Well, it looks like Marker is still in the game. He's going to be able to pick up that knockout. Nice was looking a little bit overconfident in that stock, right? He had some really, really good reads going on. Goes for that ground pound. It's just a little bit too greedy, right? Marker is able to pick up that knockout, which is very, very comforting for me to see, right? Because what does that tell us? It tells us that despite the Nice absolutely popping off, Marker's mental is still all the way there.
And that's what you need. Wow, what a weapon throw. You can see Knees trying to pick it up. No way! The turnaround end light from Knees is going to be what gets the stock there. What a way to make the best out of a weird situation. You can tell Knees wanted to pick up that weapon, couldn't get it, and said, what if I just did this instead? And it worked. Now securing a full stock lead against Marker. And Marker just trying to hang on here. Knees has been doing some weird stuff. I don't think Marker's been ready for it. Really leaning into the gauntlets. We haven't seen much of that axe at all.
Super strong lead. Yeah, and barely no axe, which is really, really surprising, right? There is still one stock left on the board for Marker. We're just wondering if he's going to write axe on it. Gets that ground pounded, but he's going to be yeah. It looks like he's favoring these gauntlets, man. I don't know what to tell you. And he's barely using the signatures either, right? So why is he on Rayman? We're gonna have to find out if he sticks to it. But Knees super close to finding a knockout here. D signature not going to be connecting. Endlight will though. He has a good position here to just go for the edge guard. He will find it. That's Orbisair for you. It won't knock out very early.
It's starting to look tough for Marker here. Knees needs one more Sair probably, and there it is. Knees securing game number 2. Looking like he's poised to get the 3-0 here on Marker. Marker definitely had a closer game 1, but ever since then has been struggling to figure out what the answer is to Knees' fate. Do you think he swaps it back to the Chun-Li? Do you think he's going to stick with the Rayman, or maybe something new altogether?
I don't know, man. I'm looking over. I'm looking over at the stats for Marker to try and see what legends he has been on previously. I do believe Marker has played a Tesca in 2v2. I don't know if he maybe whipping out the battle boots for the first time in this tournament. We haven't seen it all day so far. We see Marker hovering over that Chun-Li pick. I don't know. It is tricky, right? Because you have these gauntlets. The gauntlets are working out super well. Whereas, you know, looks like we're seeing the Kaya.
Yeah, interesting. So I'll swap over to Kaya. So we're not going to see those gauntlets at all, right? I think maybe feeling like Knees probably figured out the gauntlets a little bit too easily, or just not feeling confident in them at all, saying, all right, I'm going to try a different legend that we have seen have monumental success in Brawlhalla, right? We have to go ahead and look back at the 2022 BCX World Championships where Impala was able to win the entire thing with this legend, and since then she's been a staple in competitive Brawlhalla history, getting used by multiple different pilots. So we're going to see if Marker knows how to pilot this legend to victory against Knees here in this game 3. Good start.
So far has a really good start, finding a lot of juggles on that spear there. Knees is going to be able to successfully get back up. This spear's looking so much better already, Flambo. Is the mental buff of swapping over to the Kaya, perhaps?
Maybe, yeah. Did see a little bit of that spear gameplay on that Wushang earlier in the Chun-Li, and so clearly at least one of the familiar weapons here, but I'm really curious to see what this bow has to offer here. Of course, Kaya with that insanely fast N-Sig, and if you want to just hit that back step on your opponent, you go for that down sig, but that Nair near the top of the KO box is most certainly when a KO needs his first stock, and we have Marker with the lead again here. It's been a while.
Sticking to that bow, able to pick up a recovery, but Knees with a very fast response. Dash jumps there, such a strong option on Scythe is going to be enough to grab that knockout. Despite the stocks being even, Knees has this weapon advantage. He has the Scythe in his hands, but he can't keep Marker off that weapon for long as he's blessed with a good weapon spawn.
All right, and the last time that we saw Marker get a sidelight, Knees went for a wake up, so hopefully Marker's going to be able to read that the next time he gets a sidelight, whenever that may be, because Knees' movement has been so hard for Marker to deal with, has been getting spot dodged on so consistently. Marker needs to find a way to successfully bait them out and punish. There we go, he dodges in this time, so actually great response from Marker, but it's not going to be enough.
Going for that really large commitment, it won't be paying off, and he finds the GC Endlight Sair out of a situation like that to throw Marker off to the other side of the screen. Crazy option. Whoa. But nonetheless, Marker is still in the game. He's trying to use the forbidden signature. I don't know if he signed the contract for that one, Flambo.
Yeah, and this time he gets beat for it, but does get the wall touch. That is one of the good things about that signature, right? Like, even if you get punished for it, it is a way to get your resources back when you're recovering, so that if they don't immediately remove you from the game for doing it, you can at least try to recover again. Okay, Endlight's gonna do
Is
it.
going to be able to find that knockout with the Endlight. Going to be sticking to the side, leading so heavily into the side right now. We've been seeing some really crazy dodge reads off of Nice in this set, especially in the second game. This game around, not too many. Nice trying to keep it a little bit more simple, trying to just dominate in this neutral space. Marker just having a really hard time of one-upping him in that area.
Let's see, Knees cooking a little
That's
bit
one
here.
lead.
We'll see what he has. But, I mean, so far, it's looking like a tough break here for Marker. Marker trying to find something. A D-Light Nair is not enough. The ceiling is so high on Western Air Temple, but finally manages to get it there. And maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to turn things around as we hop into the final stocks. Will Knees get the 3-0, or will Marker be able to turn things around?
The dream is alive as Nice is on his last stock. Nice is getting closer and closer. That neutral signature looked very scary. It's only a matter of time now before he's one good hit away from winning the game. Sayer wants to connect Marker with a beautiful dodge. Neutral signature doesn't connect either. He's throwing out so many of these hitboxes. Marker has so many things to be afraid of. And the recovery is going to be enough to close out the game. Nice is advancing into top 8 with 3-0 fashion, sending Marker out of the tournament.
Yeah, no, this is... Knees looked real good there. Marker had that game 1 where it looked like he was going to be the one to come out on top, and then Knees kind of was able to make the adjustments, figure out the download, and then was able to execute from there. I do think that game 3 did feel a little bit better at certain points, but was not quite enough to make the difference, right? Couldn't get the W.
Yeah, right. And I mean, for Marker, this is like one of the most substantial days in his Brawlhalla career. This is one of the most substantial tournaments that he has ever played in. Because for Marker, this is a 9th finish, whereas for Nice, this is a Saturday. You know what I'm saying? But Marker, PR 34. He has been, I'm looking at his recent placements. He got 33rd, then he got 13th. Now he got 9th, and who did he go against? Out of all of the players he could have gone against in eliminations aside for top 8, he went against PR2, and he still is going to be able to finish off at 9th. This guy, I mean, he's getting better placements for every single tournament, and I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to pull off in the future. Nice, I mean, I don't have to tell you, I'm gonna be excited to watch Nice play in play in top 8.
Yeah, no, I feel the exact same way. I mean, like, when you have that track record where it's like, oh, so you mean to tell me you were at 33rd, and then you're like, it's like you're walking up the staircase with your placements, right? It's like, that's a good sign. That means that you hop in the next tournament around. That could probably be your first top 8. Maybe you go even further.
You're doing something right.
I feel like a lot of people
Yeah.
for their first top 8, not only do they make top 8, a lot of the time they have like a pretty decent run. Maybe they get second, maybe they get third. It's been very rare that they've gotten first, but who's to say that it can't happen?
We're going to have to wait and see until the next tournament, but this one isn't finished yet. We're going to be continuing top 8 on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. On this side, we are going to be jumping to a bit of a break until we are going to be streaming South America. So again, swap over to that stream if you want to see more action. My name has been Polymonto, and I've had a blast casting this. I'm going to be on later. Flambo, do you have any closing thoughts?
All I gotta say is, everyone, make sure you stay tuned and keep your eyes peeled, because we have so much more Brawlhalla action coming your way. We'll be with you in just a bit.
earning the dodge, but the Yu says, I'll keep pressing attack. Ooh, combos in and gets the recovery afterwards. Yu's making West Coast custom combos onto kind of secure game number 4.
All right, man, that was, look, I don't know how we got to this game 5 with the way those first 2 games.
For real.
But Yu's believing in himself, believing in his great sword.
Playing these boots, and Luna's down to his final stock here. Can he at least deny the 3 stock?
I love that jump grab because the sideline to get back onto the stage and it. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
He's just gone. Sandstorm is completely, Remix said it. Obliteration. That was bad.
I feel like Luna he just said, Jesus take the wheel, because he just ate dare, and then what was that, GC sidelight Sair at the very end in the monocle? Like, he just let Sandstorm do Sandstorm stuff.
He said,
not quite enough to put him into elimination zone. Oh, maybe now he is. Weapon throw.
Oh, falls with it, and then air comes through again. I mean, at this point, I feel like Luna has nothing to fear. Oh, the sideline air, side air.
This is risking it. Oh, that's gonna be a punish.
Gravity cancels side 6,
no.
D-line there, goes for the weapon throw.
Oh, I'm done. That's great.
Dude.
Okay.
Oh, no,
That's a free one. I can guarantee you Escape is not winning the next one.
Did Luna
There's
look?
no way.
Did he look? Dude, how could you do that to somebody in person? What? Okay, so there's the ground pound that we're talking about, the neutral signatures. He hit the coveted weapon throw, recovery, gravity cancel, delay, ground pound. He did it.
I question the answer. Immediate 0 to dash onto the person who won the Winter Championship not that long ago, and Escape already put him down to stop.
That could have been more perfect. We're going to see how he's going to get these KOs. Opening up game 1 between these 2 players. And this is cool because...
cheer for.
It's the Godly fan the whole time.
Are you an
I was the Godly fan the whole time.
Okay, no.
I'm the one true Godly fan.
Watch the guitar string.
That was insane.
Hits the 9th move. Ah, yes, this is why I'm here. No, Godly has to stop.
His guitar combo. He had 3 reads inside of it.
Java again, looking solid here. Goes for the N-Sigrid. Java with the spot dodge. The Sair gets through the weapon toss this time. Java's getting low. Perfect dodge.
Wait a minute. Bounce. Dare. He's a pinball wizard.
Bro, what was that?
That was so sick.
He was like, okay, I got the wall touch on the perfect dodge up, and then was like, time to clean house, and just went in, utilized the pillar on Miami Dome. Escape was lucky that there was a thing in the way because we could not.
They put a bandage on that bleed really quick, and now they're back into this set. Okay, they can tie the set up right here.
This is such an even match. I love it.
Yeah, we're
the
just
double
game
again. Spyrox takes advantage. What? No! That was so sick. That was so sick.
Dude, it doesn't matter if you're on the ground or in the air. They are prepared to take your stock.
What in the world, dude? I can't believe you.
Single time, Luna knows exactly how much damage he needs for those signatures to get the KO, even from center stage. Then we have 2 center stage down stick knockouts.
Pretty much. It feels a lot like when Kaya got hit right after BCX. Oh my. You didn't need the extra hits, but he wanted them. That's a very rare loss for words.
I mean, it was just like, all right, Luna is a very good player, and that was. Then I guess that's what happens when you don't go to Miami Dome or Fortress Alliance. You don't recover to the other side of the stage.
Like close to this level, where they can kind of, they're like, yeah, I can hit him out of there. But really, like Snowy, the way he's playing with this. Oh, what?
shout out to Cross.
That's 5 seconds.
Shout out to Cross.
Oh, snap.
We going back
Another
to
one.
back.
Wait, we got time while Dog's respawning. Don't get caught, Zen.
Oh my goodness, I thought we were about to see 3. I was ready to just start counting, bro. Oh man, I just got so hyped. Yes,
Bean is down on his second side though.
Oh,
Beast-
man.
As
Oh,
Bean touched.
oh,
Oh, it's a touch. That was a 0 to death.
Oh, that was
my
a
God.
0 to death.
And making sure you keep yourself calm as we get into game number 2 here, going to the pocket.
On to APOC, Blaze and Acno starting off with a win here. And what will be their first of 2 grand final sets if they're able to get the win. Oh, but Blaze gets into that side ground pound from Pavelski's spear. And I was like, what great timing, Sparky. You're talking about Pavelski's spear. The Godly and Fozy, ooh, they're so crazy. Look at them, they're all making it back to this. Okay, finally.
Pavelski, the way he was maneuvering on the edge to get around the weapon toss, we're gonna have to see that one in slow-mo.
Yeah, just expected to get hit by the true combo. Of course, it wasn't the true combo. It was something different. A third scarier option.
The weapon toss save from May. Those gauntlets might have just saved this game.
That actually might be the difference maker.
Actually,
like, how did you make it back here?
Kaya blessings in Apocalypse helping out a little bit there, but that daylight recovery finally was enough to get it done. Snowy, once again, to those Skip, still holding the lead. Every time he's gotten a lead before, Laura's answered back, but he might be going ahead and holding it out here. As Snowy pushing, but he actually held him out only for a second, as he said, I wasn't done, and Laura goes down. Snowy is not out just yet.
That was sick. My goodness, every possible resource you have just getting snuffed out by Snowy trying to stay alive himself.
Fortunate that it didn't quite work out. Fuzzy got that second shot off that N6.
Okay, nice job.
Nice pick
Cutie.
up. Oh, he chases.
That was nice. That's the kind of pressure you need. Nice save from his homie, but the down air is going to work. I feel like he can't make it back. Weapons also do it. The same, no.
Oh, he's still there, and he keeps him alive, and he gets the KO. Godly Fozy with the lead, but Cutie takes one.
Yo, when Godly's out here playing like this, you're in for a rough day. I mean, you're holding it together. Actually, I mean, that actually might be a bad sign for the red team that he's going to have to play like this the whole time. Because look at it. It's still super close. He's the only one left on the second stock, and he's a little damaged. And it was everything he's done for them to here. We have to leave like this. I don't know, man. Ooh, side air.
Yeah. Stay side. Aight. Whether you ready or not. Try to take mine, that's bad from the get-go. When I put it down, you have it wishing that he stayed home. Think about the outcome, think about your
Hey everybody, welcome back. Sorry for the brief break, but we were just trying to get the bracket caught up here for South American Brawlhalla for Trial of Ymir. I am Skiff. With me is Dara. Dara, how are you doing after our little break?
I'm doing good. I am excited. Yeah, we got to cast a little bit of EU. We got to cast top 32. 32, I was going to say top 128. We got to cast top 32 of EU. I'm really excited to be here. This is, of course, the first official event of the new year of 2024. It's good to be back. It's good to see all of you again. I missed everybody. So I'm just happy to be here.
Missed everybody for a whole 2 hours. And a few months before that, but you know, that's besides the point.
There's different people watching now, so it's like I have to, we just have to say hello to all the new people watching. Anybody that may have been watching from EU as well. We're now going to SA. We're going into South America. We're going into top 32 of South America, and we are going to be starting with Bacterius. Going up against Kant. These are not two players that I know too well off the top of my head. We're all the way down in elimination side round 1 of top 32. So top 32 has been fully filled out, and in winner's side, sitting in winner's side, Lopez took it over Hughes. Fiend and Wes are gonna go at it. Kaina and Power, Lawyers and Kaito. So a lot of the big SA names are here today. They are competing. We're just gonna be taking this off from the elimination side.
Lopez beating Hughes is crazy. That's huge, actually. That's a big W for him. But yeah, we're going to be getting started here. Like you mentioned, we got Bacterius versus Kant. Kant is PR 30, and Bacterius is 71. So
Yeah, so bit of a PO differential, but these two have not actually played each other in the past. They have a 0-0 set history, so this can go basically any which way, but 71 versus 30, this is a pretty big difference between the two, right? There's quite a bit of a PR gap.
oh man, and look at this. We're actually getting Loki in here. Going to be very interesting. One of the newer legends as well. So we're going to be getting into this. And he's got a lot of speed too. He's very fast. And as you can see, this game is just going swimmingly. Probably the wrong map. But
Probably the wrong map, probably the wrong stage, but that's okay. We'll be getting into it shortly. So, yeah, I'm a little bit unfamiliar with these two players. I feel like when it comes to like SA, I've have a little bit more experience with some of the ones that you would like see in top 8 and like top 16. So I'm just excited to see these two go at it. We get to actually now see a little bit of low-key representation. The first time, yeah, we weren't able to get any low-key last year because, you know, just not allowed into like the competitive season. But now we're in 2024. We have allowed low-key. People were complaining about low-key signatures quite a bit on Twitter leading up to, you know, like this event, or at least in the past few months. So I am curious to see like what is going to happen here. I don't really know what to expect when it comes to Loki. Katars and Scythe. What a combination.
Yeah, and actually taking a point away from the defense here to actually put it into their attack speed. So that should be very interesting to see how this wall will play out. But as we get started on Apocalypse here, we're going to see exactly how fast and how crazy these combos can really get with Loki.
Okay, back already, just backing off a little bit here. Being nice and patient. Just getting that sidelight, nothing else off of it quite yet. They're both just kind of moving around each other. And they're getting in each other's faces, backing off a little bit. They're just feeling themselves out at the moment. And now we have a Kataru Ditto unfolding.
Yep. Should be interesting to see how this one goes. Okay, I like the movement so far. Both players are kind of moving confidently. No one's really backing down, and doesn't seem to be any sort of spaghetti at the moment. So definitely something I like to see.
Okay, just gonna be looking through this next down. Like this next highlight ends up delighting, unfortunately, in the wrong direction, and now Kant will be opting to pick up the sword instead. Sidelight's a little bit too far away, nice safe distance. Back won't be able to whip punish it, but now Back, how do you make it back onto the stage? You dodge. Kant doesn't punish the dodge, and instead just gets hit by Back's neutral.
Yep, and then we got that Sig finishing that one off. Maybe that's one of those Sigs that people just keep complaining about, huh? But either way, 3-2 so far in Bacterius' favor. We're gonna see if he can find a way to kind of keep this momentum going. Again, it's a bit of a slow start, but it's not slow. Like they're playing, they're getting into each other's faces. It's just a matter of trying to stay some consistent, try to get these hits, try to get these combos going.
Okay, double chase dodge just to put themselves off stage. Not really sure what the intention was behind it. Gets that neutral, and then chase dodges up. Not going to be able to fully extend, though. We didn't see too many like super extended guitar strings. Like we're seeing occasional straight neutral and down in this connect. But oh my goodness. Back with the immediate follow-up.
Definitely a lot of damage coming out of that so far. And about to lap him in damage here while having the stock lead, too. So that's definitely going to be a huge factor moving forward. Is that going to be it? No, going to be able to live just a little bit longer, but I feel like another one of those might be able to clean this up.
Okay, Neutralite instead just goes for the downlight just in case, you know, Kant ended up like dodging backwards. It didn't quite happen. Oh my god, that had so little end lag. Kant wasn't able to actually punish it with the sidelight, and all of a sudden, that's going to finally be the recovery. Back is up 3 stocks to 1 at the moment.
Oh, still living. Wow. I feel like you probably could have gotten a reversal out of that. That probably would have been really insane. But we do get that stock out of there. Finally, Kant is on the board. Hopefully they can use that little bit of momentum to kind of help push themselves forward here and try to get a little more confident. But again, it's game 1. You're going to be learning a lot, especially against an opponent you've never actually played before. So a lot of this is data, but getting that first W is still huge.
He just dash jumping around, looking for the jump call out with the side and tries to get something going out of that downlight, but doesn't find anything quite yet. Just tries to jump in, gets that neutralite, but then not able to actually combo that into the end sig, which would have been huge. It would have put you off stage. It would have put you off stage at a nasty angle had that hit. Ooh.
Whoa, okay. I like that. That was aggressive. And you're able to pull something off like that and then also just kind of even up the set count here too. That's huge. And look at this, just continuing with that, building up the damage here, keeping them weapon starved. Yeah, right now, you know what? Kant was in a rough spot, but now they're like looking really good.
Oh, Back has just been denied of a weapon this whole time. Can't seem to pick anything up. Can't continues to deny them. Oh, Back is suffering. Back is suffering. Back just wants Katars, just wants Scythe, just wants anything so badly. But all of these weapon spawns have been in Kant's favor. Finally, that neutral gives Back enough time to pick up that Scythe. So what's it going to be? Looking for some sidelights, looking for some falling siders. Back has not gotten anything started yet. That was almost a neutral though.
Oh, they were looking for that ground pound to try and close that one out off the bottom. Was not able to convert, but still, the fact that they're staying aggressive here is super huge because you've already had Bacterius just kind of floundering for a hot minute, and now you're just kind of trying to basically keep them suffocated as you continue to push forward here.
Oh, you had a 3-1 stock lead, and that lead is just gone at this point. Looking for that Sido, not going to be able to knock him off stage. Using the weapon toss just to be able to pick up the Katars, has that opening. Now what are we looking for? Downers, downlights, neutralites, just about anything. But the downlight into the recovery does not do it. Kant was left sweating. Back gets in there with another neutral, just waiting, looking to get that opening. But that recovery is going to be the call-out that he needs. Oh my god, Kant made that comeback that game.
Yeah, basically a reverse 3-stock on game 1, that can be very demoralizing, you know, because like you had a strong lead and you lost it, and it's hard sometimes as a competitor to kind of get your mind like just out of that gutter, just like, all right, that happened, I'm just gonna move forward. Because sometimes you're like, oh man, I really choked that, you know, we're in a crucial spot in the tournament, so it can be very weird, you know, just seeing how players develop and, you know, react to that type of scenario. But we'll see what happens in this game too. Bacterius, I mean, still has a couple games left at least. We'll see if they can make some adjustments here and try to find a way to just finish their food.
Picking up Scythe now. Let's see if Back can get something going. I feel like there was an issue towards the end of the game because even when they did... Oh, Can't. Watch out, buddy. I'm glad you're okay. I was going to say that Back wasn't getting like a lot of combos at the end and was like actively being starved of a weapon here. So I want to see how they're able to sort of make up for that kind of damage that was lost going into the second game.
And as you can see, Qatar duel, it's a lot of them kind of dancing around each other, getting some hops, jumping over each other, dodging through, and just trying to find these hits. And it's like once one of them does hit, we get something like that happening. My goodness. All right, you know, I like that because Bacterius, you know, dealing with what happened in the last game is like, I need to make a statement now. I need to make a statement early and see if I can keep this going here. Right now,
yeah, that was disgusting. That combo off stage was disgusting. That was like double down into, I think that was low-key side sig on the Katars. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, please. But right now, Kant getting that neutral, doing what Sword does best, which is juggle. So now, you know, you're picking up the Sword once again. Really nice, consistent weapon with which to KO. You need a D-Light, you just need a recovery, you just need anything at this point. The recovery from that low isn't going to be able to do it, though. Oh no. Did they fall out of it? Was that not the final hit that connected that actually launches you upwards? And it's the same exact situation last game. Skiff, what is going on?
I don't know. Okay, so like they started off strong, but I think we're starting to see some moments of spaghetti here. I mean, I'm not mad about it because we're seeing some pretty cool plays. And this is exactly how last game went so far. We'll see if Kant can dig deep in the reserves to see if they can make it happen twice. But it's hard to really channel something like that and you know, really kind of make those same plays. We'll see if Kant's got it, but
we'll just have to see, right? I mean, Kant established that last time that Back was like really struggling at some point to approach, and Kant wanted the downer after the ground pound. Back luckily makes it back on alive and in one piece. Okay, you can't whip that kind of signature. Kant overcommitting to that side sig. Kant is just trying to clean this up however they can.
There we go, Bacterius now getting some offense in. I don't know, maybe it's just something for Kant, like, hey, I'm just gonna do what I can, and then I get to my last stock and I just power up, you know? Maybe they need the pressure. Maybe that's where they thrive. Because so far, it's looking like they're gonna be able to close out this stock here and go to a last stock scenario where we've already seen they can't perform. They're really going for it. Oh, just barely misses out.
I mean, that was the good idea. The recovery does it. Everybody, are we seeing a repeat of what happened in game 1? Is Kant about to make this 3-1 stock comeback? Back is currently left without a weapon. This is looking a little bit too familiar all of a sudden, but then Kant goes a little too far to the left. Back picks up the Scythe. You have to get him off stage. You have to get that recovery. You need that jump call out, but Qataris do such a good job of actually getting in on Scythe.
Ooh. Okay, there we go. Gets to the platform safely. Gets their footing back on stage here at least. All right, now we got a Qatar battle to potentially finish this out. Oh, tries to look for the game ender.
That was a good idea. The reverse down light to catch that dodge behind into the recovery, that was the right idea. But then back didn't connect the recovery. They might just pay the price for it dearly.
Yeah, it's... Ooh! All right, you know, we got that one closed out. I was about to say, like, if this happened twice in a row, I don't know a competitor who could go through that and be okay. It's just, that's like, the first one's like, oh, that sucks. No, I really needed that. And then it happens again, and you're just like, oh!
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well.
That was really scary for a second. I thought we would be seeing the repeat of what happened in game 1.
I'm glad we did it.
I'm glad for back's sake that we did it, because then in that case we just have to be like, hey, you know, is it okay? Afterwards, I wouldn't be like crushed mentally. Had that happened to me twice in a row where I established a 3-1 stock lead. But back played some of those follow-ups, especially like that offstage combo. That was nuts, man. That was insane.
And I think if they can just find a way to just be a little more consistent in trying to get that to happen, like, this game changes its pace dramatically, and we probably see a 2-0 scenario for back. It's just a matter of just getting those combos, you know? Just be, like, it seems like they're confident, and then they get into a scenario where they can finish it, and maybe that confidence just kind of dips a little bit. Maybe they just, you know, just some flubbing because you're really wanting something and you're just not able to connect with it.
Okay. Gets that dash D-Light, beautiful stuff. And then into the finisher as well. Can't looking clean at the moment. Incredible finisher. Really nice way to get that stock off. Also, I gotta say, both of these skins look so good.
Any particular reason?
No idea. No, they're just color choices might be nice.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyways, we get back into this game. Kant is maintaining a pretty solid lead here. With back trying to have to battle back here. But, like, the thing is, too, is this is, like, finally a different scenario. We're not seeing back take 2 stocks and then a 3 stock to 1 spot. But see if they can find a way to battle back here.
Okay, back just looking for that call out with that scythe. An excellent reversal weapon. You always have to be careful trying to edge guard a weapon like scythe. But now back has the stage control. And, oh, the mix-up can't. Was not anticipating that at all. Now is stuck off stage continuously. Oh. Man, Loki's signatures are crazy.
Yeah, they're actually really nutty. They're really fast, too. All right, there we go. That's another stock. Could we get the reverse scenario here? 3 stock to 1 with a can't lead? Surely it doesn't happen, right?
Crazy. Yeah, this is just completely unpredictable at this point. But right now, okay, that's going to be able to do it. Back completely undamaged on this stock. Still a fresh first stock. You just have to clean up one of Kant's stocks to make it completely even. So this is absolutely within the realm of doability.
Okay, there we go. Some good damage to get started here.
I don't know if that chase dodge was intentional. Typically, after landing with the down air, you want to go for the dash, right? But the chase dodge is a little bit too slow to actually follow up out of and try to get that D-Light. So I'm not really sure what the intention was. It might have actually just been a misinput.
Ooh. Oh, that's 2 big hits being missed by Kant here. Bacterius just was not able to take advantage of them either. So, I mean, that's kind of just a huge thing for Kant. But Kant does need to get a little more consistent. Want to see them finish their food. Look at that nice weight.
Okay, coming back on here, able to get the recovery. That's still not going to be able to do it. It was towards the left side. It wasn't all the way to the right. Okay. Can't make it back on. Holding onto the sword back. Just still left without a weapon. Has to just eat that. Has to now just be stuck off stage. Missing the down air. Back connecting the recovery successfully. And makes it back on. The neutralite whiffs. Can't neutralite whiffs. They are whiffing. They are whiffing left and right, Skiff.
Here we go. Like that, the movement just to kind of bait something out, and they were able to get it. Closes out that stock, closes out the game. And yeah, Kant's looking pretty good there. It did get a little bit shaky, but they maintained that lead, didn't falter, and were able to close it out. And that's what I like to see.
It didn't feel like, I'm just gonna say, I don't feel like Back was able to do a lot that game. They only dealt 291 damage as opposed to Kant's 584. We didn't see like a lot of really extended combos or anything. Yeah, we saw like a couple nice finishes, you know, with the signatures, but it just didn't feel like Back was able to get anything going that game.
Well, he's going from one signature machine to another as we see the Caspian come into play. And man, I remember when I first had like my real experience with Caspian. I'm like, this dude just keeps throwing out sigs, and it works. It absolutely works. The character's strong. He's got great sigs.
But now we are in, of course, game number 4. This could be Back's potential last game of the set here, or the last game of the tournament run altogether. So we'll see what Kant is able to make happen. Excellent combo, and really good recognition on what direction the neutral is sent, right? Because it has a hitbox all the way around it, sends you at different angles, and was able to get the full follow-up with the recovery.
And there we go. Guitar's in hand now, trying to find a way to battle the blade that Kant has in hand. Gives him a little more speed too, a little more mobility with some of the moves as well.
Oh, yeah, you got nothing at that point. You have no jumps. You could theoretically dodge down. Oh, no, not enough drift. That was the correct choice. That was the only choice that Back possibly had in that moment that could have taken them far enough. And even then, they couldn't touch the side of the stage.
And it's just one of those scenarios, though, you know, when you change a character in the last possible game or last potential game for you, you kind of have to really make sure that your engine's ready to go with this character because things can just move so differently. You got different weapons, you got different signatures, and it can take a little bit of adjustment. Like, it might work out, but like you really need to make sure you're on top of your game almost immediately.
Okay, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on right now. Back is hitting opponents that are not necessarily there until I decided to start talking about it and they were able to connect that D-Light. But Kant has been consistently finding openings by whiff punishing Back over and over, especially on the ground. Whiffing a neutral light like that with guitars, you give your opponent ample time to actually react. Whiffing a neutral light like that with guitars, you can and will get punished for it. And Kant is making sure that Back doesn't get away with it. Tries to go for the finisher, not successful. Kant is still holding on to this first stock.
Oh. Man, yeah, Kant is definitely cooking right now. That first game was definitely a little bit troublesome, but right now they are looking pretty good. They've maintained a great lead basically the past 2 games. And I don't know, something's clicked.
Yeah, Kant just whiff punishing Back, right? So we could just like look on the ground as soon as neutral is reset at any point or another. You see, whiffing a neutral light, Kant gets that opening, right? Back now is struggling to land, left sweating all the way back to the ground, whiffs that neutral light and gets punished. Kant has been whiff punishing Back this entire game.
And ooh, okay. I thought that was gonna be it, but no, just barely off the mark. But you know what? Maybe just a couple more hits and you've got this. Where are you going?
This is
wow, he recovered.
3 stocks to 1, and I'm just gonna keep trying to edge guard you. The recovery doesn't KO. It's not gonna do it, but this game is essentially all but over. Kant closing out this game with a 3 stock. Okay, really simply put, I can tell you exactly the best way to sum up this set, and especially that last game. Back kept hitting an opponent that was not there. They were always pressing, especially, you know, either with gauntlets or with the guitars. They were always pressing a neutral light, either in neutral or, you know, when edge guarding. And Kant saw Back press a button and said, oh, I'm not getting hit by this. That's a really long, active, multi-hitting move. I have plenty of time to react to this, and then I'll be able to land on you successfully with the downer, and then I'm able to redo dodge option, right? Kant kept putting Back into like different disadvantageous states after hitting a downer, after hitting a downlight, and they just read a dodge, and they were able to get so much more punished than Back was. So that was really good stuff to Kant. They played incredible at that moment, but I think they just took advantage of some of like Back's whiffs.
Yeah, it really what comes to mind is a very legendary Tekken video. If you don't press a button, you don't get punished.
Yeah.
If you don't press a button, you don't get punished. Don't press a button. If you don't know it, then don't worry about it. But you know, hey, shout out to Poke Chop. But yeah, great game, great set.
I love that.
What a legend, huh?
Do we have like a poke chop of Brawlhalla? I don't think we do, and I think that's like a problem. Yeah.
We got Tekken though.
We do have Tekken. Yeah, it's close enough. Alright, everybody, we're going to be going on into the next set here. We have Navarro going up against Noah. Navarro is number 15, excuse me, in the region, so we're starting to get up a little bit higher in terms of PR placements. This is now in round 2 of Elimination Side, and I have seen Noah play before. I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head, but it seems like Noah's going to be actually opting for the Tesca in this game 1.
Well, we got Shell going on here, but yeah, basically Tesca. Either way, yeah, we'll see how this plays out. I don't have a whole lot of experience watching this character. I've seen a lot of the crazy stuff, but like I've never actually been able to just sit down and cast it myself, so I'm really excited to see what type of action we get.
Oh, we're getting into it, but right now, Navarro just getting rid of Noah, putting them off stage, taking care of that stock altogether, and it's already 3 stocks to 2 in just a flash.
Yeah, that was really quick. And whoa, that. Okay, these people are scrapping. I love it. But man, let's get back on the stage first, huh? You just lost a stock, and I'm glad that you're getting aggressive. You're trying to get yours back, but don't throw like your life away. Let's think about this a bit.
This is just a common like South American matchup. But oh my goodness, the reversal with the downer, able to get it. Is that going to be it? Really, really good punish on that GCN sig, and still making sure to clean up the stock any which way possible, finishing it off with the side A. That was good. Noah said, "Hey, you know what? I have a feeling you're going to keep making it back onto the stage. I don't want you to come back onto the stage. You're all out of options except one. I know where you have to go," and punished every single one of those. That was good stuff.
Yeah, very good stuff. And I like the fact that they were able to recover after that very, very fast first stock, and they were able to get one right back pretty quickly, too. And look, the aggression just keeps going here. No signs of slowing down.
Okay, gets that neutral light as a bit of a get off me tool. Now just going to be looking for the pick up there, the cleanup. Doesn't find anything quite yet. Keeps looking for all these N6s. None of them are connecting though. And Noah getting a bit of a boots combo. D-Light into the ground pound with no weapon on hand. That actually cleans up the stock somehow. And all of a sudden, Noah has a lead.
Yeah, at the beginning of this match, I would have told you it was definitely going one way, but I don't feel like that anymore. However, we do have a last stock scenario here. Clean stocks as well. I honestly don't know who's going to take this. They're both playing really good. They're answering each other back after one takes a stock, the other one responds, and vice versa. So, I mean, we'll have to see what happens here. Right now, we got Rocket Lance taking on the Gauntlets. The Gauntlets, there we go.
Okay.
Some great damage.
Oh no, left sweating off stage for just a second there. Navarro able to get that neutral. Excellent stuff with the side light, down light, end light as well. Noah taking so much damage, can't come back down. When did Noah use that dodge? Because I didn't see a dodge come out in like maybe 5-6 seconds. Noah just took every single hit that Navarro had to offer.
I got nothing for it.
Yeah, we got nothing.
This is just one of those games where you watch two people just absolutely destroy each other. And I love it, man, because like I don't feel a bias of wanting one person to win over the other. I want both of them to win. As long as I see some cool stuff, I'm with it.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Yeah, they're scrapping. They're scrapping and they're diving off stage after each other. It's pretty funny. It's pretty entertaining. That is how SA goes at the end of the day. But right now, Noah switching off to the Mirage now. Trying to get something going with that down off stage. But, ooh, okay, the side light ends up whiffing. You whip that down light onto the stage. Okay, Noah, huge punish waiting. All off of whiffing a single down light. Navarro left weaponless off stage. And Noah is pressing side sigs like there's no tomorrow. My goodness.
Oh, geez, there's so much pressure at this ledge, too. I am in love with this game right now. The way these two are playing, just getting super aggressive. Any potential opening, they will take it. You give them an inch, they'll go a mile, and maybe even further if they can find a way to squeak it out. Okay, here we go into our second stock here.
Gets that neutral, looking for that side light on the ground, gets that D-light into the side. Okay, excellent stuff. Good jump call out on the high recovery. And now Noah gonna get knocked down to the second stock. So Navarro keeping themselves in the game here, keeping themselves in the swing of things.
And again, like you mentioned, even game, right? Stocks are looking good. But man, that's a big damage. And look at that, actually really even across the board here. But we got Noah really starting to get these scythe combos together. But with the answer back from Navarro, man, this Rocket Lance is doing some beautiful work, but now weaponless, having to deal with the spear.
Okay, picking up Lance, slowing down the pace of the game for a second, but this is a really good matchup for Spear. Spear does a really good job of actually getting in against Lance, is what I would say, until you find that side light side. And Noah stuck off stage, but I can't believe the recovery didn't connect. Navarro overcommitted. Noah got behind Navarro and then was able to get that punish with side it.
Here we go. Yep. Oh, great hit, man. I love the hammer. The stop to the Sarah, always a tried but true measure to get those stocks out of the way. Now we're into a last stock scenario, going right with the Rocket Lance. Definitely get a lot of damage built up, just carrying them all around the stage here. Look at this, beautiful stuff, but getting a spear to answer back. Not too many hits so far. Definitely trying to find their footing.
That was a bit of a misplay on Navarro's end. You can't really whiff punish Spear D-Light by going for like a grounded side A, but that doesn't matter. They're off stage. And when these two players are off stage, something happens. Because right now, Noah, just looking for that side light, ends up going in the opposite direction though. Navarro not able to get a huge punish. That's going to be the D-Light active input backwards, but then Navarro just cleaning it up.
Yeah, I mean, Houston, we have liftoff. Like, that was super quick, super clean. And yeah, man, just a great, fantastic game to really get us started here. Honestly, I'm down to watch more of this. Like, it almost feels like a continuation from the last game because they were off stage a lot too, just absolutely styling on each other.
What do I even say about this? This is, I mean, they're both really aggressive. They're both really committing heavily off stage against each other. Noah doesn't dodge. And it's kind of confusing me. Like, I don't think I completely understand it. I feel like Navarro's getting away. Yeah, guys, blocking in fighting games, it makes you a coward. That's right. But I just feel like Navarro
anything is plus if you believe.
Navarro is just like getting way too much damage out of like each like lance opening when Noah does have a dodge available, and I don't know what to make of it.
You know what? Maybe they're making a point. As you can see, taking that first stock right there, we do see Noah get on the board first, but they do need to get a little bit more out of the stock because, I mean, so far it's just been Navarro from opening to closing. Like, it's just been nonstop.
Yeah, when you're off stage against Scythe, anything can happen at any given moment. Noah is the one with the lead right now, but eating a Sido, you know what that means? Just a signature, popping it out. Navarro able to close out that stock, able to get that spike, and now all of a sudden the stock count is even. And if we've seen anything from this lance, we have seen how much damage it is capable of outputting at a moment's notice.
Oh, like that right there. That was a huge amount to just deal with all of a sudden. And so many times, I'm all over the place, but we've seen so many like attempted ground pounds, like almost immediately, like going off stage. And there's been so many times where we could see an absolutely devastating reversal, and we haven't gotten it. But I think people's luck is starting to run out here. You got to be a little more careful, you know, take a little more care of your stocks, especially when you're going off stage like that.
Now that's a side light, that's going to be the side, but it's not going to be enough to do the stock quite yet. Noah, why are we committing against Hammer off stage? You know what? Noah had that execution. With that side, I got terrified, and then the neutralizer, excuse me, came out, and everything's okay now. Navarro knocked down to the last stock, but you just need one strong hit against Noah to make it even.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Oh. Wow, they were really going for it, and I get it. Using the stock in the process, but you know what? I love plays like that. You know, you're trying to close it out by any means necessary. Did you lose a stock in the process? Yes. Were you in the lead? Also yes. So it's pretty much worth it at that point, because if it works out, great. You get a W under your belt, things are looking good. But if you don't get it, oh no. This is not looking good.
Is what I would say, but is Navarro going to be able to make it back? Almost for a second, but alas, you have no dodge. That was your only tool that you had to get any sort of vertical distance. You use up the dodge, you have to touch the side of the stage, and then at that point, you are just a sitting duck to eat a ground pound. So good recognition from Noah that was the time, that was the opportunity to go for it. They executed upon it, and they got that stock and that game as a result.
And that's like the thing that's like scary about that too, right? Is, I mean, I was sitting here, I was talking about how Noah just made a really strong play, right? If you lose a stock, whatever, you got one more. And then we just see that damage that Navarro just starts outputting with that rocket lance, like you mentioned before. And it was a much different game. And then, I mean, we saw Noah get, you know, the ground pound to close it all out. So it worked out in the end, but my goodness, you got to make sure you play a little bit better defensively, because you can't just be letting that happen.
Yeah, the thing I'm paying attention to, the thing I'm trying to understand is how is Noah getting punished so much? And I am noticing something right now. Let me tell you already what I'm seeing. Every single time I'm seeing a lance down air or a downlight connect, Noah has been consistently dodging out the same way. Navarro was able to punish it once by jumping in and getting another downer, but right now, it does not matter, because that was Noah's advantage state. Closing it out with that weapon toss to Noah. This is just a different player right now, Skiff.
Yeah, what is this, Big Brother taking the controller? What happened all of a sudden? What is happening? Just spotting him way off stage and almost looking for a way to close that one out too. They do get another scythe in hand. Wait, this is a different player. Sorry, this is not the same player we were just watching. What is this?
What was that dodge, Navarro? Oh no. Dodged right into whatever Noah was setting up on stage. Ended up eating that stock too. It's a 3-1 stock lead and a minute hasn't even gone by.
This is just terrifying. Dude, look at this. I don't know, maybe you just need to be playing in a position where, like, you're gonna lose it all. Like, I've seen some players, like, they like the pressure, right? And, like, I'm not saying they purposely lose a stock or two or anything like that, but when they get to the scenario where, it's do or die, your back's against the wall, they rise to the occasion. It's like something clicks. And apparently for this one, it's just getting your big brother to play on the controller. I don't know. Like, this is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, this is crazy. Navarro is already on the last stock. So deep into the ready kill, only getting straight siders, but that's going to be the down light into the recovery. The sword classic, nice, consistent KO confirm whenever you could possibly want it. Okay, yeah, no, this is, Navarro dealt 193 damage, and then I think Noah dealt like 480 something. The difference is astounding.
I mean, you can tell by watching that game. That was like pace-wise, that was just so different from everything we've seen in this set so far. Like, if that's just something you're just kind of holding on to, like, hey, I'm just gonna wait and then see where it goes. Like, your opponent has got to be caught off guard by how that game 4 went, right? And then you go into game 5, and you're like, I hope they don't play like that again, because I'm still in shock from what just happened.
Oh, but look at all these highlights. And Noah catching that dodge in just by down airing afterwards. Navarro is already stuck off stage again. And Noah gonna be getting the ground pound. We are less than 15, 20 seconds into the game, and one stock is already gone. Noah does not stop. Noah does not quit.
There is no quit. There is no stop. There is no This is just ridiculous. I'm just trying to wrap my head around, like, the complete 180 of, like, aggressiveness coming out here. It's not stopped. This sword is just racking up combos, just getting whatever he wants out of this.
Down air into the sider as well. Okay, Noah gonna be getting that sider, gets that down air as well. Is it over? Not quite. Okay, that GC Ensing has consistently saved Navarro's life. That time around, they didn't get punished for it, but you gotta find a way to stop this bleeding. You have to find a way just to stop all of the hurt that is being put on.
Okay, finally, we get on the board here. I would love to know what's going through Scarlet's head right now. Like, are they reacting to the difference in aggression here? Are they just playing it out like, hey, you know what? It's just another day in South America Brawlhalla.
Navarro's dodges, like, all of them are being punished. Yeah, they just keep dodging into Noah, it looks like. I want to see if that, like, happens again the next time that Noah, like, starts off a combo, especially with Scythe. But, okay, that time around, not using the dodge, just dashing and jumping out of disadvantage. Nice and patient. Navarro not rushing through the weapon.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what Navarro really needs to do, because, like, you kind of don't have a choice right now. It's kind of hard to match the aggression that's coming out from Noah, because look at this! Dara, what did we just watch?
You know, Skip, that's a beautiful question that you've just asked me. I mean, I don't know what else to say, other than they were constantly both, like, on top of each other. They were both constantly stacked at every single given moment. And everything that Noah was going through was connecting. Like, everything. Everything just hit. Every single follow-up, even if things were untrue, everything just hit.
How much damage did Noah do the last 2 games? Like, almost 1,000 damage compared to what, about 300, 400?
Yeah.
That's like a 600 point difference in damage output. What happened? What were those first 2 losses? Like, what is your issue?
Yeah. I just heard that, like, in the AVGN voice of, like, what were you thinking? Yeah, that was, I mean, that was brutal. There's no other way to put it other than they never had, like, a moment apart. That match, like, felt like codependent. They were just constantly, like, fighting with each other every single second. They were constantly on top of each other, and Noah was swinging, and everything was connecting, and every single combo and follow-up was working. Yeah, yep. So congratulations to Noah. Noah's going to be moving on throughout the tournament. And now we will be seeing C go up against Henrique.
Man, what a set that was. We have been just getting absolute dimes. Beautiful games. And I love it. I absolutely love it. But we're going to get into this next game here, going right to Apocalypse. We've got C versus Enrique. See how this one plays out. Apocalypse has just been a very popular starter, it seems.
Yeah, people who stick into Apocalypse, I wonder what the consensus is on the stage list right now, because I know there was some discourse about it a while ago. But right now, C just looking to get something going here with Sword on hand, looking for some downers, looking for some neutralers. Gets that neutral light, gets that side light, just forcing Henrique off stage. There's a couple of big hits in.
You know what? This is another fresh matchup for us, too. These two have not seen each other. So we're actually just getting a lot of those. So maybe, I don't know if it's just like new faces just popping up out of nowhere, or if it's just like players just coming through, just finally playing against each other. But like, because even some of the other matches, like earlier with some of the lower PR people, like they're just killing it, man. Everybody's playing against someone new. It's a fresh season of Brawlhalla.
Guitars gets that D-Light, and then I love the back away, but then C wasn't able to get an additional follow-up afterwards. Gets that down. Is that going to close it out? Yes, it will. The NSIG does it. And that's going to be C going up with a stock lead.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah, these guitars definitely going to be putting in a little bit of work here. There we go. Great little combo. I like that jump just to see what the reaction was going to be after that combo, and didn't try to chase with that.
Yeah, down a little bit too low. Got that dodge a little bit too late. C was not making it back onto the stage.
Okay, here we go. Decent damage, a huge punish there, and it's still going. Look at all the way off stage now. You are in trouble. Can you make it back to the wall? Wow, that was huge. What a beautiful play there.
And the taunt,
and the taunt to go with it. Yep. Don't lose this game. You better not lose this game.
You can't taunt when the game isn't even over yet in game 1 of a set, an elimination side. You can't do that. I don't think that's allowed.
Listen, from what I've heard, the set starts at the character selection screen, right? That's where the game starts. So anything goes at that point. Any sort of mental damage, no physical damage unless it's physical damage in game. And yeah, you're good.
Mods, please check this. Okay. Right now, see, just looking for a way to get started onto Henrique here. Is that going to be it? The D-Light into the side? Not quite yet. Dash jumping off stage and waited and got the downer, and the downer would have been enough to do it. But then still close it out with the best possible angled weapon toss. C played beautifully that game. C just played amazing.
Yeah, I got nothing else to add. You're that was dominance. And you know what? I guess that is, we're getting higher into the PRs, right? That's what we're seeing now in this bracket. And maybe that's just the difference between 14 and 28. Is there a gap that big? Or did Henrique just kind of have a bad game? I mean, hopefully we can see what the answer is coming into this game too. And it's not necessarily that's the definitive answer, right? Like sometimes people have a bad day, but my goodness, C is just looking a lot better.
Oh yeah. Going into this next game, C just gonna be waiting on picking up a weapon here, playing nice and defensively. Gets that end light. I like these empty jumps that both of them are doing after they get a hit, and they're just trying to reposition themselves and react to the opponent's dodge option.
Okay. Trying to get through here, trying to find a way. Taking their time though, not pushing anything further than they really need to.
Nice dodge coming back down. How does he actually reset neutral here? Ends up whipping that end light. Okay, chase dodging, looking through the jump call out. Loving Henrique's movement right now. Has just been consistently winning every single one of these new actions.
Wow, it's so fast. That is so fast. And starting off with a great stock here is C, who's gonna try and keep this going and try to keep that momentum from last game as well. Look at that, just landing with a hit. Didn't get anything else out of it, but still, the weapon toss. Oh, you made them get rid of that. Oh, this is not good. Oh, geez.
Gets a side light, gets that D-Light, Oh, that's like a Toggle Blundu, baby. Turning it on, turning into a nice little QA, nice and smooth. See, again, 3-1 stock lead at this point. What do you even say?
This is just going so fast. Look, the movement's crisp too. Like, yeah, they are on top of their game today, and that's what I like to see. Oh, potential stock? No. They tried to go for the weapon toss to see if they could find a way to secure it.
I like that little bit of style going on with the wall slide. I like it.
Goes through that end light, tries to go through the GC side lane, unfortunately not connecting. See, can you make it back onto the stage? Henrique, oh, that would have been you time to actually punish that GC side sig. Alas, it didn't come out. You didn't jump down there, you didn't get that ground pound, and C is living another day, is what I would say. Until X Sido had something else to say about it.
Well, I mean, C's just going to be able to get another weapon drop about right here, so it just happens to be the guitars immediately. Oh, this is not looking good for Henrique fans. Henrique fans, you need to give them your power right now, because it is looking dire.
Something I love that C is just doing every single... Oh, wait. You know what? I'm going to stop analyzing C's gameplay, because every time I start talking about it, they start doing something crazy off stage.
Okay, there we go. Has a sword in hand. Was in a precarious position before. Not going to be able to take the stock. They're going to be looking for a way to close this out. Weapon toss? Nothing.
He gets that end light as a get off me option. Gets C off stage. Oh my goodness. That was crazy.
The power is being delivered. Henrique fans in the chat right now, letting them know that, hey, they want their guy to win. It's just a matter of trying to clutch this out. You're in a danger spot. That deep red, it only takes a hit or two to potentially close out the stock. But look at this axe putting in the work. And unfortunately, it just takes one more hit. You had that much damage done to you. It's like you just gotta sneeze on them and you're good.
Yeah, C is crazy. C's advantage state, I have to say, especially with guitars, is kind of ridiculous. C has been consistently connecting something like a D-light, something like an N-light, and then doesn't go for like an immediate follow-up, just goes for an empty jump. And then Henrique has been consistently dodging into C afterwards. C, as a result, was able to get some really long, extended guitar combos. When you have no dodge and you're going up against guitars and you get hit by D-light, you just have to pray that they mess up on their execution, because otherwise you'll be taken from yellow to red in a second's time.
And this is where things are getting a little bit interesting now. We're actually seeing a character switch from C going over to the Sentinel. I know Sentinel just got some nice little reworks on the hammer sig, so we'll definitely see if those are going to come into play. But having that hammer to close out stocks just a little bit faster, that's going to be huge.
Looking for the additional pickup with the D-light. Didn't connect it though. Okay, using that as like a way to stall. Henrique not able to catch that landing too successfully now.
Oop. Whoa, okay. Just a little too early on that one. But, I mean, I like what he's looking for. They're already looking for a way to close out these stocks. They're going for the KO. It's just a matter of can they get it. Whoa!
Weapon toss, grab it, GC D-light to catch that jump after was kind of insane, and it almost worked. I love the idea.
Right, now it's just a matter of getting back to stage. Yep. Okay, there you go. Oh, you had the space to just get on for free as they were going for that weapon, but C just kind of didn't react to it fast enough or something. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. But guitars in hand and a stock gone. And this game's really not that far apart, but we do continue to see the dominance of C taking this first stock here.
Tries to get that side-O jump call out, but Henrique able to land down and find a side-O of their own. How do you get back onto this? Oh! What is happening with sword recovery? What is going on with sword recovery lately? That's already 2 times today that we saw the sword recovery fail. 2 times today.
Maybe there's something in the water. The sword water. Yeah. Okay. We're getting back into this. We do have C attempting to try to get some more damage on. They're doing a pretty good job of it so far.
Oh, gets that side light, gets that D-light, looking for the second D-light. Henrique does dodge safely. That doesn't take the stock off the top quite yet. Gets the down air, double down air. Henrique getting a good amount of damage in, but now you're stuck off stage. C gonna be looking for that D-sig. Doesn't actually find it. That guitar D-sig, I mean, we saw it yesterday. It is so good.
I love it. I love Hammer. It's so nice. I mean, I know people don't like it for some good reasons, but it just makes me feel at home. Take that as you will. But either way, Sentinel so far, C continuing to control the pace of this game. They do have Henrique on the final stock, potentially up the bracket here for them.
Looking for the side right now, just jumping around. Okay, D-light into the downer, really good stuff. It just takes one more of those, but instead goes for the recovery to put Henrique off stage here. Guitars in hand, Henrique's got no weapon. That's the recovery, that's the game, and that's gonna be the set. C, in and out, has places to be, cleaned that up.
Yeah, I got nothing for that. And actually, they're gonna have a very interesting set coming up. Unfortunately, we're not gonna get it on stream, but it's gonna be C versus Kant. So that's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be one of your elimination round 3 matches. And then the winner of that goes on to fight Fiend. This bracket is just getting scary and scarier as this day goes on, man. South America is just so loaded with talent.
Yeah, South America. I mean, this is what happens every time that we try to cast South America. They do not play the matches slow. They do not play the matches slow. Cough cough. EU. Yeah, it's just even ones that would like go to a game 5. It's like they're permanently holding like forward and then pressing a button at all times. So they're playing fast. They're constantly interacting with each other. You don't see people typically camping one another that much. So really good stuff to them, and that means that C is going to be moving on, just as he said, to go ahead and fight Kant. The match that we will be seeing now is actually going to be Sack going up against Thai PHZ. I don't actually know the best way to pronounce that tag.
Is it Thafes? Thafes? Because the PH could be like an F sound. Is it Thafes? Thafes? Is anybody in the chat?
Production, I would like some help, please, and thank you. We have a lovely producer helping us out here at the moment. Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna say Thafes.
Let's see. What is it? Oh, okay. We don't have an update on that. Okay. I'm gonna also go along with Skiff here.
Tafe. Okay. I didn't take that in consideration. Life with a T. Oh,
okay.
Taif.
That makes sense. Okay, sorry.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
No,
guys,
I
we're doing. I just want to clarify. We're doing this live. We will not give it a briefing on this, right? So we're doing this live. We're figuring it out live. Everybody, this is going to be the final set of Skiffs and I for today before we switch on over to Polly and Flambeau. I know it seems like it's only been a moment, but guess what? That is just the way that South America plays. We have SAC, Sack, the one and only. I mean, this is a player that needs no introduction. Right, this is somebody that we have seen over and over. This is number 7 in SA. This is, I mean, you have a really good idea of how the set is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, the other player might need an introduction because they're PR 421, according to our Brawl stats here. So this is 421 versus PR 7. So this is quite the difference here. Making it this far in the bracket, I mean, you have to have made some huge upsets already.
You had to have, I mean, I would like to go take a look and see how did Type even get up until this point. They took it over Stale, they took it over Nick Z to be able to get here. And now Type is fighting for their life in elimination side of round 3 of top 32. The winner of this moves on to a top 8 qualifying match on elimination side. I don't know what's going on here.
Is there some lag going on?
You know what? We're gonna let them figure it out.
Okay. I'm not sure what's going on right now.
Oh, and they're just back to fighting, maybe? Guys?
Okay.
This is, you
oh,
know...
it's a DC.
Oh, it's
okay.
a DC.
Alright.
That is understood. That makes sense. You know, this may be like cliche to say, but I thought this was just about to be like the most intricate level neutral of all time. Also, Squidward's clarinet being an emote here is yeah, that is insane.
Yeah. So I guess the game counts because it's past the 10 seconds rule. All right. Well, I did not know what was going on. I thought we just had a scenario where like one player just happened to get really far in the bracket, and I don't know, maybe just got lucky or something. I just didn't know what was happening. All right, there we go.
Yeah, they're getting back into it. This may or may not still be just a bot. I don't know if Type ended up reconnecting. I'm not sure exactly how that works. But right now, yeah, this game one, oh, Sack has such a huge lead. There is no way that you can come back from this.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a bot anymore. You can definitely tell from the movement difference right now. So, but yeah, it is definitely a tough spot here. I mean, not only are you down a stock already, but the fact that you're doing it against PR 7 in South America, it's almost like it's just game over at that point. Like, what do you do at this point to try and find a way to turn things around, you know?
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. I'm just gonna say it how it is. It's gonna be rough. Gets that side light, leans into it maybe. Type able to get that D light. Okay, Sack getting that side out, getting that neutral as well. All of these different hits are connecting already deep into the yellow. This is Sack's game.
right. Yeah, trying to dance around here a little bit, see if they can find a way in. Oh, yeah, it's just Zach just kind of choosing how they want to play at the moment. Like, do they want to take it easy? Do they want to get aggro? They can do whatever they want. And, okay, we do see a stock come out, so Typh showing some life here.
Yeah, connected that down, but right now, Sack, even with no weapon in hand, picking up those gauntlets, looking for probably a D-light at this point, looking for a side light at this point, maybe a double side light. You just need that one opening. Typh has been fishing for that D-light with the hammer. Dodge down, Sack not able to lead that jump. Is that going to be it? Yes, it will be. Sack taking out game 1.
I love the fact that we have a luchador in this game. They're so cool.
Yeah, made for
That's
you
sick.
in mind. And I thought about you and they were putting in Tuska.
They made battle boots for me. That's what they did. Where's my battle boots cannon chant? That's what I want. Where's my guy? One day. They're just gonna put me in the game.
Okay, so we're gonna just be moving on to game 2 here. Yeah, game 1, that was very confidently in Sack's favor, and that is what we're anticipating here to go on. Hopefully no more disconnects on Type's behalf. That was just really, really unfortunate. That is the way that the cookie crumbled.
Okay. Yeah, just kind of continuing to just put down the same pressure we were seeing in game 1. I mean, that's just the power of being one of the top players in your region. Never mind one of the better players in the world, too. But Zach is definitely going in and getting whatever damage they want.
Yeah, Sack is just playing back, waiting for Typh to press a button. But we don't want to discredit Typh. We don't want to count them out. That's the neutral into the GC, D-Light. They're really, really amazing stuff. Gets that sider. That angle is so nasty. Uses up the dodge. Sack wanted the GC D-Light. That didn't connect either. But right now, I mean, just Sack just has the lead. Sack has all the momentum they could possibly want.
Yeah, I do like that they went off the stage to be that aggressive, though, just to kind of really make a statement. Because, like, depending on how fast you can take stocks, you can really get your opponent frustrated, and, like, they just start really flubbing on everything and just giving you whatever you want. So, I mean, and right now, I mean, it looks like Sack's getting whatever he wants anyway, so it's definitely looking a little bit rough.
Indeed. Huge side sig. Sack just able to come out there with the side O, just jumping up nice and high just in case that Typh recovered. That positioning was intended to punish a potential recovery. With that side sig, once again, going to be cleaning it up. Sack has places to be.
This is a rough game too. It's pretty much just the same thing as game 1. I would like to see another stock come out here for Types though. I want to see that they have life in their game. It's definitely just it's tough, you know, when you're playing against a really good player. There's just so much game knowledge that can be like a differential between the two of you. And it can be really demoralizing, but I like this though. That was a huge play. And I like to see that confidence. You know, go for those moves. You can get those.
Right now that neutralite, oh, that's no dodge, but Sack actually not able to follow up after that down air. Is that going to be able to do it? Not quite. The weapon toss also coming out there. Typh has to find a way to make it back onto the stage. Going for a massive play with that down air. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Stomps there, just to get a little bit of something going. But yeah, we do have Sack right back on the offensive here. Going to be looking to close this out. Dashing right in their face, dashing back, and here we go. Game 2.
Yeah, Sack doesn't feel pressured. Sack doesn't particularly feel afraid of, any options that Typh has been putting out. Typh has not been really asserting space. Sack hasn't been able to take away a lot of space. And then a lot of the way that Sack has been playing has just been waiting for Typh to press something they shouldn't. And taking advantage of that opening and getting in there. So, yeah, Sack is just playing fast, and he's playing like he's got places to be.
Yep. I mean, there's nothing else to really say about that. So we'll see if Typh can, get a little more going here. Like, it might be one of those scenarios you're like, all right, listen, I know that there is a skill difference between the two of us, but this is like a huge learning moment, if anything, right? Try to learn as much as you can fighting one of the world's best.
Nice little combo there from Sack, able to get that side out. Typh. Ooh. Okay.
I like that. Okay, they got a little bit in there. See, that was one of those scenarios where I felt like they just weren't too confident throwing out that Sair. It's probably because Sack's punish game has just been absolutely lethal, so I kind of get the hesitation just a little bit.
You have to. You can't miss your D-Light follow-ups with Hammer, though. It is essential. It is essential to your gameplay. That being said, incredible ground pound from Sack. Once again, just taking on that lead. Although this time they're pretty deep into the red.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're definitely looking a lot better. That little, like, 3-4 piece combo that they had on that platform is definitely really nice, too. So I like to see that there's some life here. And they're definitely going to be trying. You made one mistake there, and just, you know, the end lag on that move just took too long. So it just gave Sack just free reign to get right back on stage.
I think it's properly like overshooting with some of Sword's buttons, like with sidelight. Just not undo shooting it, making sure that Sack can't with punish it, just always going a little bit further so that you can then punish the dash back. That being said, though, Typh is on the ground, not able to get that end light, and punishing that dodge with the ground pound. This should be it, but then Sack decides to back off, doesn't want to go for any GCD lights, doesn't want to go for any additional moves, just decides to pick up the gauntlets, and it paid off.
Right, well, Typh shows what you're made of. I mean, you've gotten one stock in every game so far. Can we go for 2 here at least? You only need to sneeze on him, and you basically got it.
Oh, but Sack is making that as difficult as possible until Typh does connect that neutral, catching Sack's jump. Still cleaning up that stock, but this is still looking like Sack's game.
Okay. Oh, great start here. My goodness, the gauntlet combos. Just ground and pound. Just over and over. The pummeling won't stop.
Knocked off stage without a weapon. Gets that down, just catching Typh, making a mad dash to pick up that hammer. Is that going to be it? Yes, it will. Sack getting done with this game, being done with the set. Just going to be moving on into the top 8 elimination side qualifying match, where the opponent is going to be Kaina to make it into top 8. So congratulations to Typh for having made it this far into the tournament. But this is an incredibly unfortunate foe to have run into at this point in bracket.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that that match is going to be streamed. Watching Kaina versus Sack is going to be an absolute fire match. The fact that's a top 8 qualifier is just mind-blowing. Like, there's been some upsets today. South America is playing their game, and I love to see it, man. It really goes to show the depth that this scene has, and yeah, man, I'm just excited to see where it goes from here, but yeah, this was definitely a little bit rough.
This game, how fast were each of these sets that we watched? Surely we could not have been commentating for like more than 30 minutes.
Not that even, unless like Noah Navarro. But like it started as a game 5, but those last 2 games were just so devastating. Like, yeah,
that's Sack. That's a top player versus somebody who is not necessarily known as such, right? But okay, everybody, that is going to do it for Skiff and I for today. Skiff and I will be back tomorrow with a little bit of NA action. In the meantime, Polly and Flambeau, for those of you that haven't already wished Polly a happy birthday, you're messing up, you need to go ahead and do so. Polly and Flambeau will be taking out the rest of side stream for SA today. Everybody, thank you so much for listening to us talk about video games. Skip, do you have any final thoughts, any final feelings for today?
No, today's a good day. Enjoy your weekend, right? We got more action coming up. We got more action tomorrow. So don't enjoy your weekend too much, like going outside. Stay inside, watch Brawlhalla. That's enjoying your week.
That's right. Thank you, Skip. I will be doing that with the rest of my day today. Goodbye, everybody. Polly and Flambeau will be taking out the rest of side stream, and then we will be seeing you tomorrow as well. So don't go anywhere quite yet, and just stay seated for a few more minutes. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the trial of Ymir. This time it is me and Polly here to talk about a little bit of South America. We got to, flirt a little bit with MENA on Friday. Now, earlier today, we got to flirt a little bit with EU. And now we are taking the plunge into South America to see who will be able to conquer the trial and come out victorious.
We are indeed moving into the last region of today. We only, after this, have North America left for tomorrow. And the bracket is looking hot so far, Flambo. And it looks like we already have some players in the lobby.
Yeah, this one should be good. In the lobby, I see we have Reaper and Mac. And so that should be pretty fun. Reaper, of course, a staple, I'd say, to the South American region. Granted, I feel like the confusing part may be my brain says there's like a few different Reapers, right? And so we actually have Reaper Black because I think there might have been a Reaper in like Southeast Asia before.
Yeah,
so
I believe so. Yeah, so this is the not only is it Reaper ASCII emoji Black, but it is also the SA Reaper, which is locked in on the Mordex right now. We got Mac on the Petra.
And this should be interesting as well. PR34 for Reaper Black. And I like it because it's not Black Reaper, it's Reaper Black. Kind of like Goku, We don't say the Black Goku, we say Goku Black. There's a difference. We got to put the respect on it, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta stop making these references. I don't understand, man. You think I've seen a single episode of? You think I've seen a single episode of Dragon Ball? Your last block, you were saying Shuriken. I don't know what that is either. No,
you know what a Shuriken is. Stop. You're lying. You're lying.
No. I've heard it. I don't even know which game it's from.
Stop, dude. Ryu is in Brawlhalla. He yells it every time he N6.
I don't know what game he's from, bro. I don't play any other fighting games than Brawlhalla. Bro, Brawlhalla is the best game on Steam.com. It is the only fighting game I have played.
That's wild. Okay, well then, it's time to educate you, Paul. You about to learn all the references. I'm going to fill you in, hopefully better than anyone else in your life you've met up until this point, because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You got to know your Gokus, you got to know your Vegetas, you got to know your Luffys, but it looks like first you got to know your Reapers and your Max, because we are hopping into game one as we go ahead and see what's going on in South America for the trial of Ymir.
And we are going to be locking in on Apocalypse as we are beginning this first game, which is a game for, I believe, 13. If you win this game, you have a chance at entering top 8 on the elimination side.
Okay, and Reaper already starting off pretty decently here, getting a couple strings of down sync from Mordex to go ahead and send Mac off to the side. Mac, however, is just going to chase dodge right back into center stage. We've seen quite a bit of gauntlets today. We've seen a couple Mordex, and now we're getting some Petra as well. We did see a Petra earlier as well. So some familiar picks with some different pilots, this time in a different region. Woo!
All right, nice little two-piece coming out from Reaper, able to throw out Mac quite far away. He's going to be able to get back onto the stage, though. Throwing out that Nair. Mac is going to be able to reverse it. Weapon throw won't be able to connect, though. That's going to be the knockout nonetheless.
Hey, good patience coming out on the side of Mac there, recognizing that the D-like ground pound is pretty much guaranteed. Just had to wait out the wall touch from Reaper, but Reaper's going to try to answer back now. Maybe get that ground pound. It will be enough. And now we have ourselves a tight battle, not gaining any advantage. Fully pristine stock here.
Reaper chilling on those gauntlets. Trying to get some damage build up, which he will be able to do successfully, but Mac coming back really far up in the air. Kind of a scary situation there, but he is going to be able to rebound off of that quite safely. So far, very, very even game.
Let's see. Mac trying his best. Highlights here, gonna force Reaper into the corner. He's going to be able to dash land and grab that scythe, but not without taking a hit there. Can Reaper get the turnaround? No dodge on the Mac. Can't quite scout out the recovery option, but still trying to press on forward, though. Mac goes for the weapon throw. Almost manages to get one on the Reaper, but Reaper manages to sneak through the cracks.
They try to commit to these offstage commitments every time he sees an opportunity, but isn't working out most of the times. I mean, look at that. Sayer unfortunately going to be missing, and Mac, I mean, again, for the second time in this game, able to get that GCD like ground pound. The stars are not aligning for Reaper's offstage play.
Yeah, Reaper's so close, had a guaranteed edge guard there and couldn't quite get the dexterity to make the moves connect. This time, trailing behind by a little bit, needs probably 1 or 2 more hits on a Mac. That might be enough. It is the D-Light Gravity Cancel unarmed neutral sig is going to be enough to send Mac down to his final stock.
Down to his final stock. Now Scythe, we've seen Scythe just absolutely rob stocks faster than any other weapon. But Mac, we said it time and time again, Mac has been doing a really good job staying safe, especially offstage. Reaper, you're kind of making my heart skip here. He is going to be able to get back up. Let's see if he can redeem himself on the offstage. The GCD light misses. Mac is going to be able to get that nair. And now he's stuck against an edge guarding Mac. He's going to be able to slip his way back up though.
Alright, let's go ahead and see how they're able to get through. Reaper doing all right here. Tries to go for the down air. It's not going to connect. Sirens ablaze. Trying to see what he can do to get back onto the stage. Manages to sneak his way around, but it's not going to be enough. Mac finds a neutral light, tries to close the game here. An opportunity for a reversal. Reaper reads a jump, but it's not given, and the sides have been swapped yet again.
Mac throwing out that side signature. Close to hitting, but it's not going to be enough. Side light Sayer. Sayer takes so long to knock out, especially on this map. Isn't able to connect that recovery either. Reaper opting to not go for the weapon in the first place. Is going to get those gauntlets eventually. Had a recovery there, but threw out the nair.
Okay, let's see. Reaper tries to go for a cheeky down sig here. It's not going to work. Mac just jumps with the down air and manages to steal the first game. I don't think Reaper was expecting that one. But that was a pretty good game, all things considered. Very close. Really came down to being anyone's game. But Mac just played the position well. Held the corner expertly and just threw out those safe pokes and eventually managed to find one that was able to seal the deal.
Yeah, super even all throughout, as you mentioned. This, I mean, especially after our first game here, after such an even game, this is kind of where we get to see, all right, who has a couple of tricks up their sleeve, who's going to have a couple of adjustments where they can just really explode. This second game is going to be where we find that out.
So far, things are looking pretty decent for Mac here, getting a good chunk of damage racked up. Reaper manages to steal him on that air dodge, and I love that he goes for the reverse nair there because he don't want to send him off stage. He said, you know what, I want to get my guaranteed damage, sends him back. There's a ground pound, go for 2. That one's guaranteed. He's going to have to burn the recovery, and you can ground pound that one again, and he has to dodge
4
up and gets
yes!
caught. That's it. That's it.
Dude, that makes me so happy. I don't even play Gauntlet. It makes me so happy to see someone hit 4 Gauntlet ground pounds in a row off stage. That is, I mean,
No,
Reaper said, hold up. yeah. Reaper said, hold up. You said I wasn't doing too well on the off stage. I got gauntlets, bro. Watch this.
And that's kind of the precarious part about recovering to the stage and getting your wall touch using your recovery move, right? If you use a jump, if you use a dodge, there is so much less end lag between those options versus using your recovery. So Mac got caught using his recovery and got ground pounded, and he got scooped as well. Was playing way too long on the corner, and then wall slip came into effect, got scooped by the nair, and now Reaper on the verge of a 3-stock.
Incredibly good nair from Reaper, swooping all the way down there. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a very different tone compared to the first game. We said earlier we're gonna find out who has what tricks up their sleeve. It looks like Reaper might have a couple.
You don't see that very often either, right? Sidelight into the N-Sig on Orb. A bit of a cheeky setup. A lot of the times I think people are expecting you to go for either a D-Light or a Sayer or even the Nair, but the signature definitely caught Reaper sleeping a little bit. Oh man, what a scoop.
We're getting a little bit specific with these reads.
Gonna
have to go for the other side.
Wow, did he know? How did he know?
I don't know how he knew. But he's going. He could be going for that gauntlet there to begin with, because I mean, either way, it's a good option. He knows that Mac is either going to have to move upwards or attack upwards. There's no reality where Mac was going to go downwards, because then he's just knocked out, you know. Going below him, going for the nair, pretty much covered all of his options there, I think.
Which is extremely smartly played, because you could definitely tell on the side of Mac he was expecting to get ground pounded, right? So he's like, I'm gonna stuff it out with this N-Sig, but Reaper was already down and below him. He knew. He just said, Scoop, yeah, this covers just about all the things that could be a problem. And managed to secure a game on the board as we're hopping into game 3 now. 1-1 apiece on the board. Mac isn't moving, so he might go to a reset here because he has not moved in the first 10 seconds of the game. So that does mean they can restart if they'd like to, but it looks like Mac is here. They might be playing it out, and it looks like they are indeed. We're going right into the thick of it. Mac picks up this orb, and we're just going to run it.
We're going to run it indeed. Reaper immediately going for another Gauntlet's ground pound. Reaper is not waiting whatsoever, Flambo.
Oh man, that's 2. Wow.
The
Okay,
Sayer,
yeah,
oh my
going.
god. Yeah, my heart skipped. Yeah, Reaper is really going there. He keeps finding these. Mac is just getting stuck into all the kind of blender combos now on these flags.
Oh man, okay. A little bit of a swing from Mac. Starting to catch up just a wee bit, but still some work to do. Tries to get the reversal here, and that's going to be your doom.
Again.
Forced to use the recovery, right? You gun the recovery, you're going to get ground pounded. It's that simple. You have to find a way to do it where you don't put yourself in harm's way.
Reaper, he's doing so many of the simple things that you know, Gauntlets have to offer, but he's just doing all of them so incredibly precisely and well, not making enough mistakes which Mac can exploit. The clash, if that clash went into a knock, I would have lost my mind, but Mac is going to be able to get back up. Finally, able to fight back against that ground pound, able to throw out an air, get that stock off. He's telling Reaper, don't go for that anymore, man. It's
like,
over.
Please,
Please, literally, please.
Oh man, but Reaper still trying to hang in here. I mean, definitely in the lead by a tiny bit, but Max starting to answer back now. Definitely not looking nearly as bad as game 2 did. Mac definitely making it feel a little bit more competitive, but Reaper almost got that side stick. That one was close to hitting.
Very, very close to hitting. But I don't think he even needs that side sig at this point. I mean, Mac is already so damaged. He goes for that D-sig though. That one is going to do the trick. And I mean, Reaper, we don't really see him using that many signatures, but he uses them often enough to where it is surprising enough to where they have a really good chance of hitting, right? Mac isn't really spacing around them because he's not really using the signatures like for that psychological factor of like, you have to be afraid of my sigs.
I have to agree. Usually it's been more so for the sake of reversals. Almost gets reversaled right here by the scythe of Reaper, but Reaper hanging on. Definitely looking pretty good in the lead right now. Mac needs to make something happen. This orb doesn't really seem to be getting the hits that it needs. We had a sidelight there and no follow-up. No guaranteed Sayer, nothing. Just kind of dropped it.
Very, very unfortunate mistake coming out from Mac. It is still not over. He's going to be able to pick up that GC sidelight into the Sayer. And with both players on their last stocks, this is definitely very doable for Mac, especially more, at least more doable than last game.
Yeah, definitely so. Needs to stop getting tagged here, though. Needs to be able to get at least hit once or twice, and that's the once. Reaper might give the twice, but here we go. Max starting to answer back here, getting some unanswered strings. That's exactly what you need to do. Beautiful grab to cancel end life for the punish. Swaps over to the orb, and now we are playing here. Could go for a sidelight Sayer. Goes for the ground pound.
There you go.
And the light orange. That's how you clutch it back. Mac with the attack.
The quickie ground pound is going to be enough to take that stock off, and we said it before back. This is way more doable than last time around. That he is able to close it out. Coming back from what was realistically not an amazing start. I mean, you see it on the chart right there. Reaper had an amazing first stock, amazing second stock, but in the last stock, I mean, Mac, he turned up.
Yeah, Mac had to clock in. You know, he was like, oh snap, I don't want to not get paid on this cycle, so let me get that overtime in real quick. Make sure that I really get that money that I need, and he cashed out. But in moments like that, where you really, really have your back against the ropes, you're trying to make a comeback, you go for what can look like a desperation play at times, right? Like that ground pound seemed a little bit out of nowhere, but Reaper's definitely going to be looking for that now, and especially since you had the lead for the vast majority of that game, definitely not going to be sleeping this time around.
And that's the thing, right? That's how you make a player lose confidence. You keep doing like these smaller things where your opponent is like, okay, I gotta look out for that, but I also need to look out for that. But then he didn't do that, so I gotta look out for that. And then before you know it, they've lost a bunch of confidence, and you can start taking a lot of control. But I mean, does any of that really matter when Reaper can just stay on top of the ledge and throw out Gauntlet ground pound over and over again? Because Jesus Christ, Lambo.
I don't know if it matters because he's going for it still, Pauly. He's looking for that ground pound. There's a nair, maybe a ground pound to follow. He's waiting patiently, saying, there we go. Goes for the D-light into the nair. That's not guaranteed, but it is pretty tight, and that side air could be a problem.
Another one.
And
another
another
one.
Scoop, and he's gone. Oh, he gets the chase dodge back. Reaper lets himself get tagged, and Mac is back in.
It was over.
The ground pound, the reversal, is it enough?
It was over, Reaper. You didn't have to go in for more. Mac isn't going to be able to find the knockout off of that, but still so completely unnecessary. Is gonna find that knockout fairly quickly either way, so I mean, he's not going to be beating himself up too much from that, but I don't know what was happening in that offstage interaction, Flam, but I really don't.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Mac right now. Kind of shades of game number 2, where Reaper was so clearly in the lead the entire time. Right now, with 3 stocks, still decently healthy, can at least take 1 or 2 more hits before really being scared. And I don't know if Mac can take this one. I feel like we're going to game 5. We'll see.
Let's see. Yeah, one stock against 3. It's going to take a true master to win against this. Yeah, the sidelight NSA, it's working time and time again. Reaper gotta start dodging out of that. But then again, I mean, you're going against Bow. You're going against Orb. If I am getting hit by an Orb sidelight, I don't want to stay on the ground, man.
It's true, right? Get me out of there. Hold on, Mac's starting to cook. Oh, but the scoop on the ground pound, and there he goes.
But the other one!
D-like ground pound, no, the weapon throw stuffs it, and Mac has to burn the dodge back to the stage. Reaper's not going for the ground pound. Mac needs to find a way back onto the stage, almost gets yoinked by the scythe, but he's still alive. But for how much longer as Reaper closes out his
okay
with a gravity cancel down light.
It is not over yet. We're going into game 5, baby. Reaper is still in for the... Is this a reverse? No, it's not a full reverse, right? Because Reaper got the first one at least.
Yes, Reaper got the first. They're kind of going back and forth now, right? So in theory,
yeah,
Mac should get this one. But we saw that once all the platforms were removed, Reaper kind of cleaned up Mac. So you can already see, I'm looking at the stages left, it's Mishima Dojo, Apocalypse, and Miami Dome. No matter where they go, it's going to be somewhere that has a platform to work with.
And we are going to be going over on to Apocalypse. And I mean, look at that first stock on Reaper, man. That first stock, that's one long line, Flambo.
Yeah.
And then towards the end of it, that's kind of where Mac really turned up. And, you know, I always talk about this, right? Two dots make a line, and if you look at that like last and second to last stock from Mac, I mean, he was looking a lot stronger. It looks like he's delivering that same kind of level of gameplay going into this game 5, as Mac is looking a lot more confident here already, I think.
Yeah, it took a little bit to get it ramped in that game 2, or game 4 rather. Second stock was kind of where Mac really started to seem like he was playing, and just a little bit too late, but he's starting off with a lot more gusto this time around.
Able to find that end light on the landing. Reaper's able to pick up the recovery though. Oh, that should just be completely out of the game. Reaper able to pick up the side lights. He had barely any options, but yet he's able to get back up. So very damaged. Scythe could struggle to knock out here, but Reaper showing a lot of proficiency with using Scythe ground pound off stage.
Wow, no punish from Reaper there, but the Sayer will reset the situation. No weapon now, though, and that means Mac gets to come back to the stage for free. But Reaper does find that gauntlet recovery. He's going to swap over to the Scythe here, and we're going to go right back to piece things together. No, we're keeping the gauntlets instead. Says, I want to keep ground pounding. I want to keep pummeling you.
It wants to keep ground pounding indeed, but Mac is not allowing it to happen. He's keeping him in the air right now, keeping them on the ground. And that is going to be the stock off, as we are getting evened out here on the second stock of match point. Mac is swapping over to the orb, and Reaper is going to have a scythe in hand.
Reaper ready to cook, trying to get some of these reads. We saw a gravity cancel end light there, wasn't able to catch the dodge, but it doesn't really matter. Not largely punished for it. as Mac is starting to answer back here. Things are looking extremely close. Reaper reads a high response on defense. Does it again 2 times in a row. Mac isn't jumping at a disadvantage.
Mac is doing a really good job now. Every single time he's getting hit by a scythe move, he finds that response, right? He gets that wake-up attack. He gets that punish off of whatever Reaper is trying to read, but it's not going to be enough to get back up. Or is it? He knew that Reaper was going to be going for a ground pound. That's why he went straight up instead, and he's going to be able to get back up, but Reaper is going to be able to pick up that Seer off the left side of the screen anyway. So much work coming out from Mac, only for it to be invalidated by one gauntlet Seer.
Oh, missed the end light on the response there. Try to read instead of react, or maybe just got the input incorrect. Either way, Mac trying to bring this game back here. Needs to get rid of the stock off Reaper as soon as possible. That would Entig is going to give a little bit of an opportunity for Reaper to bring things back, but that should be enough. Yep, goes ahead and does the weapon throw. Doesn't connect, but doesn't matter. The down air was enough on its own. Reaper needs a weapon, though. How long will...
Mac is going to be sticking to that orb, which makes me really happy. He's been making wonders happen on it. He's been doing such a good job at interrupting all of these super long extensions that Reaper is doing. So far, he's been able to get away with like 3 of them without Mac having an appropriate response, though. He tries to get that punish, throwing out that recovery, but it's not hitting.
Okay, and Reaper just needs to be careful that he doesn't get reversal like he did last time. Was sitting in a pristine spot to win, and then that ground pound from the orb sealed the deal the last time this happened. But I think if Reaper just goes for like a silent to an Entig's recovery might be enough on its own. It is. Reaper is able to win the set 3-2 over Mac.
And that is going to be the end indeed. Reaper is going to be advancing throughout the bracket, and Mac is going to be going out. All right, Mac, PR 102, going out at, what is it, 12th? 13th.
13th, yeah.
Not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, he did a good job against Reaper. Reaper's also like PR 34. What's going on? What's going on in the trial of Ymir Flambo? We got so many of these players popping off, getting further into the bracket than we've ever seen them doing before.
Yeah, no, it's actually like pretty wild to think about that. Brawlhalla Esports Year 9 is starting off like this, right? I think BCX must have definitely inspired some people to get their hands dirty and really start coming into work, because we are seeing across all the different regions so far, people that we haven't been familiar with showing up and just absolutely making a name for themselves. I mean, even on the side in meta, we had FXL being a phenomenal player to be introduced to over the weekend. Same thing with Poe from that region. And then now, earlier this morning, we had some EU guys also making a splash, right? And so it's no surprise that it's continuing into the other regions. I will be surprised if we get some no names in North America as well tomorrow, just because that's my region. I'll be like, wow, how did you get here? And I know the most of y'all than anyone else, so we'll see.
Yeah, I really like that you mentioned that BCX is a motivating factor, because if there's any region that would be motivated by BCX, it's like SA, right? They had such an amazing BCX. They had SA versus SA in the grand finals. And speaking of SA becoming motivated because of their champion, right? And their second placer, Yusen Kaina, we have, I think, the BCX champion, the reigning world champion in the lobby. It's Yus.
Okay, so here we go. This next set? Oh, y'all better put your seatbelts on if they weren't on already. I'm not going to be responsible for no liabilities. I told y'all, this one's going to be crazy, right? PR number 1, current reigning world champ, is going to be going up against Ben Tranquilo in what will be an electrifying set for sure. Now, granted, I think going into BCX, a lot of people were a little surprised that Yus won it. Not because they didn't think that he could, but because leading into BCX, Kaina had just been performing so consistently and so well that I think a lot of people thought that Kaina was going to take it. But now, with Yus being the world champion, trying to once again keep those gold medals alive, is going to have to beat Ben Tranquilo, but Lifetime has a 4-1 record, and so this should be good. But we have a character that I don't know I've seen Yus play before in Fate. What do you think about that?
I mean, we have seen a couple of ways. We have seen both FXL and Fridays All in MENA, which were on Fate, but I mean in EU and in SA, Fate, not really that commonly picked. I think it's a really good pick. Of course, Scythe is looking to be really favored today. Orb too.
Yeah, because what, did we see Knees playing Fate earlier maybe? And so it's like, clearly she's gaining some popularity again here.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You know,
I guess
it's so
Marker.
weird. Yes, exactly. So I'm wondering what it is. I think people are kind of starting to wake up a little bit. Fate, I think, has been a phenomenal champion for the ill minute, Polly. So I think people are finally starting to sip on what I've been sipping for years.
100%, and we're gonna see just what Use is capable of doing with it. So far, he has a pretty strong damage lead. He's on the orb. I saw like, I was smelling the Edising from the Fate, but Use didn't want to commit to it.
Will be coming soon. I thought that was gonna be the Ensig right there on that whiffed gravity cancel, but Use doesn't pull the trigger.
That's like the only thing. That is the only thing I'm looking out for whenever I'm looking at whenever I'm looking at the Fate.
Few moments I would have been let that joint rip, but Use likes to play it a little bit more calm, more collected, lines it up expertly, does the geometry, gets that down air into the stage and says, listen, there's a reason I'm the world champ, stop criticizing me.
Yeah, exactly. Not able to pick up on that landing though. Vamtanquilo gonna need to find this knockout as fast as possible, looking for that side light. He will get a hard one, but it's not going to be enough, not just yet. Use is not nearly damaged enough, so he swaps over to those gauntlets, hoping to find some solace in them, but Use is just poking him.
Okay, this is so interesting because Orb really has not been that popular. It felt like it was just the Raiders show for a while, and now everyone's playing it, and I'm like, wow, with the amount of complaining I see about people talking about like Greatsword on Twitter or something, you would think that people would like play the weapons they think they are the best. So clearly there's a change of opinion across the globe here, but I also feel like South America in general has always been a little bit different than anyone else. Everyone's getting that signal work. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, dude, they are redefining. All my thoughts about both Orb and that signature are getting redefined this weekend. Also, Godly is Ymir's champion. We just have gotten a word from a mainstream. EU has finished up. It is going to be Godly, but back to this game.
There we go. Just another day at work for Zevi. But with that said, can Use repeat the gold as well? We're gonna see Ventranquilo is gonna get beat up quite a bit here. Gets caught on the dodge. This scythe from Use is actually quite good. Ventranquilo trying to keep up here, but Use, I mean, look at this movement in the corner. Ventranquilo can't get off. Stuck in the corner so harshly. Use catches him on the way in, tries to go for the falling nair. Finally, Ventranquilo gets a read, but doesn't get the side air there because Use
no options, no dodge,
no reversal.
Oh, but it goes for no reversal. I mean, he doesn't need to. That's still it.
Wow.
All right. You should. If there's one thing I'm starting to learn, Flab, we really gotta stop criticizing Use's options because it just works. It works.
He plays on a different beat. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm out here and I'm like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, but the way Use be playing is 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. Like, he's on the double count, bro. I don't know what it is. I can't sync up with them, and that's the thing. I don't think most people can. They always get caught off guard by the plays that he makes because he's just doing it a little bit different because there is no one correct way to do things in Brawlhalla, generally speaking. Sometimes there is though, but generally speaking.
Yeah. I mean, if you are doing things that are making people go, wait, why are you doing that? Why did you do that? And then you still win? I mean, you figured something out. You got something right. You got the secret sauce. You got the secret formula that the rest of us are still trying to figure out.
Couldn't have put it better myself. You got that chemical X, you know what I'm saying? Everyone else, like, how you make the Powerpuff Girls? Professor Utonium was already in that. You knew. It's looking tough. You know about the Powerpuff Girls, Polly? Is that one over your head too?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I was gonna say Krabby Patty formula.
Okay, yeah, we could do that. Plankton. Yeah. We trying to rob.
Yeah. I know about. Yeah.
Oh gosh, my age is really. Powerpuff Girls, really? You're 19. Oh
no, I don't know.
God. Anyway.
All right, nice nair coming out. We do have periodically some mishaps with those nairs. Use constantly going for them, falling. Side Siggy coming out. Not going to be enough for the knockout. The ground pound, no! Dude, this is Reaper. Reaper has messed with my mind. I see Gauntlets offstage, I just want them to ground pound.
I feel similarly, right? Just makes you think that's the way to do it. Use fighting unarmed here, manages to pick up this orb, trying to aggress on the Ben Tranquilo. Perfect spot dodge in the air there to go ahead and go right past that attack and get a gravity cancel sidelight of his own. Use cooking here. Man, I feel like for the vast majority of both of these games, Ben Tranquilo has spent it in the corner. He cannot hold center stage. Every time he tries, Use pushes him right out. Jesus.
Trying to patrol the ground here, able to pick up that end light.
Oh my gosh.
And a second one. Do we get a third one? Do we get the GC one? No, but you already know. You already know. You get that many end lights in a row, you already know. Even if it's not the optimal option, you have to go for an end light at that point.
Yeah, no, it's starting to look.
It's an unwritten rule.
A little rough for Ben Tranquilo here. I mean, Hughes just looks quite a bit a cut above in this set. Definitely going to try to answer back, but I mean, the scythe from Hughes is looking so clean here. Gonna drop on this one, but that's only the first stock. Ben Tranquilo needs a scythe stock right now. Heck, it could be a gauntlet stock too. I mean, if there's any legend in the game that's good at making quick turnarounds, it's Mordex. But when you eat a Nair Sair, it kind of makes it a lot harder for you to come back.
I don't know, man. It's looking really, really rough, as you were saying. Ben Tranquilo, I mean, it looks like Hughes is just kind of winning in every single aspect right now. Like, Ben Tranquilo is doing absolutely everything he can, but Hughes just wins one more neutral interaction, and every time he does, he gets one more hit, and every time he gets stuck in a combo, he gets hit 1 times less. There's just like, what do you do at that point?
Clearly struggling here in the red on the final stock. Hughes just has, I mean, Hughes doesn't even go for harsh punishes. End lights is fine. He's fine end lighting like 10 times in a row. It's kind of similar to how Kaina was fine punishing with just D-light or end light on Axe. You don't need the big juicy combo. You just need a punish and stage control, and that's what Hughes is going for. I won't be surprised if we see another end light with Tranquilo off stage. Instead, it's going to be a Sarah on the punish on a whip attack, and Hughes goes up 2-0 in the set now.
Yeah, no, dude. You were saying he doesn't need any fantasy punishes. He just needs that stage control. I saw Hughes do 680 damage, and in most cases, you see big damage numbers. You're going to be like, yo, wait, that's really, really impressive. No. 680 damage. You do not need 680 damage to win the game, dude. That means you're doing like what? You're doing like 230 damage to find every single knockout. That's way too much. Yeah. I mean, it's working. I mean, come on. I mean, hey, he's winning the game. He's winning the game confidently, but I don't know. Moving forward into top 8, he might have to swap something up there, but then again, maybe he is just getting a little bit funky with these end lights.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is that I feel like the game plan makes sense to me, because what you're valuing is like consistency over the way that you play the game, and then like sure, it takes a little bit longer for you to find those KOs, but you're still able to find them and they still come, right? It's kind of similar to like the way that like Megdi would play or Kaina would play with Axe. But the difference is when Kaina was playing with Axe, sure, you're hitting them over and over, but Teros Endlight's gonna KO you a lot earlier than Fate Endlight on Orb is going to KO you. So it is really interesting to watch, but Hughes seems to make it work. But in this third game that we're seeing here, the swap over to the Bodvar from Ben Tranquilo seems to be helping a little bit.
Yeah, this pick makes me so happy. The Bodvar, I mean, who's on Bodvar anymore? There's barely any top players playing Bodvar. Every time I'm in the ranked queue, it feels like no one is on Bodvar. But he is out here representing the pick, and he's doing very well so far, doing better than the other 2 previous games at least. Just needs to pick up the stock here, but he's not able to do so. Hughes with a quick Sair is able to take that off.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I feel like in some capacity, Hammer feels like it is officially back. You know, we've seen Teros, of course, for a while, but today even, we've had the chance of seeing...
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh, man. Hughes just kind of... I can't even finish my sentence. Hughes just kind of like... gets me wrapped up, bro. I'm just watching him cook. I feel like I'm watching MasterChef.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. He just keeps getting it. Every single time. This is what I'm saying. He just plays so consistently, he just plays so consistently crisp. Like there's nothing absolutely insane other than the fact that he's not making any mistakes. Like the best way I think the best way I could describe it is like peak simple but on Fate and like 8 times more movement.
And you know what's wild, Polly, is that I don't know, like when you think of your favorite top Brawlhalla player, right? How many of them have this deep of a breadth of characters that they can play, right? We've seen Yuz play Jaehyun, Sword, Great Sword. We've seen Yuz play Vector, right? So you're gonna have Bow and Rocket Lance. And now we're watching Yuz play Fate, which is Scythe and Orb, and there's still more characters on top of that Yuz can play. I don't know that we've really seen a whole lot of players in Brawlhalla be able to play so many different weapons at the top level like that.
I think it's Einstein who said intelligence is the ability to adapt to change, and I don't know, man, it's looking like Yuz has that Brawlhalla IQ because he's just able to pick anything up and make it work, and it's been paying off for him incredibly well so far.
That's actually wild to me that you can quote Einstein but not know the Powerpuff Girls, bro. Like, what?
Hey dude, I guess that's just an EU to NA difference, right?
I guess, yeah, I suppose. Y'all don't
No,
got
I'm
Cartoon Network
joking.
over there? Like,
Yeah, we do, no problem. Sidelight coming out.
oh, Ben Tranquilo starting to cook.
Okay.
A little too late, though.
I feel like it could be too little too late. Use one good D-Light away. No, not quite enough. He's going to go out with a dare, with a Seer perhaps, or is he just determined to finish it with a signature?
All right, what's the answer going to be here?
Big hit.
Tricky weapon throw. Yuz just scoops him on the jump, tries to shoot out a pew pew. It's not going to connect, and KOs him with a Scythe Nair. That goes to show just how much damage Yuz will be doing, right? Like, you're not supposed to be KOing with Scythe Nair. Generally,
650, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
I
supposed
don't
to be
know.
Scythe Sayer, if anything. D-Light, maybe.
I feel as if Yuz might have been indulging in some light tomfoolery, but nonetheless, it is a very well played game, and I am happy that we were able to see some Bodvar on the stream. Vem Tranquilo, of course, extremely good player, but I mean, you're going up against the BCX champion, man. You're going up against the BCX champion. That guy's gonna be able to make a lot of players look worse than they actually are.
Yeah, no, that's just the name of the game. It happens in all forms of competition. It's just you end up in a scenario where you run into one of your demons and they kind of take you out. We were saying before that I think the set count was 4-1 Yuz over Ben Tranquilo, and now it's 5-1. Ben Tranquilo's gonna have to go back to the drawing board, look at those VODs, figure out how to stop Yuz, but it's clear that this is just one of those head-to-heads where this person has had his number for a while and he can't figure out how to star 6-7 or whatever it is to change it up. He gotta figure it out.
Yes, indeed, but that is going to be then Yuz advancing into top 8, where you are going to have to go over to twitch.tv/Brawlhalla to watch his games later. But don't do that yet, because we have 2 more games remaining here. There is still 2 spots left to fight for in top 8, and the first 2 contenders of one of those spots is going to be Kaito and a familiar name. It is the personification of intrusive thoughts on Gauntlets, Reaper Black.
Yes, Reaper is back to fight it out, but Kaito has been in this position before. 1 top 8 already secured under the belt, and 3 different top 32s. Despite that, though, hasn't made as much money as Reaper. I wonder how that works, how sway. But either way, no stranger to being in this spot, right? And so Reaper's gonna have to fight for it. The lifetime history is saying that it's 0-0. These two have never squared up. PR10 versus PR34, never having this moment where they kind of intersect in the bracket. So some history is going to be made here, and I'm curious to see what it looks like. Kaito, I think, you know, kind of rocking characters that, I don't want to say characters that you don't really see, because we've seen Asuri in the past, you know, like Asuri's not by any means a stranger character in the lines of like Thatch or like Isaiah or anything like that. But in recent time, Brawlhalla history just hasn't been as popular as a pick, but that's not what we're getting. We're getting Sentinel, and I think that's an amazing pick to whip out here.
Sentinel, also a very underrepresented pick. If you don't really have that many players on him in general, you have like Akno played him like once. You of course you have Shaw, which plays Sentinel basically all the time as well. But we do now also have some Sentinel action coming out from SA. And you mentioned they haven't played against each other before, and I took a quick look. The first tournament, I don't think I've seen this before. Kaito, the first official tournament he ever played was in March 2023, and get this, his first ever placement in an official tournament was 9th.
Wow, okay, so clearly showed up and said, I'm here to stay. We're gonna see, I mean, as you were saying before, Sentinel, not a character you see super often. I think when I think of Sentinel players, it's like any Qatar player. When Qatars are meta, Sentinel usually gets more play, but they're rarely ever Sentinel players. And I think, what, like Ariel in EU played Sentinel for a while?
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, I believe so. Now we're going way back.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute. But so far, I mean, Kaito trying to get a turnaround here. The Nair sends Reaper down. Reaper trying to get back on the stage. That down sig is going to be the most popular option on those Qatars for sure. Also, we have to look out for that hammer side sig. It'll clear out before you even recognize what's happened to you.
Oh, Dare coming out there? I'm pretty sure he meant to do the D-Lights, but I have no idea how he was airborne there. Either way, we got pretty even damage build-up all around the board right now, but Reaper, he's on these gauntlets. We've seen these gauntlets being able... They're so lethal.
Yeah, no.
I love them.
Clearly, Reaper is showing why he's made it this far, right? These gauntlets have been so oppressive. Kaito can't even seem to get a weapon right now. Finally manages to get the God Spawn on some Qatars. He's going to go ahead and try to see if maybe we can convert this to some damage. Wow, and mashes down air out of hit stun. Kaito was waiting for the dodge. Reaper didn't give it to him. That's a very ballsy play to go for after you get hit by a Qatar.
Damage. So much damage. Reaper just keeps finding. Every single opening he gets, he always is looking for that other hit. Whenever he gets a hit, he will not stop looking until he misses.
Wow, nice turnaround. He's another scoop, doesn't time it quite right, and Reaper's able to get back.
On the side, looking out for... I thought he was looking out for the Seer, but it's going to be the D-Light instead, which Kaito is going to be able to punish. Now sticking to the Qatars. Definitely the weapon of choice here, as you're going to need to rack up some damage here, dude.
Okay, and so far that's exactly what Kaito's doing. Tries to go for the down sig.
Okay.
Great dodge up though, right? That covered a fair amount of options. You dodge down, dodge to the left, dodge in place, dodge on right. Like it covered like 4 different dodge options there maybe. But Reaper not falling for it.
We need a detective on the case of where Reaper's HP went, because I swear he just spawned in with a fresh stock, but Kaito and his Qatars had something else on their mind, but Reaper is still going to be able to take that stock off. Now, albeit he is getting quite damaged, Kaito was able to tighten up the lead that he had.
Oh, nice snag from Reaper here. The Scythe looking very difficult to deal with as well. We were gassing up the gauntlets before, but the Scythe has also been a problem we've seen Reaper today, especially those gravity cancel D-Lights off the side to secure knockouts. Kaito's gonna have to be careful here. Really struggling with this hammer. I'm happy that we're seeing more hammer representation, but Kaito really has not been able to get much going with it.
Reaper trying to go in for a dare, not going to be connecting. We're seeing a lot of whiffs coming out left and right. Reaper finally able to get a nice punish in there.
Whoa, what the heck? Goes for a gravity cancel, Ensig unarmed. Not the option I was expecting. Neither was Reaper, but not enough oomph on it to secure the knockout. That's another punish. Good night.
And that's the signature. I was expecting just a single Sarah coming out, but Reaper, always going for extra credit, is going to unfortunately lead to his demise. Going to get Sared off the screen.
Hold on. Qatars can do this if you can get Reaper off stage, string them together, get that dodge. That should have been a D-Light punish. He missed it, but it's going to be okay. Trying to catch the landing. Gets chased
there it is.
On the recovery. It's so tough. Gauntlet players have gotten so good at reacting to where you dodge instead of trying to guess. And you can tell by the way that Reaper hovers that he's just trying to stay as stacked as he can on the Y-axis with whoever he's going up against, and then just waiting for them to press dodge so that he can react and press recovery. It's really good. He's gotten so good at it.
And we are seeing a legend swap. We're seeing a legend swap going over from the Sentinel to the Asuri. You said before, right? Asuri, not a super big pick, right? But you have a couple of players on it. Playing on Sentinel before, which is even rarer. So yeah, we got some Asuri representation here now as well.
Yeah, no, this should be good. I approve of the pick. I don't think the hammer was hammering quite well enough. Sword, a much easier weapon to use, and also very effective when you're trying to rely on the basics of Brawlhalla. So hopefully that helps Kaito a little bit. Already starting off decently okay, but still trailing behind. This D-Light Sayer should make it a little bit easier for things to get brought back to even. And now they are. Good. Yeah, no, the sword's worth it, man.
Dude, the sword is doing wonders right now. The dare into the nair, bouncing Reaper around on the screen. But there we see it, man. Reaper's ground pounds off stage with Scythe. He was using them so much against the Mac too, and he is making them shine as he's going up against Kaito as well. He has the gauntlets in hand. I'm waiting for the ground pound. I don't even care they're on stage, Flambeau. You can never know when this guy's going to ground pound.
Feels like he's fishing for recovery. He's gone for 3 at this point. Knows it'll KO. It'll be enough. And this time doesn't quite chase to the side like we've normally seen him do. And instead, it's going to be Kaito chasing with that ground pound to secure the first knockout. Definitely feeling pretty good about this Asuri pick. I think the change was much needed. Hopefully can lead to a win.
He's in a really good spot right now. If he can just cling onto the stock, but Reaper has those gauntlets in hand. I see he's trying to go for the ground pound, and he will! He finally will! I knew he wanted to. God, that feels so good. It's like a very weird mix of like the satisfaction of Reaper hitting it, but also like the rage of Kaito.
Oh man, yeah, no, Kaito finally managing to pick up a sword, not without getting kind of beaten a bit by Reaper. I mean, look at this. Even on the recovery, he's able to get a hit here, a hit there. Kaito just trying to get back to the base platform, gets caught by the D-Light. That should have been a guaranteed conversion there from Reaper there, but like, Reaper doesn't even care, right? He's like, even if he messed up his conversion, he's still doing so well to keep things even here. Kaito, though, might be able to get this game. It's hard to say right now. Things are so close. He did get the first stock, but that's kind of it. Trailing behind in damage now.
Yeah, that conversion was a little bit interesting. I think, yeah, GC D-Light confirmed, right? Perhaps didn't have a dodge, perhaps didn't really come out. Either way, quite even all throughout. Kaito is going to be able to pick up that D-Light recovery. Swapping over to the Katars now. Very, very low representation of signatures coming out from Kaito, actually, on this Asuri pick.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, right? I was like, oh, we might see like a Qatar down sig or something. No, I haven't seen any of those. Kaito kind of sticking with the bread and butter game plan of these weapons, not leaning into the signatures all too much. Ooh!
It looks like it doesn't need those signatures, right? Going for another ground pound, but Kaido's played this game, man. He knows what to do against that. Gauntlets there, though, you're gonna have a really hard time getting out of the way for that one, and that is going to be the knockout. 2 ground pounds in a row failed coming out from Reaper. I think that's more ground pounds than he's missed in the entire 2 sets thus far, so maybe he'll be a little bit more careful with those from now on out.
And so far, I think you're right. Reaper trying to inch back into this game. I mean, already won game 1. Would love to make the score 2-0, and it might be able to do so. Kaito needs to make sure that the very minimum on these exchanges that they're trading so that he manages to maintain the lead. And it looks like he's doing a great job at that. Needs one more blow here to close out the game. Doesn't go for the ground pound. Doesn't want to get too excited and potentially get ground pounded in reverse. But Reaper, he's at least like 2 to 3 hits before he can even start thinking about KOs.
Super close to finding the knockout there. He just needs basically one more good hit at this point. It's going to be the recovery. It's not going to be enough, even just the celebratory sig, but it's not enough. The Sair will be, though. Dash jump Sair off the right side of the screen. That is going to be the second game. We're 1-1 on the board, Flambeau.
Okay, we're getting some good sets today, Paulie, as we already have a 1-1 game count in this set. We're going to be going and pushing right on to the next game because these two are ready to go for each other's throats. But I think the switch to the Asuri was a good idea. clearly it worked out. The dub was able to be taken. We even saw there that so much of the damage done was on that sword. So definitely well played.
Yeah, I mean, like, the best factor of Gauntlets is that, especially if you have good movement, which Reaper definitely does, right? As we can clearly see. If you're just moving all over the place, you're just able to kind of sweep in with Gauntlet and just get away with a lot of stuff. Whereas Kaito swapping over to the Asuri, especially on that sword, he's really just claiming that ground, not allowing Reaper to swoop in the same way.
Okay, here comes Kaito. Trying to see if maybe this game 3 will go his way, holding the corner, being patient. Reaper also taking a little bit of time here to decide how he's going to hold the corner. Kaito's actually going to swap over to the sword here, saying, you know what? I need these Sayers. I need these D-Lights. I need the ability to kind of threaten from any kind of position on the stage, and I think this is working. Wow, that recovery was enough on its own, yeah. Well, Kaito's the sword master now, uses the guitars to rack up that damage, and then when it gets a little bit, you know, toward the red, toward the orange, we're going to swap over to that sword, go for D-Light recovery, D-Light Sayer, close that punish. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that punch. He went for a D-Light, right dash jump and D-Light, and then tried to wait for a dodge. It could have led to big damage, but there are some people that's like, you could have just charged a signature and you would have gotten at least like 25 to 30 damage.
Yeah, in general, the signature punish usually the safer option, right? Since you have a lot of guarantee damage. But Kaito, you already have the lead. You can afford missing a read, because missing a read, it's not really going to end with you. It's not really going to end with you losing your stock most of the time. But you do have that X factor of like, I could exponentiate my lead here.
We'll see if he ends up paying for it a little bit later on here, as he's now matched stocks with Reaper. Reaper trying to weave in and around. You can tell they're playing a little bit more passive now. Reaper's a little bit scared throughout these hitboxes without knowing for certain that they're going to connect. Clearly, the neutral game of Kaito has improved enough to a point where Reaper feels like he has to respect him more, and for good reason. Look at how tossed around he's getting. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, that recovery to Kaito is just claiming this ground, keeping stage control. Reaper is not able to move around Kaito in the same way at all anymore, and it's all thanks to the sword, man. I mean, the Katars too, of course, been doing phenomenally, but as soon as he has that sword, it's like an unstoppable force against an immovable object, except that Reaper's force is getting lower and lower.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Reaper can't stand a chance all of a sudden. This sword is proving to be too much of an issue to deal with. Side light, D-Light leads to an opportunity. We're going to go for a ground pound, a little bit of desperation. I think Kaito could sniff that one out from a mile away. And all of a sudden, it's looking like Kaito's game to win here. Reaper really needs to turn the jets on, gets called out on yet another ground pound. Kaito not falling for that one anymore. Reaper needs to pull out some new material. This ground pound's going to hit, and then this down air into the stage should close out the stock. But Reaper is in the red now, Paulie. He needs to really lock in.
Towards the end of Kaito's second stock there, he was only really either trading evenly or winning encounters, and Reaper in both of those scenarios is losing this game. He needs to start getting way more damage than Kaito. He needs to start putting him into some really big positional disadvantages. And he has Scythe. Scythe is a really good weapon to do that. He's going to be able to throw Kaito off stage, but with a Sayer, I mean, that's done.
Hey. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. Kaito's been playing great, 576 damage, so I think a 413 of Reaper. So he's able to get quite a bit more, in this sword really has been the difference. I think before when we were talking about Reaper, we'd like to give a special amount of props to the way that he played those gauntlets earlier in this set, but also in the previous set. But now against this sword, the gauntlets have been a non-issue, so much to the point so where I feel like Reaper's been scared off of it and has been leaning into the Scythe more. And I don't know if that's the right play, but it's what he's been forced into doing. So we're going to see if he's able to make the proper adaptations in this game to bring it to a game 5, because I don't know, Kaito looks good.
Okay, he got that. He got that dodge, that gravity cancel up by like the first 8 seconds of the match. Able to pick up like a cheeky 30-40 damage off of that right off the start. Able to get the recovery on the way out as well. Gets the dare, catches the recovery. Okay, I mean Reaper's kind of turning up right now. It's not going to lead into anything massive, but he definitely has momentum on his side right here.
Yeah, just needs to close out the stock now. Keep it, get that stock early. Get yourself an early lead and then try to push on from there. We've seen him be able to rack up the damage, but by the time he gets the knockout, Kaito has already brought things back to even, is generally what it feels like. And it feels like that might be the same story that we're seeing here, as Reaper once again has all this damage racked up. Kaito has been answering back, and look at that. Now, Reaper finally gets the stock, but he's in the red. When he got all that damage earlier on, he was like bright yellow, It's those kinds of differences that are really adding up.
I mean, another big factor as well, right, is that I was complimenting Kaito's gameplay in the fact that he really claims space and is taking stage control, playing quite grounded. The implication of that is that Reaper is not allowed to play offstage, at least not to the same extent that he's been allowed in every other game. And Reaper, I mean, he got a lot of his value off of that offstage. Mordex, you're gonna have a lot of issues finding those knockouts. You see it right here, Reaper, amazing situation offstage. And Kaito, is he going to be able to just kind of slip back up? I mean, not yet. Reaper still has him stuck at this edge guard. Is Reaper going to prove me wrong? Kaito's able to slip back up, though.
Yeah, but Reaper, kind of prioritizing holding center stage more than trying to force these corner guards. And I don't know if it's working. I do think the principle is correct, though. The execution might be the hardest part right now because Kaito's defense has just been so good. When he decides to weave in and out of the range that Reaper can attack, Reaper gets caught unaware. And when he decides to swing at a disadvantage, Reaper is like, why are you attacking me here? You should be more scared of me. Kaito's not giving Reaper enough respect.
I don't know, man. I feel like, okay, it is still going to be the knockout, giving him a gentle lead. I feel like the biggest win condition for both Gauntlets and the Scythe is like having the advantageous position where like if both you and your enemy, you're on Gauntlets, Kaito is on Sword, you're both on the ground just chilling. Sword just like I think inherently has the advantage in a lot of different situations, and Reaper has been finding either even trades off of that, right? We're 1-1 in the game right now, or Kaito's been coming out on top, but Reaper still not too late to change that.
Okay,
he is trying to pick up some moves.
Trying to figure out what the answer is here. Kaito dashing in with these side lights, retaliates with that Sayer. Reaper answering back. They're trading blows, going blow for blow, and what is a crucial game in the set here. If Kaito is able to go ahead and finesse this one, it's going to matter so much more, just because of the fact, well, I mean, it's obvious, right? Like, whoever gets the dub here is going to need it.
Oh no.
But Kaito will just win. Reaper has to win here to stay alive.
Nice recovery. He's looking for probably the D-Light. He's throwing it out, but Kaito baited it out with his movement. Finds the end light on the way out. Tries to go for the Sayers, not going to be connecting. Reaper needs to find something here. Going for the weapon throw. Picks up the gauntlets now instead. I smelled a side signature, but didn't want to commit to it. Kaito.
Ooh, scary.
Sword Sayer. Recovery.
Yeah, probably gonna look for recoveries maybe. Ooh, careful, might get D-lighted. Yes, baits it out, but isn't able to get the punish in time. The end light from Sword is so fast, and a wake up gravity cancel D-light recovery from Kaito is going to be able to seal the deal there. And that's gonna be Kaito moving on forward in this side of bracket. I mean, dang, that's a little bit tough if you're Reaper there, because it was clear that like you could have done it. You know, you could have done it. You weren't able to, but you could have. And I think that always stings a little bit more.
Yet again, PR34 finishing here at 9th in the trial of Ymir. So, I mean, nonetheless, a very, very impressive placement. But Kaito is going to be claiming the second to last place in the top 8. And we now only have one more game left to be played until we have a complete top 8. It's going to be not this time the world champion, but the second placer, and thus PR number 2 of South America, Kaina.
Okay, this should be interesting. I did get to watch a little bit of Kaina's gameplay earlier, and of course we're familiar with the Taros, but what I ended up seeing was actually the use of the Yumiko for a game. So I'm wondering if we're actually going to get more of that Yumiko from Kaina, or if that was just a like, haha, I'm joshing, I'm messing around, I'm going to do this for one game, put it back in the pocket, we'll see. Sack on the other side, though, rocking this Tesca. We haven't gotten to cast any boots today, so this should be fun.
I don't even know if we got to cast. Did we get to cast any boosts in any of the regions? I'm
No.
not sure. It's been really dry on that front. But of course, Sack, known for his Tesca, is level 67 Tesca on a legend that barely just came out. I am seeing it kind of locked in on the terrace. I really like that you mentioned the Yumiko pick because I've been hearing from a lot of players. Yumiko is like people are repressing the fact that Yumiko is broken.
Yes. Yes, right? Especially
It's
when you
just
think of like
yes.
tech of like you know the whiplash, right? Where it's like
Yeah.
you know because Yumiko players kind of are the reason that tech even got discovered because they were like, wait a second, when I do like these SIGs and leave this little forest wisp out, I can like dash a million times. What can I make with this? And then people were able to develop the tech from there. But Yumiko definitely cracked out. You won't be seeing her yet, or maybe not at all here, as kind of is.
Oh my god.
With this Taro. Stomps here to close out the first stock. Yeah, Sack not quite ready for this one.
Yeah, Sack definitely not prepared as Kaina is just getting away with a lot of free material right now. Throwing out the neutral signature is going to be connecting.
Ooh.
GC side lights.
Wow, that caught the spot dodge. Sack trying to get these boots going. The thing with boots, right, is like they're similar to like Katars and gauntlets, where it's like if you want to make these weapons work, you have to play in such an aggressive way because the hitboxes are not particularly large. You have to be really close to your opponent if you want to hit them. You saw that D-light there on sword that might have hit, but with boots, nah, you got to get a little bit closer.
I mean, especially on boots, you also have that extra factor of like, whenever you're hitting your opponent, you are going with them. Like, you are carrying your opponent with you into a specific direction. And you have to constantly be wary of wake-up options. And, I mean, if you are scared of wake-up options, Teros is like the worst legend you can fight. He has the most insane signatures that he can wake up at any moment on Hammer. Kinda can just at any moment free fall a little bit, throw out that recovery. He can go for the stomp D-light. There are so many things that Sack needs to be wary of, and I'm not too familiar with the matchup myself because I don't play battle boots enough, but it's going to be interesting to see how he deals with those issues.
And the tough part here too is that I always talk about Kaina's game plan as very simple. You watch him play and it's like, yeah, I know exactly what he's trying to do. But the problem is, how do you stop him from doing it? Look at that. Side light nair, side light nair. He plays such a like Iron Fortress impenetrable neutral game that it's like where you find your moments. Great avoidance of that down tick, but Kaina will just hit you with N-light and D-light over and over again. You saw he tried right there until you lose your stock. Kind of doesn't care about the SIGs. He doesn't care about throwing out side air. He will N-light you, and then N-light you, and then D-light you, and then N-light you again. There it is again. Another N-light, and that's just going to be the stock. That's how Kaina plays.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying the same thing about use, right? Where Kaina, especially on the Teros, like, there isn't any secret. There's no magic. There are no tips and the tricks. It's just a difference of, like, Kaina is playing in the way that everyone knows how to play Teros, but better than anyone, and not making any mistakes, basically ever.
It's hard.
And how do you beat that? How do you beat that? I don't know. I think Sack is trying to figure it out just as I am.
Yeah, it's strange, right? Because I think the way that Yuz found success at BCX was, one, play Jaeyun, right? Which, what does that mean? It meant that if Yuz was ever able to win a neutral exchange and was able to properly read a dodge on Kaina.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, I know. It's looking bad, right? It meant that he was able to get at least 3 hits for his troubles, right? In a scenario where you're like going blow for blow with Kaina, you're gonna lose. It's Teros. So when you win, you have to get more damage than Kaina's doing to you. But a sidelight nair from Teros hits that much harder. Look at this. Sack's trying to trade with someone who's already a stock above him. Sack already looking like he's kind of throwing in the towel here, finally trying to get something started, but Kaina's already gotten so much of a lead built up.
Kaina makes it look so simple, man. He really makes it look so simple. I mean, a lot of people would argue, yeah, Axe is simple, which I mean, I would agree with, but like, I don't care what weapon you're hitting. Kaina has like a. I want to see after this game. what is his accuracy for all of his light attacks? Because he's just not missing.
Jeez, man. And he's so good at tracking people. If there's anything I always said, it's that when the dash landing changes got added to the game, really what it did was buff South America in particular as a region, because it meant that players like Kaina were able to play a much more precise neutral. And look at how it's playing out here. One more end light, no, a side air is going to be what it does. A 3-stock destruction is going to be what Kaina puts onto Sack in that game too, which I'll be honest, Polly, after a certain point in that game, I was like, there really ain't much more to say. Kaina is whooping that Hein.
Bro, I would be losing my mind if it wasn't for the fact that I'm thinking about, all right, I'm gonna have to watch this replay later and figure out how Kaina plays this weapon. And I think anyone that plays Axe or Hammer is thinking the exact same thing. But I want to look at this accuracy. Kaina has an accuracy of 58% on light attacks. That might sound low, but considering how much you bait and miss attacks in Brawlhalla, I mean, 58% is insane.
Yeah.
That's so high.
Especially
for some of the most accurate players. Some of the most accurate players in the game will have a light attack accuracy of like 38 or like 40.
And it's like, you know, as far as like basic, you know, reading comprehension and mathematics go, 58% says, hey, he hits more often than he doesn't. You know, like.
Hey, I mean, you don't need anything more than that, do you?
It's more than flipping a coin. He's more accurate than that. Oh man.
All right,
oh my
Sack.
God.
What is there left to do at this point? It looks like Kaina is just. It is even. This is the most even start that Sack has been able to pull off so far. But Kaina is going to be able to close that stock off with a hammer. Sair sticking to the axe now.
And I think that the most annoying part about Kaina is that he finds KOs with generally really quick, safe options that, you know, sometimes you're playing someone and you're like, oh my God, how do I...
He chase dodged that!
He's getting murdered over here. Like, Sack is getting absolutely destroyed by Kaina, and it's like, even if it was close, how does he find the KO? Kaina finds the knockout.
Bro,
with
he
the basic
chase
tools.
dodged. He chase dodged a nair. He got a dare, and to catch a landing, he chase dodged nairs. He's doing the kind of options that players wouldn't think of if they were using the frame tool in training mode. This is insane, but Sack is somehow able to keep up. I mean, he's all the way down in red. He's able to take that stock off. He has the Katars. It's definitely doable. But he's actually able to pick up that dodge as well. Able to pick up the nair. Able to pick up the recovery. Sack?
Ooh.
All right.
Gravity cancel Ensig? No, not gonna go for it. And looks like a sneaky recovery by Kaina, but he just picks up an axe and N-lights, Polly. That's all he has to do. Every time he gets a KO, it's an N-light or a D-light. He got one with like a Sair or something. Sometimes he throws out a Taros downsig, but they just come so easily to him. It never looks like he's struggling to find a knockout.
Able to find the side light. Nair tries to go for the extension, but it's not going to be connecting. Patrolling the ground here, is able to find another combo into the landing read. D-light not going to be connecting. Sack doesn't know where to move.
Jeez. Okay.
Oh, nice reversal. Okay, that's going to be the stock. Still in the game.
Barely. Already down 0-2 in the set. Sack has to pull out a crazy stock here to go ahead and stay relevant in this one. And Kaina's looking to close this one out. N-light Nair now Kaina can N-light, and I think it'll be enough to KO, especially in the corner. Sack has to be careful. A D-light will probably do it here as well. Tries to go for the Sair, it's not going to connect. N-light, that's it.
Sack trying to stay patient. The N-light, there it is. Kaina in probably the most dominant fashion that we have seen for the entire tournament, other than use. But I mean, even then, Kaina, I mean, this is a different level. He's going to be claiming that spot in top 8, righteously so, might I add.
Yeah, I mean, 686 damage was done by Kaina in that last game. We were talking before in the previous set with Use, right, where it's like, you don't need to get all this damage, but we see how easy it is for Kaina to rack up damage with this weapon. That it's like, who cares? right? Because at the end of the day, you're going to walk up, you're going to press your insanely fast neutral option, and it's going to knock out because you racked up all the damage already.
Yeah, and kinda showing us how it is supposed to be done, closing out in 3-0 fashion yet again. 584 damage on that axe, only goes to show how much he's leaning towards it.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely insanity, especially like we've seen a fair amount of Axe today, right? We got to even watch how Delta would play Axe and kind of get a bit of a taste of what that kind of shade is, but no one is quite doing it the way Kinda has, and it's been that way for a while. I think Luna kind of had shades of it toward the beginning of last year, but was kind of playing his own style, kind of really figured out his path and just invested every single stat point he had into playing in this style.
I'm going to make a very, very bold claim, which I'm just gonna say it. I think after that game, I think that set was the best axe I've ever seen played, and it convinces me that Kain is probably the best axe player worldwide.
I don't think it's.
I don't think there's anyone close to what I just saw there. That is completely mental. And I mean, Flambo, we are going to have to go into the chat and follow Kaina later on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, because Flambo, we're about wrapping up here. That was our last game.
Yeah, no, it's been an absolute pleasure, Polly, getting to watch all the action unfold in South America. You're right. I'm going to have to hop in the chat. I got to see how it all wraps up. You know, we have so much more Brawlhalla left to be played. With one, South America has to play out the rest of their championship. But also, tomorrow, we're going to hop into North America as well. So with that said, there's so much more to see, so much more to watch, so many more things to learn. I'm going to have to go ahead and sit down and take out my pen and notepad, Polly. Is there anything you want to say to the people before we sign off?
Well, thank you very much for watching the stream. I hope you go over. We are actually going to be, I believe, rating the channel. You gotta continue watching the players and supporting them. Make sure to cheer them on and come back tomorrow for the North American side of the trial of Ymir. We will see you then.